Just going to burn a bit of time on the clock. No change to the score. Free Sisters still have the lead by 1. Underway here, Victoria Hitter up against Patch. Victoria Hitter, quick and easy lead. And Victoria Hitter gets the points and calls it. Get Shirty is down on turn 4. She looks a little hurt. Hope she's just winded. It doesn't look very comfortable out there. Teams are returning to their benches. Big shout out to our first aid staff here, keeping the skaters happy and healthy.
That's live, KP. That's all live.
Yes, apologies to the viewers at home. We did have some internet connectivity issues here at the Whitlam Leisure Centre. We are now online and live streaming in HD. Don't worry, this game is being recorded offline, so we will upload it after the event for you to watch over and over in its entirety. Unfortunately, I don't have the live penalty boards for you, but here you can see the whiteboard. As I mentioned earlier, Black with a pretty short roster there. Ninja Rogers, one of their power blockers, she's on 4 already. She's going to have to keep an eye on that. And Emergency with those 2 jammer penalties in 1 jam. She's on 3. Oh, and it looks like Ninja Rogers has just picked up a 5th. We've still got 40 minutes of game to play. However, things are not looking a huge amount better over on the Sirens board. Nasty Noodle on 3, Get Shirty on 3, Corporal Punishment on 3, and Yorkshire Terror on 3. They are all going to have to keep an eye on that. All right, so we're going to start this jam. 2 Blue Mountains blockers in the box, 1 Siren. Vicious Delicious is through for a quick lead. No, sorry, Ruby Whipper's through for a quick lead. Vicious Delicious, though, not far behind. Tight pack there. They're all speeding up. Ruby calls it. 3 points to 0, narrows that lead to just 2. This is still anybody's game. It could well come down to penalties later in the second half. Still 1 Blue Mountains blocker in the box. It's 5 on 4. Advantage to the Sirens as they go and trap Chick Dastardly in the back. We have a ref takedown at the front with Unsteady going into the legs of Boom Tish. Not on purpose, though. A forearms call out there on number 210, Metallicas. That's going to give Unsteady the opportunity to earn lead. Puts that lap point on Chick Dastardly. Nasty Noodle working well with Natural Born Killer to keep Chick Dastardly at the back. She's now finally through to her scoring. But with the lap point already for Unsteady, she's going to go for more. She's going to try and call it. Did Chick get any points? No, she didn't. So that was a good call off by Unsteady there. 5 points so far. And 4 more. That's a 9-0 lead change. Northern Beach is now in control, but that jam bled a toll on penalties. Only Yorkshire Terror on the track. Funnily enough, Victoria hit her through for a very quick lead with only 1 blocker to beat. Patch with a full contingent of Free Sisters. But she makes her way through. She's on her scoring pass now. Victoria Hitter's going to try and make it an easy pass. 1, 2 blockers pass, 2 ghost points. 4-0. 69-72. Sirens still maintain that slim lead. 7 minutes to go. Ruby Whipper going up against Vicious Delicious here. A few more blockers on the track now. Vicious going up against a strong 3-wall anchored by Golden Bruisemole. Lead jammer there, picked up by Ruby Whipper. Takes patience to be a successful jammer like that, and she just waited for that right opportunity. Half a lap lead on Vicious Delicious, who's now on her scoring pass. Ruby Whipper going up the outside. She gets her point. She's getting the pack is getting the speed up call from the bench. They want to wind that penalty time to get Crushinova out of the box. Ruby calling it off there. Didn't quite clear the box, but Unsteady with 3 blockers to help her up against 4 Free Sisters. And it's a quick lead jammer for Victoria Hitter, doing what she does best and just smashing out lead. Gets through the pack, calls it off. No messing around there. It's going to take it 4 points to nothing. We have a 1-point game here. Still blockers in the penalty box. Blood Red Penny sitting for the Free Sisters, but she's joined by, I can't quite see who it is. I think it's Nasty Noodle. Those penalties just racking up for both teams. Evenly matched at the moment, but as we mentioned, Blue Mountains with less on their roster, so it could make a difference later on. Vicious Delicious with lead jammer and about a quarter half lap lead over Patch. Ninja Rogers, she tries to set up the point. She traps 1 at the back. That point's earned. Vicious Delicious squeezes another one out. 2 points to nothing. We've got a lead change. right, jam number 24. Just 3 minutes left. Chick Darsley trapped by finally a four wall of Sirens on the track. What mic is it on?
So Ruby Whipper giving chase and calling it off, getting ahead of Chick Darsley before Chick Darsley can put on any points. So once again, another lead change. Sirens take control. 80 plays 77, getting close to Oranges here.
And a late welcome to BK here joining me on the mic. We have some extra microphones that just arrived at the stadium.
It is good to be here, Colonel Patnick. Grand final day. We've had some technical issues, but we are live and we are calling some great action here. Lots of lead changes, lots of awesome derby happening.
This game is super close. These teams have been close all year. I'm really excited to see what the final result is here. Still got one jam left before halftime though.
Vicious Delicious taking a big shot, keeps on skating and claims lead jammer status. Got about 3/4 of a lap on Sirens. Jammer gets through, puts up 4 and calls it off.
We are seeing a track cut signaled out the OPRs. I think that is on the jammer. We may be seeing a power jam start here. A little bit of confusion in the box. Yes, we are seeing a power jam start.
So Power Jam here to Northern Beaches via Corporal Punishment. She gets through quickly for lead jammer by turn 1. Opportunity here to take back the lead after that last lead swap to Blue Mountain. So each jam, the last couple, has been back and forth lead swaps, and here's one more to Northern Beaches. 5 points on the board for Corporal Punishment. Getting this Power Jam started right.
She's just lapping unopposed there, making it look easy. Almost stays in bounds, but that tap from the Three Sisters blockers forces her out.
Annie Emergency doing some good work as the last line of defense. Only 2 blockers there, but delaying her progress somewhat. Vicious Delicious now back on track. Power Jam is over, but Corporal Punishment already having done some damage. More points on offer here. 10 so far. Third scoring pass completed.
Again, the penalty box filling up. The Blue Mountains blocker, it's the Sirens blocker getting the penalty, but the remain on track signal from the refs.
Topanali, bench coach for the Sirens, giving the signal to Corporal Management to keep it going. They'll give up some points if it means they can clear the box.
14 points to 4 so far to Patch, so the long jam definitely working out for them, and it looks like we now have all their blockers back on the track. And that will bring us through to halftime. 18 points to 6, Sirens favor. Sirens going into the locker room with the lead. We've had a bunch of lead changes these last 10 minutes, so I think it's definitely second period penalties is what's going to define this.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams playing relatively short. Northern Beaches with 12, but Blue Mountains with their signature 9 strong roster. Penalties can play a factor. Fatigue, definitely. So we'll see how that plays out in the second half.
Blue Mountains have certainly made this work earlier in the season. The short roster keeping them focused and together.
And it keeping them in touch so far. Lots of lead changes. We go into halftime. 98 to the Northern Beaches Sirens. Three Sisters 87 from Blue Mountains. It is the playoff for third spot in the Battlegrounds division here at the 5x5 Grand Final.
At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply.
The second half of action about to get underway. Here we are at the 5x5 Grand Final Spectacular. We're here at the playoff for third between Northern Beaches Roller Girls Sirens taking on Blue Mountains Roller Derby League's Free Sisters. It's been a seesaw battle in the first half. Lots of great action to keep it close. Free Sisters 87, the Sirens on 98. I'm the Big Cahoon and I'm joined today by Colonel Panic on the microphone.
Welcome back here. Yes, period 2. These teams have been super close for the last half hour. Multiple lead changes in period 1. And their story so far really has been that penalty board. There's been very, very few jams with 5-on-5. Having a look on the black side, so they have their, well, it's not quite a micro roster, but it's not far off it. Number 1832, Blood Red Penny, she is on 5 penalties. Number 911, An Emergency, she's on 4. And number 99, Ninja Rogers, she's on 5.
So some danger stations for the team. Two skaters on 5 penalties. Got to keep it relatively clean for the full 30 if they want to stay on that track and support their team.
Definitely with that smaller roster, that's a danger. Luckily, Victoria Hitter, she's showing clean on the penalty board. So they've got that veteran to rely on who's been playing effective and clean so far. However, over on the teal side, the Northern Beaches Sirens, they're not doing much better. Nasty Noodle, she's on 4. I can't quite see the penalty board now, but then, but the Sirens, then they're really also in trouble. So either of these teams, I know one of them is on 6. Hopefully we'll get an unobstructed view in a moment.
When we do get a shot of that penalty board or a view, and it will update you for sure.
There we go, 1-8-1, that's crushing over. She is on 6. Number 6-6, Natural Born Killers on 4. Number 8-5, Yorkshire Terrors on 4. So they do have a lot of skaters that are in trouble penalty-wise. And you've seen in the previous period, the team that's had few blockers on the track has been scored against easily.
Not being on the track definitely leaves your team vulnerable. Ruby Whipper getting the jam started. Second half started for Northern Beaches. Gets through for Lee Jammer quickly. Victoria Hitter out and behind her. Not Lee Jammer though.
She's picking up a high block penalty. That's going to take her to 6.
It's a first.
Yeah, 6 penalties there. Victoria Hitter in the box. Ruby Whipper scoring 4 points with lead.
So Ruby Whipper with the power jam here. Chance to extend the lead. Pushes it out to 19. There's 4 more added.
Victoria Hitter now back on the track. That is her first of the game. Not the best time to have it when you're wearing the Jammer Star though.
Ruby Whipper making short work of the pack once again. 4 more added. Victoria Hitter completing her first initial pass. Now on scoring. Chance here for Ruby Whipper to add a couple more.
Victoria Hitter racing Ruby Whipper around the track, but Ruby just casually keeping in front. She's going to let her do that and wind that penalty clock down. Nasty Noodle and Yorkshire Terror in the box. That's going to bring Yorkshire Terror to 6. Definitely not what she wants. You can see there at home the penalty board looking pretty tough for both teams. Ruby Whipper is clean for the Sirens. It's showing Pris Sarah's clean. I don't believe she is actually skating today though. Oh no, she is. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. She just hasn't been going to the penalty box, so I haven't been seeing her come near the commentator desk.
So depleted pack to start for Northern Beaches here. 4-2 advantage to the Blue Mountains.
Definitely not a sight that you want as a jammer. Well, certainly not as the Sirens jammer to only have 2 of your blockers on the track.
Absolutely. That's unsteady out there for the Sirens. Regardless of the pack, advantage to Blue Mountains. Unsteady, claiming lead jammer status.
Chick Dastardly sent all the way into the suicide seats there. An emergency, she picks up a failure to reform right off the whistle, and no pack called when it started, and she didn't immediately move. Lead jammer to the Sirens though, despite that pack disadvantage. Chick Dastardly struggling on the outside and now in the penalty box. Nasty Noodle's going to sit back down for a trip. That's going to bring her to 6 penalties also. Sirens now with 3 of their blockers on 6.
Unsteady adding another 5 to the tally. Maybe they can try to get as many points while they've still got skaters able to play in the game.
27 minutes to go. That's a long time to not rack up another penalty.
I'm going to make a big call here, Colonel Panic. Prediction. No one will see this coming, but I think we're going to have some foul outs today.
I think that's a pretty tough call to say, but Looking at the penalty board right now, there's definitely some skaters that are going to have to change their style of play if they're going to stay on the track. It's a hard call as a lineup manager at this point. Do you just keep playing them until they foul out, or do you give them a bit of time to think about themselves?
What would you do, Colonel Panic? You are a bench manager for the Force, playing in the grand final here today.
Generally, whether they're on 6 or 7, it's kind of irrelevant. If they're being effective, you keep putting them out there while you can. Just not with the star when they're on 6, because a 2-minute power jam is never fun.
Well, Blue Mountains with 9 don't have a lot of options. They need to play who they need to play.
Luckily, some of their key point scorers are reasonably clean so far. Vicious Delicious, she's chasing around without lead, trying to get a point. There's one.
Yeah,
Patch calls it
Pack.
off. Nasty Noodle hit to the outside. She picks up 3 against lead.
Corporal Punishment was going with her, watched her the whole way, and then let her get some points against the lead. 0 points to Northern Beaches.
Yeah, a little odd. The Sirens do have a reasonable point advantage at the moment. 136 plays 92. But you don't want to give away points against lead. So in this next jam, Ruby Whipper, she's been super effective for the Sirens so far this game. She's pushing towards the front, going for lead. And she gets it. Chick Dastardly still being recycled at the back of the pack. Crushing over, doing a great job keeping Chick Dastardly behind her. There's the lap point for Ruby. Chick Dastardly now out to start her scoring pass. But Ruby with a clean pass there. All the points in the pack earned.
Only given 4 by the jam ref.
Yeah, 4-0. I would have thought that's now her second lap point. She goes jammer on jammer, takes Chick Dastardly down and earns the forearms penalty for her trouble.
So Ruby Whipper on her way to the box. Power jam here to Blue Mountains. And a chance to claw back the score a little bit at least.
Tough call. That was Ruby Whipper's first penalty of the game. Forearms call when you've got lead is not the time you want that. With some smart jamming going jammer on jammer defensive, but it didn't work out for her. Crushing over signal to the penalty box. Looks like possibly a penalty box violation. Might have left before she was signaled. Chick Dastardly has been knocked down hard. First aiders are attending. Big shout out to our first aid crew here today. Very experienced professionals. Being grand final day, skaters are going to put it all on the line.
Absolutely, and at least they always know that they are in safe hands medically. I know, Colonel Panic, that our Surf Life Saver first aid crew here, he's actually a trauma paramedic for his day job.
I have heard that, and it's very lucky that we have someone so experienced with such credentials looking after our skaters. It really can make a big difference.
I mean, fingers crossed we keep him very bored today and he doesn't actually have to do anything.
I know he does like his derby. I've seen him taking the odd photo while he's sitting there watching. It's great to have enthusiastic professionals from all walks of life here. All right, Chick Dastardly, she's skating under her own power. Gonna just go and be checked out. Looks like the jam was called off for that though, which means she's gonna have to sit out 3. Not really what the Sirens, the Free Sisters need right now.
Yeah, Chick Dastardly missing a couple of jams here, sitting the mandated 3 jams when a jam is called off due to injury. She is one of their relatively more clean players as far as penalties go.
Good news is it looks like they're just checking her for, I think she landed on her back. It's not, they don't appear to be checking for any concussions or anything, so she's, good chance she'll be back in 3 jams. All right, we're about to get back underway. Victoria Hitter wearing the star for the Free Sisters. Gets Shirty, last line of defense, takes her out of bounds, recycles it all the way to the back and giving Ruby Whipper that lead jammer.
So Whipper quickly around, making short work of that track and completing the first scoring pass before Victoria Hitter can even get out of the pack.
Gets Shirty, making life really hard for Victoria Hitter, but she's now out and scoring. Ruby Whipper adds 4 to the total. As they have been doing, winding the clock a little bit, gets the signal from Topanali to call it. Again, it seems not soon enough. 2 points earned against lead.
So 104 for the Free Sisters, plays 147 for the Northern Beaches Sirens.
You can see there on the penalty board now, Krushenova has fouled out. Your prediction was correct.
Nostradamus, they call me.
Nasty Noodle and Yorkshire Terror both on 6.
There may just be a couple more, I'm just saying.
Vicious Delicious is lining up for the star, but we have an official timeout. Topanali just having a chat with his skaters. They have a 43-point lead, which is about the biggest lead we've seen all afternoon so far. Still 22 minutes left in this game, though. It's a long time to play with that penalty board the way it is.
Yeah, a lot of time left and a lot of opportunities to pick up more penalties. I don't know what sort of adjustments they can make mid-game to sort of quell the flow of penalties.
It's pretty tough. Penalties do breed penalties, so the only thing you can do is just play your game and not overcommit when you have blockers in the box. It's the hardest thing to do. Normally you have 4 lanes, 1 lane per blocker. As soon as someone's in the box, people start to try and own more than 1 lane each, and that's when you start throwing your body and drawing more penalties.
Yeah, you're working harder, you're compensating and covering more area.
So it's just a mental change you've got to do. You've got to know that you own that lane 100%, and if the other lane is open because someone's in the box, that's not something you should try and compensate for, because all it's going to do is get you in the box. All right, we're back underway here. We have one of the Free Sisters in the box. We have all the Sirens on the track. 5 on 4. Vicious Delicious is pushing hard, but it's unsteady with lead. There's about an inch between the jammers, though. Unsteady with just that tiny lead over Vicious Delicious. The pack are jostling, trying to set the points up. Get Shirty, she's calling her pack to the front. They're speeding things up here. Unsteady going for that 1 point. She gets it 1-0, hard earned.
That's a lot of effort for not a lot of reward.
Calling for that racing pack to set up the points. Well, it can work in your advantage, but it can just tire you out and make the next jam harder. Certainly something we've been training at both Smash and Southsiders, just to really hold strong and set your points up with a wall wherever you are.
You're not afraid of playing the log jam, are you, Colonel Panic?
Well, if you've got trust in your packs, the long jams can give you a massive advantage on the scoreboard.
So Corporal Punishment, a.k.a. Patch, she's now lead jammer for the Sirens. Victoria Hitter on the same path. She's out, about a quarter lap between them. And Victoria Hitter against the lead, picking up points here and taking over.
They have a bit of a penalty box do-si-do. Get Shirty back on the track. nearly having a collision with Kitty Carnage in the box. But they managed to do the swap cleanly. 4 points to Patch. Victoria hit her without lead, but 5 points.
Yeah, picked up the Jammer lap point there against the lead. 9-4. And Corporal Punishment keeps it going.
It's a little odd scoring strategy they're running here. Already 5 points up against the lead and still scoring. A hop, skip and a jump. Victoria hit her through the apex and around Get Shirty. Stays in bounds by the narrowest of margins.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
But
footwork keeps her in place.
Shirty not giving up. She recycles a while Victoria Hitter gets her balance. Maybe this scoring strategy will pay off. Patch has now caught up that lap she was down. It's now 9 points apiece. And Victoria Hitter knocked down and recycled again. It's going to work out for them. That's kind of how long jams do play out. They start off a little bit down and then they end up with...
Wow. It's always a risk. It either goes for you or against you, and this time it happened to work out 15 to 13.
Only by 2 points, so I wouldn't really tick that one off as a successful long jam, but it wasn't an unsuccessful one.
Well, maybe they are playing the longer jam to give more time on the track for the penalties to rack up for the short roster. They know that they only got 9. Fatigue may be playing a factor very soon as they hit the 3/4 mark, I guess. So keeping them moving, keeping them running could be part of the strategy.
Certainly could. Running long jams means less time spent in 30-second lineups. That means more opportunity to score, but also more opportunity to pick up penalties. We now have 2 foul outs for the Sirens, though. Nasty Noodle is going to watch the rest of this game. She's just taking her skates off over there behind the bench.
So I might be wrong, but I think that might actually even them up now.
I think we are 1. Sirens have 1 more blocker. However, those left on the track for the Sirens are generally fairly clean. Only Yorkshire Terror really in trouble.
Ruby Whipper with lead jammer and a full lap on the opposition. Blue Mountains Jammer still stuck in that pack, so 5-point pass coming up here if Ruby Whipper can get through without issue. Vicious Delicious going down on the outside there.
Ooh, looks like Yorkshire Terror has just picked up her 7th. That's going to level the bench numbers. Miss Prish, she had been clean to this point. She's just picked up a penalty too. That's going to really thin out the pack. Vicious Delicious able to get through and start her scoring pass, but Ruby Whipper still going to push for a couple more points before calling it off right there.
So Yorkshire Terror, if people will remember back to round 3 out at Hawkesbury, she broke her shoulder, a collarbone in that game after a big collision with Copper Floggen. This is her return game. So maybe there's some rust there. Maybe there's a little bit of finding her feet back again in her first game back and fouling out today.
Well, she wasn't the first one to foul out, so she's doing better than a few of her teammates. She looks like she's enjoyed herself out there. She is running some shoulder padding, I see. I've switched to running shoulder and chest padding when I've been out there lately. Those hits...
It's almost needed, even if you haven't broken recently, isn't it?
Right. The hits can certainly send you flying, and sometimes your own hits.
Northern Beaches season, I've never seen, not only in 5x5, just in Derby since I've been around, a season so decimated by injury. They were the grand finalists in Battlegrounds last year with a real hope and I think a goal to get back and go one better. But injuries has really torn them apart this year. Yorkshire Terror making it back now after round 3. Corporal Punishment, who's played spectacularly so far, actually broke her arm in round 4 right on this track. So there's a little bit of a mental game there for Corporal Punishment. Patch coming back to the place where she broke her arm and putting on a show today.
Yeah, it's been a crazy season. We haven't played on a lot of concrete floors, which are usually that little bit harder. These sprung sports floors, generally a little more forgiving, but it hasn't proven for the Sirens. I was chatting with Topinali just before this game. He was saying last year they were having 20 people rosters and having to pick. This year they played whoever is still standing.
It's really derailed their hopes for a championship. But they keep on going, keep on fighting, and right now playing off for third and in control, 169 to 118 over Blue Mountains.
Looking over at the Blue Mountains bench, the skaters are getting pretty hot. They're getting tired. It's not particularly warm in the venue today, but these skaters are giving it their all.
In the last round, the Blue Mountains only played with 7, and when I looked at the game sheets, the number of jams that they played just by sheer numbers, I think Dr. Who I remember doing the numbers. She played 41 out of 51 jams for 83% or something.
That's an insane number of jams in a closely fought game.
So just by comparison, Colonel Panic, for your own team, the Force, I think the highest number of jams someone played was 19 in that same round.
Yeah, we normally do like 1 on 1 off, and then every 4 you get an extra rest. So, you're not even going to hit 50% with a lineup like that.
These players, the lowest was 63, the highest was in the 80% of jams played, which means not a lot of sitting down.
You definitely have to go into a game with a different approach when running a roster like that. The last Smash game that I lineup managed, we had very, very few skaters, and 3 of them it was their first game. So we had our veterans on. I think we ran 16 jams without taking people off the track.
Wow.
And yeah, you play a different game. It can work in your advantage. It can be tough if you get those penalties. We're back underway. It looks like we have 5 on 5 for the first time in a while. Pat Shrew, as BK was just saying, injured last time she played here, having a killer game on her return. Kitty Carnage just smashed down on the wall there. Pat Shrew for a quick and easy 5. Victoria Hitter, she's struggling out there this jam. Is she running out of steam? She certainly seems to be going a little slower.
When you're in such high rotation, playing against hard blockers, it's going to take its toll eventually.
Patch puts another 4 on, calls it off cleanly. 9 points, extending the lead now. 60-point lead to the Sirens. We are exactly 3/4 of the way through this game. I think kind of what we predicted is coming true. The shorter roster of the Free Sisters is taking its toll, and their point scoring is slowing down. Ruby Whipper goes jammer on jammer. She's like, well, she's trying to draw Vicious Delicious all the way back.
Vicious Delicious having none of it.
Ruby Whipper's trying for a Eat the Baby or a Dingo, depending on which camp you come from. She's happy to wind it down. Points and time are in the favor of
Funny
the
thing
Sirens.
is, you don't see it work all that well when they're on the inside track.
No, well, there's no way
shouldn't be
that the jammer can outrun. The worst that'll happen here is that the Blue Mountains pack will actually catch Ruby and do the opposite.
Vicious Delicious showing some patience. Who's going to balk first here?
It's kind of a moot point. Like, the more they rest the Blue Mountains, the more they're going to get back into the game. Ruby Whipper now with the gas on. But the Dingo move didn't work. Vicious Delicious hot on her heels.
And she can move, can't she, KP?
She sure can. Not showing any signs of fatigue there. Now Ruby Whipper earns lead, all that work, and she still hasn't got a point yet.
It's been going a while. It's a minute and a half this jam so far, and no points.
Both jammers out on their scoring pass now. Ruby Whipper with about half a lap lead. Calling to a team to set the points up. There's one. There's two. Vicious Delicious hot in pursuit. Ruby Whipper, well, the jam clock expired before she could do anything else about it.
So that jam going the full 2 minutes, and Whipper picking up 4-1. Vicious Delicious able to pick up one against the lead.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a story of this game. The Sirens have been delaying the call off, and the Free Sisters have been sneaking little points in here and there.
So 63 points in it now. Sirens extending and the lead growing, biggest it's been so far.
Chick Dastardly just a little bit of patience and sees a big clean opening on lane 1 and takes it. She's got half a lap of lead. Unsteady though, she's closing in. Chick Dastardly, the taller skater, but not putting the power down the way Unsteady is, as she's trying to get some points of her own. Boom, and she's got some.
Unsteady grabbing some too though. 4-2 Chick Dastardly.
Points against lead once again.
Once against the lead. You could see as she was skating in front of the Blue Mountains crowd, she was getting the scream from them to call it, call it, call it. Just a couple of seconds too late, but that's all it takes in roller derby. It's a game of inches and millimeters, and the difference between 4-0 and 4-2.
And you could see on Unsteady's face as she came past the commentary box, she wanted those points.
She was going hard. She was chasing it. And rewarded. Good defensive jamming.
All right, Patch picking up lead. She tiptoes down lane 1, manages to stay in bounds and pick up that lead jammer status. Vicious Delicious about half a lap behind on her scoring pass now. Patch in control. She just got one to beat. There's all 4 points. She's going to keep it going. Signal from the bench is to go, go, go. Metallica, she just picked up a track cut there. Oh, we have a jammer down. All right, these skaters taking big hits today. Blue Mountains have bounced back from theirs so far, but Vicious Delicious going down hard there.
That's not what we want to see here today.
Seeing the penalty boards filling up even more. The Blue Mountain side is looking harsh. 2 skaters on 6, and I see they've just penciled the 7th in. I'm not sure what skater that is. And
funnily enough, I was only about to comment a second ago, but I didn't want to jinx them and say, for sitting on 6 for so long, they've done quite good to get to 10 minutes left in the game. As soon as I thought that, I see them notch up another penalty there.
Yeah, that is Blood Red Penny with 7 marked in on the board. The penalty box manager signaling 2 skaters to return for additional penalties. And the crowd putting their hands together. Vicious Delicious, she's leaving the track under her own steam. She's skating off. She will have to sit the next 3 because it was called for that injury.
The black and white curtain that are the officials, the refs, rise.
Vicious Delicious, she looks okay. I'm no medical expert, but she's not holding anywhere. She's not looking broken.
It definitely could be worse.
All right, I think we're about to get back underway. The officials are just busy on those whiteboards tallying that massive penalty count. So it looks like we're going to see Blood Red Penny take her skates off and spectate the rest of this. And we're going to see An Emergency and Ninja Rogers both sitting on 6. Still 10 minutes left to play. A 67-point lead to the Sirens. It looks like they're putting a firm grasp on that third place trophy. It's going to be hard to come back with a short roster with that penalty count and this late in the game. All right, the official's still just tallying all those penalties. You can see the NSOs there standing over, tallying all the points, tallying all the penalties. I think that's An Emergency, Metallicas, and all I can see is a pivot stripe. Got 3 in the box. That's Natural Born Killer for the Sirens. Head ref game over, heading to the box. I think she's going to instruct on some foul outs. And that will be Natural Born Killer has picked up her 7th there. Seated in the box at the end of that and being instructed to take her skates off and take no further part in this game. That's now 4 foul outs for the Sirens.
They're definitely under the Blue Mountains numbers now.
Yeah, they are.
I think that puts them down to 7. Because they named 12 and then Betty Rocker was a scratch before the game started.
But starting that gem, just Dr. Hoo-Hoo on the track for the Free Sisters. Dr. Hoo-Hoo picks up the failure to reform. There was no pack for a good extended period there. Roxy Toxin now back on the pack, allowing Dr. Hoo-Hoo to serve that penalty. There's only 2 blockers on the track. 1 from each team. Miss Priss returns from the box. She's going to try and catch the pack.
So Ruby already picking out 4 depleted packs both sides.
Victoria Hitter just throws Roxy Toxin into the remaining Sirens blocker. She picks up her 4. Both jammers are going to do what they can to just wind those penalty box minutes off. Hearing the call from Topinali, skate, skate, skate. No pack. Boom. There's a failure to reform. Victoria Hitter ducks under the last blocker for more points. They're matching point for point. It's 8 all. These jammers are just trying to get some blockers on the track. Ruby Whipper calls it off.
So both jammers going point for point there, but Ruby Whipper getting the advantage. 2 points in that last pass. So 10-8, long jam, little reward. But again, it might just be wearing down the Blue Mountains. Let them skate, let them skate, let them skate, and hopefully something pays off.
It did look suspiciously like Ruby Whipper just skated off the track before calling it off there, but no penalties assessed.
You don't wear the stripes anymore, Colonel Penny.
And we have no replay, so I can't even make the call. But either way, Patch getting forced down by Ninja Roger, but not back. She just stands up, keeps going, gets the lead jammer.
So Chick Darsley now out of the pack, but Corporal Punishment, or Patch, as she's affectionately known, already completing a scoring. That's 4 done. Half a lap between our two jammers. Chick Darsley approaching for points.
Call off there, Chick Darsley, no points earned. 4 for the Sirens. And we have a team timeout to the Blue Mountains.
So a very edge of the line call off there again. Almost gave points away against the lead.
It's very close. But I guess they're playing clock management at this point.
7.5 minutes left in the game. 131 to the Free Sisters. 204 to the Sirens. Sirens definitely in control of this game.
So the Free Sisters calling a timeout there. They're not having a big chat. They're just gathering their thoughts, taking a deep breath. They're all still smiling. I can see Vicious Delicious back in the lineup there. So she's been cleared by the medical staff.
Yeah, when you're playing this short, you want to use your timeouts almost as a break and a rest period rather than to speak strategy or whatever.
Victoria Hitter lining up against Ruby Whipper, both veteran jammers for their teams, both successful at putting points on the board this afternoon. One blocker apiece in the penalty box. So no team with the advantage. 7 minutes 30 left in the game.
Ruby Whipper pushed to the inside.
Pushed by Victoria Hitter, it looked like. Victoria Hitter jukes and dives and gets lead. Ruby's got a gas on and she just outruns Ninja Rogers. Ruby with that long stride, she is catching Victoria Hitter pretty quickly there. There's now inches in it. Victoria Hitter gets one. Ruby gets them all.
Oh, that was great. Just picked up that inside foot to avoid the cut and went through on the right only. 5 points for Ruby Whipper.
Victoria Hitter now, she picks up her 4, but she's half a lap behind with lead. Ruby about to score some more. Victoria's going to just keep going though. Blue Mountains putting some pack speed on, but now Ruby's got Ninja Rogers points. She's just got Roxy Toxin to beat. There's 4 more.
No signal from the bench. Wonder if she knows if she's lead.
Mischief Manage just kind of shrugging her shoulders.
There you go.
Victoria Hitter finally
calling it off from the ground.
Tough jam though, only 7 points to the Free Sisters. So not only points against lead, but more points against lead. 213 plays 138. We're running out of time here. I don't think there's enough jams left for Blue Mountains to do anything about this. Ninja Rogers picked up a penalty right at the end there, and that's her 7th. She's gonna sit these last 5 minutes out. So that's 2 foul outs on the Blue Mountains bench, 4 over on the Sirens bench.
Slim pickings out there for the lineup managers.
Patch with just 2 to beat there. She does it easily. She uses some power and a shoulder barge to just get through and get lead. And Emergency tries the same, but it doesn't work. She just gets lapped by Patch.
Yeah, so still on her initial 5-point pass for Corporal Punishment.
I kind of love watching Patch jam. She's definitely doesn't jam like a figure skater, but she manages to find these openings.
Yeah, great game here from Patch. Recently moved to the Central Coast, so likely playing her last game here today for the Northern Beaches.
That will be a tough loss for the Sirens, but so far today she's just racking up points for them. There's another 5. Again, she just found that lane. I don't think she touched any blockers.
So 15 points so far, and Pat's still going. An emergency on her initial pass.
An emergency puts a big hit to try and clear a lane. It works for that one blocker, but the Sirens really smart, just wall up straight in front. We've really seen Get Shirty wearing that pivot stripe and directing the walls to recycle over and over. An emergency now out on her scoring pass, but she looks exhausted. She's kind of shaking her head at the bench, going, I'm done.
There's not a lot left in the tank, is there? She looks over the bench with a look on her face that says, help me.
She's going to go jammer on jammer with Patch. That's
at least it's slower. She can chill for a bit there.
She's
with
working
Patch.
it so far. Patch aware that she's in control. She doesn't have to do anything silly there. Just winds that one down. 3 minutes 30 left in the game.
Patch made her work hard for that one. 24-point jam to the Sirens and extending their lead, the biggest they've had. 237, 138.
Five seconds is signaled, but we have a timeout. Mischief Managed calling it from the bench. She's just going to give those skaters a rest. First aiders have just come over to make sure any emergency's okay after that jam.
She was sucking a lot of wind as she came to the bench with her hands on her hips.
It's scary what adrenaline can do to the human body. I've seen it many times in the past. Skaters playing through some brutal injuries and not realizing until the end of the jam. I think we saw it with Natural Born Killer's injury earlier in the year.
Natural Born Killer?
Yorkshire Terror, sorry.
Oh, York. Yeah, when she did, she took that big hit in the shoulder. Obviously broke a collarbone. Jumped back on the track to keep jamming.
Yeah.
And you could see, like, I noticed as soon as she sort of stepped on, she started, when you hurt your shoulder, you hold it a little bit limp.
Yeah.
But kept going. She was lead and could have called it off, but like you said, adrenaline rushes to that body.
Yeah, you can see she was trying to do a star pass, but her arm just wasn't working properly. And the adrenaline just wasn't sending that signal to her head.
So every hit, every time she was running into that wall with a broken collarbone. Amazing stuff these people do.
All right, we have Ruby Whipper against Vicious Delicious. Vicious seems no worse for wear after that injury call-off earlier, and she earns lead against the Sirens. Jammer on jammer here, though. Very, very close between them. Ruby Whipper, she knows that this is time on their side, so she's just going to force the call off.
So Vicious Delicious going down there after a little bit of contact with Ruby Whipper, and Ruby doing the universal sign of, I didn't do it. She put her hands up. Just, nope, wasn't me. Hands straight up.
So 2 minutes 25. This could not be the last jam. We're going to get one more, I think. We have an official review, so this could be the last jam. Official review called by the Freeze Sisters. I think the smart money would be them calling for a penalty on Ruby Whipper for that jammer on jammer action in the last jam.
But like I said, she put her hands up. She said, I didn't do it.
Definitely the sign for you didn't do anything. Coming up next here on Down Under Derby TV, we have third and fourth place in the Armageddon division. Newcomers to the championship this year, the SRDL Snipers, going up against the Newcastle Dockyard Dames.
Yeah, absolutely. First of 4 games here today, all of them are going to be absolute crackers. This one coming up next, Sydney versus Newcastle. It's going to be great. The last time they faced off was in round 3. Newcastle taking it by 6 points in the final jam.
Yeah, definitely could have gone either way. Snipers just calling in that one a little bit earlier than they needed to get the win. But they were under extreme pressure from the Newcastle defense, forcing that call off. Not under pressure, though, is Patch.
And Victoria Hitter on her way to the box. A power jam here now for Patch.
We're into the final 2 minutes of game 1. A strong 4-wall put up by the Blue Mountains defense. Kitty Carnage picks up a low block against Patch, so Patch gets through and scores 5. Going to extend the lead. There's now a 100-point differential, 104 now. Patch gets through with very little resistance to put another 5 on. She doesn't look tired at all.
No, she'd skate for days, Patch.
Drops her shoulder, forces her way through 5 more points, racking them up. Unsteady putting a big hit on Victoria Hitter, forcing her out and back. Patch scoring without much difficulty still. There's another 5. That's 20 points still with 37 seconds left to score.
It is a fast-moving pack, very broken walls, not a chance for them to set up and really give opposition to Patch. She's just carving them up right now, 20-0. But Victoria Hitter is out.
Question is Patch going to call it off and squeeze another jam in here? Or is she going to try and wind it out?
Game clock is outside of the jam clock. So if they call a timeout, they can get another jam in if they want.
Well, she's going to play the long jam, even though Victoria Hitter's on her scoring pass. Patch just keeps racking them up.
Looking at the bench, no timeout signaled.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's going to be your full-time whistle.
Yeah, both coaches happy to let that one go. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Unofficial final score. Northern Beaches Sirens taking out Blue Mountains Free Sisters 262-141 and claiming 3rd spot in the Battlegrounds Division 2015 5x5.
Congratulations to the Sirens. Despite all that penalty trouble and all those foul outs, they were behind in period 1. They were struggling a little bit against some formidable jamming by the Free Sisters, but exhaustion paying its toll on the ladies from the Blue Mountains. That last jam kind of showing how the second half played out, 25 points to 3.
Yeah, very close first half, back and forth, seesaw battle. But as the game got longer, legs got more tired, Northern Beaches able to run away with it.
Some really stellar play by a few of the skaters out there. Ruby Whipper with just that one penalty, she just racked up a lot of those 262 points for the Sirens. Obviously a jammer can make it look easy when the pack is doing all the work. Big shout out to every one of those skaters. A strong game there also on the Blue Mountain side by their veteran Victoria Hitter. She played a pretty clean game and scored a lot of those 141 points.
You're always going to get a tough battle from Blue Mountains regardless. I know they have been a team for a while that did push Southside for a long time as well.
And you can see here on the live stream just how many people have come down to the Whitlam Leisure Centre for this 5x5 finals day. Both skaters, officials, family members, friends, and just lovers of Derby lining the track to high-five these skaters as they come around.
Including, of course, Newcastle and Sydney, the Dockyard Dames and the Snipers, all geared up and ready to go because they will be taking to the track next up.
Yes, the A Division Armageddon lining up in front of the commentary box here. Final score is up on the board. 262 to the Northern Beaches Sirens, 141 to the Blue Mountains Free Sisters. We're going to shake the refs' hands. They've had a tough job.
Yeah, a lot of whistle blowing in that one.
And I think there were a lot of really good no calls too. Despite all those penalties on the board, it's the no calls that actually work the refs' brains the hardest.
So first game down, folks. We got 3 more to come. Lots of action coming at you. We'll be back shortly with the Newcastle Dockyard Dames taking on Sydney Roller Derby League Snipers. That's up next.
We have, well, according to the time of day, we have less than 10 minutes till first whistle, so don't go anywhere, folks. Newcastle and Sydney, they're going to be going head-to-head. I guess they're going to get a couple of minutes of warm-up and then straight into it. So whether you're watching this on the archive or you're on the live stream all around the country and the world, don't go anywhere, folks.
I'm going to cry. I already have cried. We're number 3. We're number 3.
All right, and I'm joined here by the winners of Game 1 here at the 5x5 Finals, 3rd place in Battlegrounds. You guys are looking pretty tired. How was that game?
It was tough. It was tough. They're a good bunch of girls and they're a tough bunch of girls. But I think last couple of games we've lost our mojo a bit, and we really played our game again today that we started the season with. We've come back, and I think we're back there.
Yeah, what she
ready
said.
for Ed.
Well, to use that sports term, it was a game of 2 halves.
Yes.
First half, they really had your number. Second half, you brought it back, and in the end, more than a 100-point differential. What changed at half time?
It was the breathing. Topper had us breathing. We were all we were cool, calm, and collected, and really it let us focus on our game. Yeah,
We did. And we were losing players, weren't we? We were penalty,
Left, right, and
we
centre.
were getting penaltied out. But as our numbers went down, I think we got stronger.
Yeah.
Because we said we're going to keep going back on now. We've got to stay strong, and we did. And I don't know, that did it. Yeah.
Well, certainly you had 4 foul outs. At one point, you were running less people on the bench than the Blue Mountains were, yet you were scoring more points and easing ahead.
I know, before I knew it, I looked up and we were 100 points difference from... Yeah, I don't know when that happened. I didn't see that happen.
All credit to the Blue Mountains girls. They play amazing derby, and they play amazing short. They're an absolute inspiration.
Well, congratulations. Team photos are happening, so I'll let you get over to it. Jump in there. Thank you. Come a bit closer.
Oh, it's in my eyes.
All right, joined here by the Blue Mountains Free Sisters. Really tough game.
Yes. It was a tough game.
Game of two halves, as I just spoke to these guys. You guys had it well in control in the first half.
Oh, did we? Yeah.
And they've managed to bring it back in the second.
Yeah.
Tell us, how did that game go for you guys?
We were low on jam at that time, so Vic and Vicious and had to work really hard. Annie and Chick stepped up to the plate, and I mean, it was just all round tough. They worked really, really well, and were stronger than us on the day. So.
Yeah, they're very strong blockers. Their hits and their backwards blocking is just phenomenal. So we really felt it.
You guys did go in with a short roster, but you've been doing that all season.
Yes, we have.
It looks like it's just tough playing like that.
Yeah, it is.
How do you approach a game with a short roster?
There's been a few more injuries towards the end of the season. We've kind of got a few injuries.
A few 9-month injuries and things.
9-month injuries. We've got all sorts of things going on. So, we were really happy with the way we played. There's always things we can work on and tighten up. Preparation was working on offense, mainly defense, offense.
And we're kind of thinking that we like playing short because you get a bit of action. And if sitting on the bench for 2 jams off in a row is pretty boring. So.
Well, BK and I were talking about the stats. The last time you guys played, I think people were up there in the 60, 70 and 80% of jams.
Yeah, the last game, Hoo had 80% on track. So, and today, Blood Red Penny did 12 jams in a row.
That's some pretty impressive stuff. That first period, you guys were well in control. And I think if we see you back out here next year, in ERD in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's right. We're really pumped for that. Hopefully we get a few more players on board for that one, so it'll be good.
It's going to be exciting. Thank you, guys. You can go rest and enjoy the rest of the derby here at 5x5.
Bye.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Everything
going to plan. Well, no, it's not my plan.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
How's he go?
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates.
All right, welcome back to 5x5 Finals Day. We're getting all set for the first game in Armageddon, the Newcastle Dockyard Dames versus SRDL's The Snipers. You can see on your screen right now the rosters for the Snipers. Number 122, Stockard Slamming. Number 14, Lowdown Hoedown. Number 23, Icy Red. 33, Low Blow Oreo. 55 is Goldie Horns. 9,000 is Feisty Cuffs under her new number. 131 Stocks. 22 Micro Machine. 288 Chakram. 501 Levi Strides. And 72 Carnage with number 94 Tonya Harder.
Alrighty, folks. For the Newcastle Dames, the team roster is 0690 Fantastic, 15 Marilyn Tantrum, 26 Mojo Malicious, 31 Reggie Ramjet, number 7 Hippie Hardass, 789 Moxie Monoxide, 93 Vanilla Bean, 100 Cali Ente, 16 Booger, 3 Holly Funk, 49 K Sass, 737 D Breen, 93 Godzilla sold separately, and 81 R18 Thunderslut.
And we're about to get underway. I'm Colonel Panic, joined here by
Miss Meow.
And this is sure to be an exciting matchup. Last time these two played back in round 3, 6 points between them, went down to the final jam. What are we going to see today?
I don't doubt that we're going to see some really good derby between these two teams. Their last game was a very closely matched one, and it was a good game on both sides.
This is sure to be a very different matchup to the game we've just seen here. Newcastle with a full bench of 14, Snipers with a bench of 12, so a lot more depth there.
Yeah, so we'll see if fatigue will set in early for either one of those teams, and we'll be able to see who will actually be able to make the dash for the last run as we draw down to the last 20 to 15 minutes of the game.
Now this is a little weird for me seeing Feisty Cuss wearing a new number. She's now 9000. The new WFTDA rules kicking in at the end of this year, choosing to make that number switch from K0 early on. She's wearing the Jammer Star for the Snipers, drawn out of bounds by Fantastic.
She's been drawn to the back of the pack, but the Newcastle Dames Jammer hasn't been able to... Oh, she's just come out on the outside to take lead Jammer. Feisty was knocked out of bounds on the inside, and again, she's been drawn to the back of the pack.
Mojo Malicious doing a beautiful job one-on-one holding Feisty back. Now Feisty gets through and around and out on her scoring pass. Godzilla in for the first penalty of the game. Holly Funk calls it off though, picks up 4 points. Calls it with plenty of time. We did see in the last game the Jammers calling it pretty late and some points being snuck in. I think these teams are going to be a little bit conservative early on.
Yes, it looks like it, given that we've only got 4 points on the scoreboard by the Dames, but I think this game is going to be a game of attrition where I think the Dames might just keep picking away at the points bit by bit rather than big, massive power scores.
Well, Dames well known for their hard-hitting style of play, but Carnage, number 7-2 for the Snipers. She squeezes her way through for an early lead.
Oh, she runs on her toes on the outside and makes a quick job of that.
Some really nice footwork. Picks up 5 points. Booger, one of the power jammers for the Dockyard Dames. She's forced out of bounds by Oreo and forced again. Godzilla returns from the box and just gives Booger that little shove she needed. However, 10 points for the Snipers up on the board. Carnage still time to get some more before Booger hits the pack. Carnage picks up 3. So does Booger.
Yep.
So that good pressure from the Newcastle jammer.
Yes, very good pressure. Yeah, she really hustled around the track to catch up to the pack and was able to just sneak in a few points before the jam got called off.
Sometimes it is harder work to be the not lead jammer. Booger making that effort worthwhile. Some beautiful work there by Tonya Harder and Oreo, but to no avail. Newcastle with lead.
Yeah. So Fanny was able to make a nice little pass on the inside apex.
Yeah, they were. Tonya Harder called for the multiplayer block as she tried to stop that apex run. The penalty freeing up Fanny Tastic for 4 points. 11-13. I think this is likely going to be the story of the afternoon. Teams trading points for points.
So we're up to, we've just had 3 jams, and the points so far is 13 to the Snipers and 11 points to the Newcastle Dames.
Feisty in the number 9,000 going up against Holly Funk. Holly mirrors Feisty's moves till a good opening appears.
We've got some lovely backwards blocking by the Newcastle Dames there on the outside, which weren't quite able to hold up Feisty as she comes out of the pack and takes lead jammer. She did some nice streaking and drawing them from side to side, and was able to crowd them out together and sneak past.
Reggie and Vanilla Bean working really effectively to hold Feisty up there, but Feisty with so much speed in her lateral movement found a hole, snuck through, but pressure from Newcastle forced her to call it with just 1 point added to the total.
Absolutely.
And it looks like we can now see your comments from home on the YouTube stream. Shout out to everyone watching at home. Jam number 5 underway. Carnage really effective in her first jam out. She's going to try it again, but Hippie Hardass, Godzilla, Mojo Malicious, and I think that's Vanilla Bean. Really, no. Yes, Vanilla Bean making it really hard work. Meanwhile, Booger at the back going up against Levi, Holly,
Ann,
Lowdown,
Lowdown,
and
Goldie.
Both teams with that 3-wall locked in. And Carnage, for a lot of work, she's looking tired already from that one. She does have lead, and Booger's stuck in the pack.
Yes, both jammers were held up really quite effectively by their opposition blockers. Both teams demonstrated good 4-wall formations with converting from brace to cube walls, I saw there.
And Newcastle doing what they're known for, a big hit, taking Carnage to the floor and forcing the call off. Again, just 2 points added to the total.
Ouch.
So pressure defense, serious pressure defense from Newcastle. 16 points, plays 11.
If the Dames are able to maintain the pressure like that against the Sydney Snipers, then they'll do quite well in maintaining a small point differential margin throughout the whole game.
Fanny Tastic wearing the star and sneaking her way through the pack. Number 2-2, Micro Machine, though, she finds a hole of her own. Through for her scoring pass. Fanny calls it off 2-0. Just chipping away each team on the scoreboard. 16 points to 13. We've wound 7 minutes off this clock already, and there is nothing in it. Penalty board nice and clean so far. 2 penalties for the Dames, and I think just the one Tonya Harder's penalty.
2 for the Snipers and 2 for the Dames. So we've got Feisty Cuffs blocking for the Sydney Snipers, and she's pushed her way to the front. And she's just come out to take lead jammer.
Marilyn Tantrum picking up a high block penalty. Holly Funk wearing the jammer star picks up a track cut. That'll be our first power jam of the day, and Feisty Cuffs, a dangerous person to hand that to.
Yes, she quickly made her way through the pack. And I thought for a moment there we were going to have a fast pack, but it slowed right down at the moment.
Feisty, that lateral movement, she can go from inside to outside in the blink of an eye. Godzilla unable to do anything about it.
Yes, certainly the Dames are at a disadvantage at the apex because Feisty is able to move so well laterally.
Feisty with a run up into the wall separates Debris and Godzilla, but they've been drilling this defense all season long. A solid four-wall box sets up at the front, forces Feisty out of bounds. Holly Funk returns from the penalty box, drawn out of bounds by Oreo. Neither jam are able to make their way through the pack here.
We've got Holly Funk now out, making her initial pass, but Feisty Cuffs has calls it off before she can score any points.
Feisty picks up the 3. That was a solid jam, the biggest jam of the game so far, 18-0. That takes us to our biggest lead of the game also. Snipers definitely stamping their foot on this third place early on.
Absolutely, and I think the power jams is going to give them the biggest advantage in this game. If, for example, in that last jam, Feisty or Sydney Sniper jammers are able to score 15 or plus points in a power jam, that's where they're going to get their considerable lead from the Dames.
Yeah, that agility really working for the Snipers there. The defense of the Dames is always known to be tough and hard hitting, but with agility, the best way to not get hit is to not be there when the hit comes. Working so far for the Snipers. Carnage with lead. Booger now out on her scoring pass, but Carnage with nearly a full lap advantage. 4 points up, and she calls it off. Thunder Slut is sitting in the box for the Dames, so the Snipers are going to start with a blocker advantage. And a team timeout called by the Dames. This is certainly not the start they would have planned. I know they were focusing on this jam of really shutting down the point scoring of those agile jammers from Sydney. Not working for them so far.
They were doing well up until maybe the last 3 jams. When all 4 blockers were forming well together, they did really well to hold up the jammer. But then, as soon as there was a twitch, and then you had a bit of crowding, and so then the strong defence across the whole track just became weakened, and that's when the Sydney Snipers like Feisty was able to take full advantage and just quickly do lateral cuts and just go around them, and then draw out the blockers.
Clearly Newcastle have been drilling these set-up formations, but the pressure coming from Sydney is breaking up the formations and getting their jammers through. Offense versus defense showing early here.
Yeah, the Sydney blockers are doing well to provide as many assists as they can against the Newcastle Dames, just to try to neutralise their big hits. As we can see here with Micro Machine, she's had she's just made it out of the pack, but leading up to her pass, she was really being thrown from one side to the other and not able to get past even just a 2-blocker wall.
And fantastic with lead, but beautiful point protection by the Snipers there. She had about 3 or 4 seconds to get a point and they protected every one of them. 0-0.
So we've still got 2 blockers from the Newcastle Dames starting this jam in the penalty box.
Yeah, Marilyn Tantrum and Godzilla were doing a pairs blocking thing, trying to hold the Sydney Jammer back. Marilyn Tantrum picking up the penalty, which released her onto a scoring pass. Now we see Debris working with Kay Sass, holding up Feisty.
She's just come out now.
Holly Funk with lead, but only about a quarter of a lap, and Feisty closing quick. Points protection again by the Snipers is going to see a 2 points to the Dames. I thought she didn't get past the hips. Jamref obviously in a far better position to see it than I was. I'm on about a 45-degree angle 30 feet away, so... But still, the defensive formations that Sydney are putting together are really pressuring those call-offs. No easy points.
Yes, I think during this tournament, their defensive structures and their assists have really come a long ways.
You see a big hit by Booger, sending Carnage to her knees. We're seeing now Thunderslut wearing the star for Newcastle. She's been one of their stronger jammers this season. And a track cut to Carnage while Thunder busts through for lead up the inside. This is the opportunity that Newcastle have been waiting for a little bit. Thunder has been a good point scorer for the Dames this season. Let's see what she can do here. Godzilla lines up the offense, sweeps for Thunder, but that wall forms right back in front of her.
Another team assist for Thunder, but wasn't able to capitalize on
Godzilla picks up a back block in that attempt to assist. They've now lost 2 blockers on this power jam, and Thunder hasn't got through. The box defense that the Snipers clearly train with the Assassins every week. Now she gets through 5 points, but Carnage is back on the track.
And she's out of her initial pass, so she'll be able to score points on her next pass if Thunder doesn't call it. No, she calls it off.
Oh, that looked like a painful hit. Thunder just crashed into an unmoving wall of Snipers. So beautiful power jam kill by the Sydney blockers there, keeping it to just 5 points.
Yes, they did really good work to maintain the pressure on Thunder. Even though she was lead jammer and a power jam, they really did well to hold her up and did well to deflect the assists from her teammates too.
Well, even drew the penalties. They sent 2 Newcastle offensive skaters to the box. Micro Machine with a toe-stop run up lane 1. Nothing that the Dames could do about that. Fantastic now pushing against Icy Red and Oreo. Just Oreo to beat.
Oh, that was a nice t-shirt grab assist.
There's the jammer lap point. Now Snipers double the Dames score early on. We're exactly 1/4 of the way through this game. It's pretty low point scoring so far.
So we're lining up for the next jam, and
Holly Funk versus Feisty. We have 5-on-5. The penalty box is clear. This game is still pretty low on penalties, though. Godzilla and Marilyn Tantrum have both picked up 3 already. They're going to have to wind that in a little bit. Offense coming from Stockard slamming, but not enough to get Feisty out. Booger tries to squeeze Feisty, but Feisty just too narrow. Fits through that tiny hole and gets the lead jammer.
we were about to see a star pass, but it looks like that Holly changed her mind halfway through.
Well, Newcastle have been pretty consistently stashing the star every time lead goes to the Snipers. I think it's a play we're going to see for the rest of the game. It certainly is almost becoming the de facto standard in WFTDA Derby. As soon as lead goes to the other person, stash the star, make the other team cover your pivot.
Yes. I've heard and seen more games where they're doing the grab and stash, hide and stash until they come out of the pack.
Mojo Malicious picking up an early penalty there. Carnage getting sandwiched between Reggie Ramjet and Kay Sass. Carnage just pushes her way through. Reggie looking for a penalty there as she gets clocked in the chin. Carnage not slowing down though and not getting the penalty called. Thunder now out on her scoring pass. I don't think Carnage got that lap point. Debris now picking up a penalty.
And Carnage has called it off as Thunder was approaching the back of the pack.
Good defensive blocking there though by the Newcastle Dockyard Dames, not giving up all of their points.
So the Dames start with 2 blockers in the penalty box and 2 blockers on the track again. Only this time Sydney Snipers have also got a blocker in the penalty box. So they're starting with a 3-wall triangle doom as well.
Yeah, Lowdown and Hoedown sitting in the box for the Snipers. Godzilla and Booger, they work together to force a track cut on Micro Machine. Fantastic now on the track, the only jammer. So Oreo picking up forearms, but Fantastic picks up a high block. We're going to get a jammer swap out, double jammer down situation. Micro Machine's back on the pack, and we're going to go 2 minutes now. Fantastic is short behind her. Both jammers only serving the time of the other jammer. Booger putting a big hit and gets the track cut on Micro Machine. Booger 2 track cuts in the same jam on the same jammer. That's the sort of play that they're going to need to get back into this game. Mojo Malicious playing offense for Fantastic. They reset into a 4-wall as 5 points goes on the board for the Dames. This low-scoring game so far, really, it's only going to take 1 or 2 jams for the Dames to get back into it.
Shout out to all our listeners and watching on the live stream. Thanks for the comments, guys. Keep on with the feedback and with the comments. We'll answer if there are any questions with regards to tactics or strategies or any rules clarifications as they arise.
Micro Machine is now back on the pack to score, but I think she's still on her initial pass. So Fantastic already with 10 on the board. That looks like it'll be 15 as the jam clock expires. No, it'll be 14. And an official review being called by the
Sydney
bench
Snipers.
for the Snipers. Rampage. I think those fancy new SRDL caps.
Yes. So in that last jam, Booger did really well in applying pressure on Micro Machine. Whenever she did well to knock her out of bounds on the outside line, and then just kept the pressure on Micro as she tried to get past her.
That famous butt punch of Booger coming in on target twice there. And the trick with the way Booger executes it, she stays in bounds.
Yes.
And that's what drew the cuts.
Yep.
I think the jammer looks down and sees that butt hanging well over the line as well. There's no way her feet are in, but she's down so low that she stays in bounds. I'm going to go find out what this review's about, and I'll come back with some info for you.
So while we're waiting for the official review call, both teams, while they're waiting, seem pretty relaxed on the track. And the refs are in deliberation now about the call. So what was the call?
Okay, so Snipers are challenging that first cutting penalty that happened right in front of the commentary bench on turn 1 on the inside. They believe that the Purple Jammer was out of position and thus it shouldn't have been a cut.
Oh, okay.
Interesting use of the official review there because she already served her time. You can't get points back. All that is possibly going to do is rub out one of the penalties on the penalty board.
Yeah, that's all it's going to do. And given that this is, we're starting to rack up some points for the Dames, penalties against the Dames. And it looks as though Sydney was successful in their official review because we've got one of the Dames players, I think it's 0690, Fantastic, who's just received her first penalty for the game.
Yeah, they were challenging the track cut though, but
Oh.
just trying to see. It looks like that was 2-2. Both her track cuts are still on the board, so...
Yeah. So Carnage with a huge push out front, pushing Newcastle out of bounds. And, of course, taking lead Jammer. So we've got...
Reggie Ramjet, that beautiful offense. It came from right across the track and just opened Holly Funk up to get out and start scoring.
Yeah, that was a nice gap that she created.
That's where the blockers become the star of the show. And points against, lead picked up there. 3-1. The Dames with that pressure. That offense that sprung out Holly Funk made it only a 2-point jam for the Snipers. Under 10 minutes left in the first period. It's still anyone's game. 51 points, plays 35. It's very low scoring. We had Thunderslut going up against Feisty Cuffs. Two very different jammer styles.
So we had initially some jammer and jammer action at the start, but Thunderslut comes out to take lead, make slipping past the Sydney Sniper blockers on the inside line on the apex. Feisty Cuffs is still yet to come. Oh, she's just made out for her initial pass.
Booger went for that signature butt punch. It missed, but she took Feisty off balance enough to slow her down, and it's a track cut for Thunderslut. She's going to lose lead jammer status and her point in the process. Feisty picking up the lap point and all the blocker points. Feisty just tripping on her own shoelace there.
Oh, was she? I wondered what made her trip. So Feisty now has another power jam, which is going to be a huge risk could be a risk for the Dames, because the last power jam that Feisty had, she was able to score 18 points to 0 for the Dames.
She was, but the Dames doing a much better job here. They drew one of the Snipers blockers and Feisty all the way back down the back straight. Feisty still stuck there. Although there has been a star pass.
Yes, she did a quick swap and caught the Dames blockers off guard.
So Icy Red gets driven out of bounds by Vanilla Bean and Godzilla. Vanilla Bean didn't have position though, so Icy Red able to re-enter in front of her. Thunderslut just hammers Feisty to the ground as she goes through for 4 more points.
Yes, that was a big hit.
So Thunder doing a really good job, and the whole Dames defense. Despite this power jam, Snipers only 2 points ahead. So that jam, 14 points to 12. Snipers do extend their lead though, but it's still a very close game. Less than 20 points in it.
So I think the Dames really pulled together in that last one. I think the first power jam that Feisty got where she scored 18 points, I think that really shocked them, and they just really pulled together and maintained low point scoring point jam just now.
Yeah, well, basically the points differential is those 18 points that Feisty picked up in the power jam. There's only 18 points in it. That's exactly it.
So it looks like we've got a bit of track maintenance going on at the moment. It could be some adhesive tape on the track that caused Feisty to trip rather than trip over her own shoelace. So
there is a panel in the floor right there. You can't see it on the live stream, but there's a panel in the floor that is held down by tape. The track crew are just checking that it's all nice and smooth. There is a lot of tape making sure it doesn't move. The ref's just giving it their once over to make sure it's safe.
all right, sports fans, we're coming back to our next jam. We've got a 3-blocker wall for Sydney with a and 4-wall blocker for the Newcastle Dames. There was a bit of a tumble in the middle with Micro Machine caught, but she's quickly got up and she's doing well to stay in track while Newcastle is still, they've only just made it out for their initial pass. So Micro Machine's got lead and she's approaching the back of the pack now.
Micro Machine really stepping on the gas to exploit a hole there. She was getting recycled and hit hard by the Dames. But look at that. Points against lead there. Dames have snuck through and made that jam 4-all. All that work done by Micro Machine for nothing. All right, going into Jam 19, we have just, I think it's Lowdown Hoedown in the penalty box, so it's a blocker advantage to Newcastle. Carnage up against Fantastic, Tonya Harder and Levi holding her back. Levi picking up the penalty, but Carnage picking up lead.
I saw Booger try to execute her butt block, but she missed Carnage and wasn't able to have quite the same effect as previously.
So we see 1 point for the Snipers there. Again, pressure from the Dames causing that call off. Both teams incredibly tough defense.
Up next, we've got Holly for the Dames lining up to jam.
Up against Feisty Cuffs.
Yep.
Two small, agile jammers going up against this killer defense. Marilyn Tantrum covers Feisty all the way to lane 4. But the revenge hit from slamming frees Feisty. No, she does go out of bounds. Feisty's not sure who she has to pass, so she safely recycles herself. Meanwhile, Holly Funk with lead and pushing. She's trying to get through, looking for some offense, but a sniper's wall forms around her.
Yes, the Dames have 2 blockers in the bench now and in the penalty box. So they had a bit of a disadvantage against the Sydney Snipers who had all 4 blockers and were very effective.
So Holly Funk calls it off 4-0 for that jam, narrows it to a 15-point game, but they're going to have to start this next jam with 2 blocker disadvantage. However, with Booger and Godzilla as your 2 blockers on the track, I wouldn't say it's a big disadvantage.
No, I wouldn't say so either. So Pollyann goes in for the assist as Micro approaches the wall. She's pushed the Newcastle Dames at the front for out of bounds, and she gets lead with a...
So Booger picks up a penalty as she tries to sweep Micro Machine off the track. That was an odd call-off. I'm not sure what happened there.
I think Thunder must have called it off.
Yeah, I think Thunder got lead there. I didn't quite see.
However, I think Micro Machine was able to... she made past Gilla, who was the only remaining blocker, when Thunder called it off. We've got an official timeout. Oh no, we're back.
We're back. For those watching at home, you can rewind your stream a little bit and tell us what happened in that last jam.
Not
for
quite
those
sure what
watching
happened.
this on an archive, I'm not going to tell you who wins this. You're going to have to keep watching to find out. Right now, we're underway with 2 minutes 40 left in the first period. Carnage versus Fantastic. Both of these jammers are being quite successful today, but Carnage with lead and Fanny right behind her. Low blow Oreo picking up the back block penalty. Marilyn Tantrum resetting at the front, holding Carnage up while Fantastic hits the wall. It's 2-on-2. Now Carnage gets her 4 points, matched by Fantastic. Carnage has lead though, so she can call it off. She just has K-Sass to beat. There it is, points. Wow, 3 points to 1 on that final pass. Once again, pressure really forcing that call off, and we got only a 2-point jam differential into the final 2 minutes of period 1 here. Snipers on 77, Dames on 60. Whew, this is exciting.
Yes, it is. It's such a the jam. Each jam is there's not a huge score, a point blowout. Both teams are controlling the points really well.
Feisty through for an early lead. She's got nearly a full lap on Holly Funk. Booger's sitting in the box with the penalty stripe for the Dames. Holly Funk's now past Icy Red and through, while Godzilla is maintaining her superior position over Feisty. Some beautiful work by Reggie and Debris, forcing the call off 2-0 again. It seems that 2-point advantage is what we're seeing all game long. That call off does leave enough time for one more jam in the period.
I saw Sydney Blockers trying to provide assists to Feisty, particularly on the inside line against Gilla, but they weren't quite so effective to create a big enough gap.
Yeah, Godzilla certainly is hard to move out of her lane. I've tried it before, and even I don't have enough push to make that happen. Polly Stokes just comes flying in to try and move Godzilla, and she just bounces off. Godzilla forces the Sydney Jammer out of bounds. I was just looking to see if there was a penalty call there. There was only one on the blocker.
Yeah,
so lead
saw that
Jammer
too.
And a very quick 5 points to Micro Machine. I thought that Micro Machine might have been called for the cut there.
Yeah.
She must have just had her hits back. Thunder is struggling against a really strong defensive wall. Now a second lap point. That's going to take the Snipers through to their biggest lead for some time. They started this jam 19 points ahead. They've already clocked up 10. Booger's back on the track. 2 Dames are in the box. No Godzilla's being directed back on the track. We have a star stash and a star pass.
But Micro, with the Dames at a disadvantage with their blockers in the penalty box, Micro Machine's just making easy work of this.
Dames were so focused on executing that
Panny pass.
that star pass, that Micro Machine 25 points. This has been a killer jam for the Snipers to take us through to halftime. And that's it. 104 points, plays 60. A big change in that last 2 minutes. 19 points blows out to 44.
Wow.
That's the sort of momentum that a team wants going into the change rooms. We have 15 minutes on the clock, and we're going to go to Sebastian's Lounge over in the interview area. So we'll switch over. Welcome, Sebastian.
So stay with us, folks, while we head into Sebastian's Lounge, and then shortly we'll be back for the second half.
Hello and welcome to another exciting installment of Sebastian's Lounge. Normally, we talk to the superstars of roller derby. We talk to the skaters, the jammers, the blockers. Today, we're taking a sidewalk step. We're going to talk to the misunderstood, the maligned, but the rather marvellous referees. And I have with me Boom Tish.
Hello.
Boom. Do I call you Boom? Do I call you Tish?
Boom Tish. Boom Tish.
Rusty.
Crusty. Rusty. Whatever.
Referees are very confusing. They have so many names. It's hard to get used to it.
It is.
So, let's start where we start with everybody. How did you discover the world of roller derby?
Funnily enough, I was in a club in Newtown in 2010, and I had a roller skater come in and hand out chocolates, and it happened to be Haterade. So that's how I first started, and then my friend joined a league, and I went and watched and started NSOing, and that's how I got into it.
So when you joined, were you going to be a skater, or did you always want to be one of the non-skating officials?
I always loved watching the game, but I never really wanted to be a part of it in that form. And I wanted my friend to have something that was hers, and I didn't steal from her like I always do. So that's how I got into NSOing.
Okay. Do referees have like a sort of a power crazy side? Are you like the Dr. Doom of roller derby? Did you try to just like dominate?
No. Having that much power actually isn't something I like at all. I want to be known as not the power hungry. I'm not trying to give out penalties. I'm trying to just keep the game safe. That's it.
Okay, safety, that's a good issue in safety.
Yeah.
We do see a lot of injuries in roller derby. We had a number of injury timeouts in the first game.
Yep.
Priorities for reffing. Safety, number one?
Absolutely, 100%. Always,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You've never been tempted to join the game and be the jammer?
No, see, I've been playing soccer for 20 years, and that's where I take all my aggression and get injured constantly. So I don't need to do it on two sports.
And the viewers can probably tell that we're in the middle of lots of action here. We've got skaters everywhere. It's the final of the 5x5 tournament today. So we've got 4 games, people everywhere. We're in between the food and the track. So lots of skaters running around us.
Yeah, I'm really tempted by the food.
So before you got into roller derby, NSOing and refereeing, what roller skating experience did you have?
I was a rollerblader for a very long time. I used to cut class, sorry mum, and go to the to Monster Skate Park.
Yeah.
And I used to blade a lot as a child and into my teens.
Now, as a referee, I think you should be setting an example for the children out there in the audience and not cutting class.
Don't cut class. It's bad. Don't do it. But it was fun.
How was it switching from the inline skates to the old style quads?
Very, very different. For me, it was tough, not only because the weight is so different, like on blades it's all forward and on skates it's all back. Not only that, I bought shoes that were 2 sizes too big to make into skates. So it was even more challenging to try and understand how to skate on quads.
Is there some sort of theory about a growth spurt that you bought skates that were too big?
No, I was being cheap and bought them on eBay. That's how I got my skates.
I bought a pair of Reebok aerobic skates on eBay.
Nice.
If I could skate, I'd wear them, but I wore them twice, I think.
Yep.
And decided I was better with the microphone than being anywhere near the track where I could injure somebody.
Well, I kept those skates for a solid 2 years. And skated on them for 2 years.
So, refereeing, biggest challenge to you being a referee?
Yep. The biggest challenge for me, I think it's more of a mental game. It's for the skaters out there, it's so physical and constantly trying to beat their opponent with their physical means. For referees, it's so hard on the brain. It's so hard to wrap your head around what you're seeing and what is actually a penalty and what is not. So if I'm jam reffing, sometimes I get headaches after the game because it's just so mentally draining. And I think I'm also really hard on myself, and that's what's really hard for me, is to try and let go of skaters make mistakes, referees make mistakes, and that's
Indeed.
okay.
You've played soccer for 20 years, so you know that referees make mistakes.
Yes, I do.
You've now been on both sides of Team Zebra.
Yep.
How's your opinion of referees in soccer changed now that you're a referee in roller derby?
I'm not great to referees in soccer, I've got to admit. I'm pretty harsh, and that's why I don't give a lot of, well, it's not that I don't give a lot of in-subs out, but I understand the frustration of the skaters when they get frustrated and start, swearing and getting angry. I know it's not directed at me because I do the exact same thing on the soccer field, so I understand.
Have you ever ejected a skater for being too disrespectful?
I've given in-subs out before. I haven't ejected, but I have, where they push the line, where they're directing their anger at you and swearing, you just can't do it. And I can't do it in soccer, so I have to give penalties out for that.
Indeed. The skaters need to learn some sort of respect. They need control out there, which is part of your job.
Absolutely, yeah.
So talk to us about the progression from refereeing, how you start and how you move up to refereeing, and like what is a major bout today.
Always start at scrimmaging. That's where you learn everything, learn mistakes, learn where you need to correct. And it took me probably 6 months of scrimmaging to feel confident enough to do an actual bout. And then as you go through, just taking on board every game and making sure that you're learning and progressing, and that way you feel comfortable doing the higher level games.
So referees at present are members of leagues. Are you a member of a derby league?
I am indeed, yes.
Do you see that changing? Do you see referees eventually moving away and becoming their own force by themselves?
I think it will eventually happen. I do agree that it'll eventually happen. For me, being part of a league is keeping my raw passion for roller derby. So I think because it's such a volunteer-based sport and it is still so new, I think that staying in a league keeps you a part of real roller derby. And I absolutely agree that in the future it is going to go into to separate bodies. But yeah, that's what I think. I personally like the league aspect of your league seeing referees as just people too, because sometimes it gets pretty muddy there.
Once again, using the soccer analogy, you'll see the difference in the sports, the grassroots attitude of roller derby compared to something that's so established like soccer.
Absolutely.
Like it's a very different vibe.
So, yeah, it's so regulated that, it's very different.
Indeed. So, we're commentating, obviously, or watching all women's games today. You've done co-ed and all-male roller derby?
I have. I've done both, yeah.
Any differences you see between the different types of competition?
Yeah, absolutely. The men's game is a lot harder. There's massive hits, and it is quite hard to referee because the massive hits are so massive that you're like, is that a penalty or isn't that a penalty? But after a couple of jams, you get into okay, that's just how they play. That's the way it is. So yeah, it is very different, but it's also a lot of fun. And
how about the co-ed derby where you've got men and women hitting each other?
Yeah, man, that's bravery. Yeah, it is. Again, it's massive hits, but perfectly legal. You just have to dial it in.
It's interesting that we've got, must be the only sport that has a co-ed competition. Indoor soccer has mixed. I've seen indoor soccer and netball.
Yep.
But as far as full contact sports go,
yeah,
derby may be it.
Yeah.
Interested to know from our viewers, are there any other full contact co-ed sports
Yeah, I'd like to know.
who mix up the genders? So we've got a few more minutes left here.
Yep.
Let's talk about the future of roller derby. We've kind of been through different stages. We've been like the minor stages. We had a huge influx when Whippet came out.
Yep.
Where do you see changes in roller derby happening anywhere in the future?
I would like it to, again, go the soccer aspect, where it is there's big bodies that look over the sport. I think that to have that would really be a good influence towards the sport, and to make it more established within Australia. I really do. I think it'd be really good.
And hopefully move up into the Commonwealth Games and then the
Absolutely.
and then the Olympics.
Yeah, that would be great to see.
Perfect amateur sport for the Olympics.
Yeah.
There's flashes going off.
Yeah.
So it's hard for the people watching to know what's going on here, but we've got so much stuff happening
It's
around us
crazy,
today. To try and sit here and pretend that we're calm and
yeah.
in a studio environment, it's not what's going on.
Not at all. Not at all.
So you'll be you'll be refereeing. I'll be commentating.
Yep.
The final two games today.
The B Grand Final.
Yep.
And then I'll be NSOing the last game.
So do you see any differences? We've been playing the season, all the rounds, and now we're up to the grand final today.
Yep.
Do you see any differences on track when we're in the grand final environment? Do you see skaters changing or anybody doing?
Absolutely. There is way more intensity. There's such a drive to win, and they know that that's their last game in this competition, so they just fight really, really hard.
So hopefully our viewers watching will stay around and watch games 3 and 4 of the day, which are the two finals.
It is, yep.
So do you have a favourite penalty you like to give out? Is there something that you really get tired of seeing people do, so you love calling it?
Look, there's no favourite. Definitely no favourite. No penalty is a favourite. One that I do give out a lot is probably forearms, because the multiplayers have changed so much that forearms is becoming more prominent in the sport, and that's what I've been giving out quite a bit of lately.
And there's other things about roller derby. You mentioned that about the rules keep changing in roller derby.
Yeah.
It's been a very fluid rule set since we first started.
Yeah.
What's it like staying on top of all those rules and all the signals, and how demanding is that on your time?
It actually is really demanding. Keeping up, making sure that a penalty that you might have been giving for a certain amount of time is now changed. It is actually quite hard to keep up and go, okay, no, I have to keep in mind that has now gone, and I have to keep in mind that this new rule is in place, and it's challenging, but it's good. I think and as the sport's progressing, it's good for the sport too.
Well, the rules are becoming more streamlined. I think we've got rid of a lot of stuff we had at the start that maybe we're better off with that. I don't know. That could
thank
be
God for no more minors. Thank God.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of whistle blowing going on and a lot of writing down when the NSO.
Exactly. I came into roller derby straight after it, so I was lucky.
Look, it's been great taking to you, Boom Tish.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully you've intrigued some people out there about reffing, and some people might want to become referees.
I hope so.
The cheering's getting loud behind us. We're about to go back for the second half of a rather thrilling encounter. So thank you once again, and
thank you very much.
Thank you at home.
Thank you.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling.
Alrighty, sports fans, this is Miss Meow commentating for the Sydney Snipers against the Newcastle Dames for the 5x5 tournament. I'm joined today by Colonel Panic, and we're just coming up to our first jam of the second half of this game.
All right, and we are underway in period 2.
Oh, we've got a nice clear start from Holly Funk for the Dames here. She made a beautiful pass on the outside, and she's taken lead jammer, and as she's approaching, Feisty is about half a track behind her. She had an assist, but she was still knocked out by Sydney, and she's called it off. And she's collected 2 points, while Sydney wasn't able to get a point in that jam. So we're off to a fast start, sports fans.
So period 2 getting underway just like period 1, well, almost finished. Just a 2-point jam. We saw many of them in the first period. However, that massive jam at the end of period 1 that took the Snipers into a big lead.
Yes. So shout out to all our sports fans following us on the live streaming. We appreciate your support. For those who are just joining us, you are watching Roller Derby. We're into the second game of Grand Final Day. We've got the Sydney Snipers playing against the Newcastle Dames, and Micro Machine has just been pushed out of bounds.
She did pick up lead right before she went down. She was recycled all the way to the back, but while all that action was happening up the front, Thunder with the star for the Dames just stepped back in bounds and earned a track cut. So it's now a power jam for the Snipers.
So the Snipers again have the full advantage in this jam. They have both lead jammer status and a power jam.
And I think the score differential is also matched by the penalty board differential. Now we're into the second period. Penalties are going to start to play a bigger role. The Dames really clearly suffering with penalty time. Low blow Oreo picking up a low block on Thunder, but it was kind of one of those worth it penalties as Thunder is recycled all the way to the back. Still not out on her initial. However, Marilyn Tantrum and Reggie have recycled Micro Machine to the back. It's a big pile up. Looks like a low block to slamming for the Snipers. Thunder still stuck while Micro Machines got 4.
So we had 2 Sydney blockers sent to the penalty box just now. One was for the other one, the second penalty by the Sydney blockers was for a forearms. So Micro Machine is doing really well. She's absolutely capitalised on that last jam, starting with as the lead jammer and starting off with a power jam from early on that jam.
Well, a long jam from the Snipers there. 13 points to 4. They allowed the Dames to score while they tried to wind down the penalty time for their blockers. They knew they could at least match point for point. So getting their blockers out of the box was a bit of a priority there. Snipers already playing the smart game. Even though there's still 26 minutes left, they're making it their game.
That was a nice side surfing and mohawk skills executed by the Newcastle
Fantastic there.
By Fantastic, yes, thanks. And she just...
Strong lead. She looks like she's going to get all the points. Carnage reaches the pack, not in time to get any herself. 4-0. That's what the Dames want. They're going to have to get a few more than that to get back into this game, but there's plenty of time left to do it.
Yes, we're just into the second half now. We've just had Jam 3. Fanny Tastic did some great execution of derby skills with mohawking around on the outside, lanes, and she did so well to really get those points to her advantage as well.
We're going to see Holly Funk up against Feisty Cuz, both two small, agile jammers.
Oh,
but
Feisty's been sent to the penalty box on a track cut right in front of the ref. So it's now a power jam for Holly Funk, who also has lead jammer status. So as Holly approaches the back of the pack, her teammates go in for an assist. And she's made her way out of the pack quite well. So that assist from her teammate worked well. And she's coming around again. She's taking full advantage of this power jam as Feisty is now out of the penalty box. And she's yet to make her initial pass. So we've got both jammers in the pack, and Holly Funk has made her way to the front, and she's made it clear. So Feisty has been pushed out of bounds on the outside, and she's been recycled again. And Holly is approaching the back of the pack now. And Feisty's some great agility steps there, and was able to pass on the outside without too much difficulty or resistance from the opposition. So the jam's been called off on that. So Newcastle Dames scored 3 points on that last pass with 0 for the Snipers. So on that last power jam, I think they were able to claw back some points, but I'm trying to find how many points they were able to. So the Dames had a 14 point collection in that last jam. So they took full advantage of that power jam.
Yeah, exactly
Great
what
work.
Newcastle need. Getting back into the game, really closing down that points advantage that the Snipers picked up at the end of period 1. Thunder going one-on-one with Micro Machine, but not able to contain her. Kay Sass is drawn back, but with that star stash that Newcastle have been employing, Micro Machine with just Godzilla to beat. Godzilla able to contain her one-on-one as Thunder comes up to bridge with her. Godzilla, though, picks up the high block. 5 points to the Snipers. And Kay Sass still with her star in her hand. She's really busting out now. Finally through, puts the star back on. But Micro Machine with 9 points unopposed. Micro Machine really been a standout jammer for the Snipers today. She's clocked up a lot of their points.
Yes, she's been very consistent in with her points in all her jams.
She bounced back from that early double track cut, and she's been holding it nice and consistent, clocking up points just whenever the team needs it.
So on our next jam, we've got
Fanny Tastic lining up against Carnage.
and great team assist by Levi through the middle. So that drew out Booger from the Dames at the front, and Carnage has lead, and she's approaching the back of the pack now, only just as Fanny has left the pack. So Booger was able to contain Fanny for a short while, but Carnage has called it off before
Nice
Fanny
clean
could-
safe jam. There you can see what the penalty board's doing. Not looking good for the Dames. We have 2 skaters on 6 penalties already, and we're still at early days. Number 15, that's Marilyn Tantrum. Number 26, Mojo Malicious. Godzilla's not far behind on 5. And I think that's Booger also on 5. So they're really going to have to watch that. 21 minutes left to play, and 2 skaters with just 1 penalty left to foul out.
That was a great inside move by Feisty just now. She had a clear line on the inside and she just ran for it. So she's come up with
Drove
lead.
outside and then waited for that hole to open and just took it. Does it again. drives to the inside, pulls the blockers over, and then just sprints to the outside for the opening.
She's been sent to the penalty box, I think, with maybe blocking to the head or...
I didn't see that one. I'll try and pick it up off the board. But that's going to leave Holly Funk to score unopposed. However, she is still on her initial pass. And Holly picks up a track cut of her own. That's going to give us a double jammer down. Switch out situation. Feisty's back out there. No points for either team on the board and a minute left.
Oh, Feisty's made her way through the wall, and she's made it past the one Dames blocker, and she's collected 5 points just on that pass. So now we've got...
Holly Funk is back on the track. Feisty gets past the whole wall of Newcastle without even breaking her stride. That's 10 points to nothing so far. Holly now through for 4 of her own. Newcastle are struggling to keep in touch here in this jam. Oh, that will be 1-5. Marilyn Tantrum clocking up penalty
that was
7.
A nice save.
First foul out already. Star pass from Feisty. That, I think, is going to be a star pass violation because Feisty was on her knees when she handed that over. No call from the refs yet. Oreo's wearing it. Oh, there's the penalty. We got an out of play warning. And I think we'll find Feisty sitting in the box coming in the next period. I'm predicting an official timeout to sort all that craziness out.
Yes, there was a lot going on just now.
Yeah, we are seeing Feisty now reporting to the box. We're going to see Marilyn Tantrum get her signal to remove her skates. She's fouled out.
So, yeah, we're taking official timeout while we're trying to sort out all these skaters as to who sits in what penalties for whom. So we have the Newcastle Dames blocker.
So there you are at home. You can see those penalty boards. Newcastle really in trouble. Marilyn Tantrum fouling out there. But a number of skaters not far behind.
So we've got the Newcastle Dames starting with a power jam. With that illegal panty pass on that last jam, we've also got a Sydney blocker on the bench as well, in the penalty box, sorry.
So Newcastle have given Fanny Tastic the start to try and take maximum advantage of this power jam. She's drawn a penalty on slamming, but she's not through yet. The pack's caught back up. She's knocked to the outside. Lowdown Hoedown is drawing it back. There's penalties galore going on, but no lead jammer yet. Now it comes, but a lot of Feisty's penalties burnt off. Feisty's back on the track, exactly 1 lap down.
Wow, so much was going on just in that it was hard to keep track and follow.
That was a beautiful penalty kill, but then an even more beautiful scoring pass. Fanny Tastic with a side stance around the outside, picks up the point she needed and called it off.
She was able to keep Feisty behind her, so she did a good job just on the outside apex there.
Still, that's the second time we've seen a really successful penalty kill by the Snipers. Only 5 points to the Dames, despite their jammer sitting for 30 seconds.
So that was good work by the Sydney blockers. So up next, we've got Micro Machine for the Sydney Snipers, jamming against, I can't see at the moment. I think it might be Sass.
It is K-Sass. Both jammers struggling. Godzilla forcing Micro Machines out of bound.
Oh, she
and
got caught
again,
by Godzilla with her butt on the inside.
Godzilla's definitely been learning some moves from Booger. Not enough though, as Micro Machine gets out. K-Sass with the star stash. There's possibly a pass going on, possibly not a pass. It's very hard to see.
I think it was a
No, I'm pretty sure it's still in her hand. There it is.
I think it was a stash and a fake pass.
It was. That's the total advantage of doing the star stash. You can fake the pass. The Snipers had to cover Debris. 3-0 Debris now sitting in the box. She did something naughty during that.
Alrighty, sports fans. A lot of action going on the track in this game against the Newcastle Dames and the Sydney Snipers for the 5x5 Grand Final day. These two teams are playing for positional, is that right? Playing for third?
This is for third place in the Armageddon division. These teams have played once before this season. Newcastle taking the win by 6 points there. Snipers in control now, but Carnage with a forearms penalty off to the box on her initial pass. And now Holly Funk with a track cut penalty on her initial pass. That means no lead jammer, 2 minutes, and both jammers. What the?
Carnage is being sent around the track again. She must have done an illegal re-entry into the penalty box.
Yeah, I guess she went across the point of no return. That was a bit weird to see. So that means that Newcastle's going to sit first and be back out on the track.
First.
All right, now Carnage sits. The Newcastle jammer gets released. Holly Funk is back on. She's on her initial pass. So basically, the net result of that is we've lost a minute off the clock and no one's going to be able to get lead.
Well, I don't think anyone was established lead before both jammers were sent to the penalty. So
well, they can't now that they both had a penalty. So
we've got penalties still coming across in this jam.
Carnage quickly makes her way to the front of the pack. A high block issued to Carnage. She's going to go in again.
This hasn't been a good jam
Crazy
for her.
Jam.
This
Holly
hasn't been a
Funk's
good
now
jam.
on her scoring pass. Carnage is on her way to the box for the third time this jam. Holly picks up 5 for Newcastle, brings the team over the 100-point mark, brings within 50 of the Snipers. Still 15 minutes left in this game.
So
Reggie
we've just had a
Ramjet just
big hit.
levels Icy Red. Holly gets through 5 more points. That's going to bring the total to just 10 despite all of that action. But Carnage is going to start the next jam in the box after 2 penalties and 3 trips into the box.
I don't think she had a very good jam just now, just saying.
That was a tough jam
It
for the
was.
Snipers jammer. We are seeing an official review from Newcastle. I'm going to go and find out what that's about.
Alrighty, sports fans, thanks for tuning in to the 5x5 Armageddon Division Grand Final day. We've got the Newcastle Dames playing against the Sydney Snipers for third position. Currently, we've got an official review called by the Newcastle Dames, and the refs are going to, deliberating at the moment. So, while we're waiting to find out what the challenge is, thanks for listening and watching and tuning in. So,
All right, so the official review is requesting that high block by the Snipers jammer to be upgraded to an expulsion penalty.
wow. On what grounds? Just because it's a high
I missed
block?
that bit. I guess they believe it was negligent, reckless.
That's a bit of a big
One
call.
or both. That is a big call. Head ref Axiomatic is giving the outcome. It wasn't a very long review.
No, it was a quick deliberation by the refs. You only just made it back in time before they're about to give their results.
And a quick hand down. Rampage still just having a quick chat with Axiomatic about some sort of impact, if I'm reading his charades correctly. Axiom has given the signal to get the jam back underway. Rampage just finishing off that conversation. Carnage is still in the box wearing the star. Clearly that official review was not successful.
Yeah.
13 minutes, 39 left. Only 39 points differential here, so still anyone's game. Dames still with a lot more penalties on the board, and that kind of...
Godzilla did a beautiful sweep from lane 2 to the outside, and easy pass for Fanny, I think, jamming for the Newcastle Dames. So Carnage is out of the penalty box, and in amongst the midst of it, she's stuck behind Gilla, but she's come out.
Fantastic with lead, but stuck behind a strong wall of Sydney blockers. Fanny calls it off. I don't think she managed to get all 4 points. No, she only got 3. But still, that's 3 out of the Snipers' lead. Brings us to a 36-point game. Plenty of time left to call that in.
Absolutely. It can be anyone's game in the last 20 minutes.
All right, entering jam number 12. I'm going to do a quick shout out. You're watching Down Under Derby TV. Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps and Spank Alley. Big thank you to those guys covering the costs of bringing this exciting grand final day to you in high definition. Meanwhile, Micro Machine gets a quick lead jammer up the inside for the Snipers. Holly Funk not that far behind. I think Booger's just got her 7th penalty though.
Oh.
No, sorry, that's her 6th.
Okay. She's
so they now have 3 skaters on 6 penalties, so still 12 minutes left to play.
So Sydney played a smart game just now in that jam. They just capitalised on the points as quickly as possible and scored 4 points against 0 for the Dames.
4-0, drawing it back out to a 40-point lead. We're going to see K-Sass up against Feisty. Feisty just eyes off K-Sass, makes sure that her blockers have her deeply controlled.
Oh, there was a team
Slamming
assist,
comes up for the O, but gets the penalty for it.
Well, Feisty did get lead jammer. I think people were distracted by that penalty just now.
Yeah, the offense definitely worked to bust up the defense by Newcastle, freeing Feisty. So I don't think Slamming's going to be that upset by that penalty. 4 points on the board for Feisty. Booger's now back on the track, but K-Sass is off for a track cut. Tough call and a tough point in the game for the jammer to be sitting in the box.
Yes, it was a pretty tight pass on the inside of the apex. But unfortunately she wasn't able to maintain bounds.
Feisty with a massive hit by Godzilla there. Does the steal call off. Still scores the points. But you can see how hard she's working.
Yes.
We have 10 minutes left in this final game. This is game 2 for the day. 3rd and 4th place playoff in the Armageddon division. 5x5 Roller Derby Championship. You're watching live on Down Under Derby TV, or you're not. You might be watching this on archive.
So
either way, I'm not going to tell you who wins.
So we had Carnage starting with a power jam. Although the Sydney Snipers started with 2 blocker disadvantage, they've done well to assist Carnage to get the lead. However, she's just been caught on a cut track penalty and sent to the penalty box.
So Carnage is sitting for a track cut. K-Sass is on her way for skating out of bounds. It looked to me like she got hit. The refs must have seen that she skated out of bounds to avoid the hit. That is a skating out of bounds penalty at its definition, and I imagine that's what they called it on.
So now we have both jammers back on the track.
We have a minute 4 left in this jam. There will be no lead jammer, seeing as both have served penalties. And no pack called. Stocks getting a penalty. I'm not sure what that was for. That's going to free up Kay Sass. She's now on a scoring pass.
She made it look all too easy when she was able to get past the Sydney blockers on that first pass. She just watched her teammates and she made an easy pass on the outside.
Thunder picking up a multiplayer, but Carnage sitting back down in the box. I didn't see what that was for. The jam ref's just kind of staring at her. More penalties going up on those whiteboards. It's getting messy on the penalty situation. Snipers are now getting in trouble themselves. We've already had one foul out. We've still got 8 minutes to play. And I think we've got about 5 or 6 skaters all on 6. So that jam expires. 2 minutes elapses. There was no lead jammer. Hopefully we'll get a shot of the penalty board there. You can kind of see a bunch of refs and coaches standing in front of it.
So the Dames were able to score 8 points on that. Sass did great work to grab some points.
So you can see Booger and Mojo Malicious are both on 6. Rampage has called a team timeout for the Snipers. We'll try and get you an update on those penalties. All right, so we got Levi is on 6 for the Snipers, as is Slamming. Not the best situation, so we had 2 skaters on both teams with 6 penalties. Both of them with a deep bench though, so I don't think they're going to have a trouble with not enough skaters. But more people in the box means less people
on
blocking the jammer.
So remembering that the Snipers have 12 skaters on the bench today, with Newcastle with a 14. Newcastle Dames already have a blocker that's being sent off the track because she's fouled out. Yep. So they're now down to 13. So I think this will come down to the line if whether or not the Dames can continue to accumulate points towards the end and keep the point differentials low against the Snipers.
Well, the Dames have been down by 40 points for about the last 10 minutes. They haven't done much to chomp back into that lead that the Snipers have. They got 7 minutes, 28 left to close it. It's going to be a tough call.
Yes.
Fanny Tastic is now scoring, well, attempting to get lead unopposed, but Carnage already back out on the track.
She had a lovely assist from her teammate Godzilla, and she came out with as lead jammer. So we look like as if we've got a stash or we've got a penny pass. I think we've actually had a star pass.
The star pass has occurred to Stock. She's now holding it in her hand. But meanwhile, Fanny Tastic's got 5 on the board. Stock's still struggling against Booger and Thunder.
You'll find that's Pollyanna.
Oh.
Oh, and Polly's pushing. She's at the front and out of bounds, out of play. She's now got the star panty on her helmet.
She is in a scoring situation, so Fanny Tastic calls it off after just adding one more. I thought that was another scoring pass in there, but it looks like it's a total of 6. They're going to dig into that 40-point lead, but not by a huge margin.
No, unless they're able to really get a few scoring passes and break into double digits with these jams, they're not going to be able to close that gap very fast by the end of the game.
Time is well and truly on the Snipers' side with only 6 minutes left to play in this 3rd, 4th place final.
Oh,
Holly Funk puts the gas down for lead. The Micro Machine finds her own hole and not far behind. Holly sure has some speed on her today, though. That 4-wall looks brutal as she punches for a couple of points, and there are none. She hit that with all the pace she had and not a single hip moved.
She had a teammate trying to execute an assist from outside on lane 4, but unfortunately I think all she did was just get in the way for Holly. So
Yeah, that does happen. Offense gets in the way of their own jammer. It was a valiant effort, though. They're going to have to try and make something special happen. We're about to go into the final 5 minutes.
we've got fisticuffs from Sydney Snipers jamming against, I can't quite say, I think it's Booger, sorry. So Booger is jamming, and Feisty's snuck out on the inside, and closely followed by Booger. So Booger's hustling to close that gap, but she's been sent to the penalty box.
And that's going to be her 7th. So she's fouled out. They're going to have to play the next 1 minute 30 without a jammer.
And they're going to have to have someone else sit in the rest of the penalty for her as well.
Well, she should sit out the 30-second penalty in this jam, because I really doubt that the Snipers are going to call it off in the next minute and 16, seeing as there is no way for the Dames to field a jammer now.
That's true.
So this
that's a
is
good
like
point.
3 power jams in a row for the Snipers.
So Feisty was just knocked out of bounds on the inside, but she quickly came in, and she wasn't able to be, she wasn't recycled very far as well.
Well, there's your first 5 points for the Snipers. I think this is the nail in the coffin for the Dames. They're going to have to,
try and reduce the...
there's not enough time to
no.
come back with a minute and a half of power jam against them.
She's...
There's 10 already. There's another 5. That's 15. This lead's just stretching out.
So I've noticed that Rampage has been walking along the track, and I think he's been walking along in the ref lane, which I think is a bit of a no-no.
Well, it's legal as long as he doesn't get in the way of a ref. If he gets in the way of a ref, he's very likely for an instant expulsion. There's not a lot of warnings on that one. Feisty knocked out of bounds. She's going to call it off. She's going to give up the last few seconds of that power jam. Despite the fact she was scoring unopposed, she's just going to call it off. They're well in control now. 181. She'd already put 23 points on the board, and there's only 3 minutes left in the game.
That was an awesome jam by the Sydney Snipers. That's a big nail on the coffin to secure their lead, and with the remaining 3 minutes that we've got, I think we can say that they're in a very strong position to win this game.
All of the games you're going to be watching today, all that matters is the most points on the board. It's win or loss for the position in the 5x5 championship. However, for those of you that are stats nerds out there, all these games today are Eastern Region qualifier games, which means the points differential does matter to their ranking in the Eastern Region. I know Newcastle were really pushing to improve their ranking with the results of this game. 23 points against them in that last jam, and the differential we're seeing now is not going to help them in the rankings.
Yes, unfortunately, with a 23-point power jam, that's really going to set them back. So now in these last 3 minutes, we've got Lowdown jamming for the Sydney Snipers up against...
That's Fantastic wearing the star.
Fantastic.
Newcastle's just got to be happy to have a jammer on the track now. But Lowdown Hoedown with lead jammer coming up against Vanilla Bean.
The Sydney blockers have been really aggressive just in the last few jams, really stepping up the ante against the Newcastle jammers, and really neutralising their ability to score points, even on the low-scoring jams.
Yeah, it's been really tough for the Newcastle jammers. You can see them clearly tired out there. Fantastic is now on her scoring pass, and a back block picked up by Lowdown.
So with this jam going down for the full 2 minutes, it might give the Newcastle Dames some breathing space to be able to score, to claw back some points. So Fantastic collected 5 points in that last pass.
So far, all she's done is level the points for this jam. Oh, and there is a track cut. Fanny drawn back by Stocks, but she thought she was out of bounds. She was actually skating back on the track. The track cut assessed by Jam Ref marching orders.
That was the sneaky move by Pollyanna.
It was.
So we got Low Down back on the track after serving her penalty. And we've got the new cut. We've got Fantastic still in the penalty box. So that jam is resulted in 5 points.
It's like 8-7, I think it was.
Yes,
Yeah, 8
just
to
on
the
that.
Dames. So Newcastle did get a 1 point advantage out of that, but that's just not enough. 188 plays 132, and we are now in the final minute of this game. Once again, thanks to the sponsors of this feed, Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps, and Spank Alley. They're bringing you the coverage on Down Under Derby TV.
So we've got Micro Machine jamming for the Sydney Snipers. She started off with a power jam with Fantastic from the Dames starting in the penalty box, but she's back on the track now. And Micro Machine has just done a lovely side serve, and she's first out of the pack to take lead jammer. And there's been a star pass, and Thunder Slut has come out of the pack. And
But the
with
period
jammer.
clock has expired. Bench coach Rampage giving the call-off signal. They don't need to go any further. Points don't matter. It's just about the win here, and the Snipers have secured it with authority, you have to say.
Yes, when you're able to capitalize on power jams in double-digit points with the 18 and 23 scoring passes, scoring jams, it's it's good strategy and good teamwork by the Snipers.
I think very much the story of this game was power jams. The Snipers capitalised on them. Newcastle really got shut down whenever they had a power jam in their favour.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
final score is now on the scoreboard. You can see it on your screens, 188 to 132. Sydney Snipers turning around their earlier season performance. Newcastle beat them last time they were on the track. This time they showed who's the stronger team, and they showed when it mattered in the final.
Yes, they through this 5x5 tournament, we've been able to see from the Snipers just some good teamwork development throughout this tournament from their initial start against the Dames earlier on, and come out to prove to be quite a strong team at the end of this.
So just throwing the rosters up on the screen as the teams take their victory lap. Hope you're giving a high five at home to all these skaters as they come past the cameras. All the skaters really putting their heart and bodies on the line for their teams. But the Snipers taking third place in the 2015 5x5 Armageddon Championship. Newcastle finishing fourth, and already confirmed Wollongong, the Steel City Derby Dolls, will finish fifth in this year's championship.
Stay tuned, sports fans. We've got the grand final of the Battlegrounds division coming up next. We have the Central Roller Coast Derby United Valkyries playing against the Inner West Roller Derby League Skate Crashers. So stick around for this next game. They will be playing for first and second position in the Battleground division. And then after that, we will have the grand final for the Armageddon division, where we have some long-time rivals, S2D2, playing against the Dishonor Rollers from Varsity Derby League.
And I'm going to go and try and find the captains from these teams and get some interviews, so don't go anywhere.
Thanks, everyone. This is Miss Meow, and I've been joined by Colonel Panic, so stick around for our chats with the captains just shortly.
Arsenal was amazing. They really brought it. Sorry, I have no words. We're really happy. We've been working really hard for this. So it was Newcastle put up a really good fight, and I think everyone was on it.
They played hard, but I think the real story of that was how you guys shut them down on power jams and how you capitalized when it was a power jam in your favor. Yeah. How were you doing that? Swapping microphones.
My mic wasn't on. I guess through teamwork, we've been working on sticking together. Our jammers have amazing footwork. We're really proud of them.
They sure did. They certainly capitalized. There was a few times though the jammers didn't touch a single blocker on a power jam, so
it was a beautiful
it was all
moment.
the offense.
It was a beautiful moment. I told Micro that it made me tingle that she did that, and the team did that.
Well, the scoreboard really shows it. There was a couple of 18 to 20 point power jams. There was a big one at the end where the Newcastle jammer fouled out and you had a minute and a half of power jam.
I didn't know that. I was just so in the game.
It was pretty epic. That really finalised that score. What's next for the Snipers?
What's next for the Snipers? We've got Erd coming up. So back to training on Tuesday, training really hard, eating well, keeping fit.
Well, for now, go party, and I'm going to go and talk to the Newcastle ladies. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, welcome, ladies. Tough game out there. Congratulations on playing so hard. Tell us about the game.
It was hard. It was a bit more intense, I think, than the last game.
Definitely.
Yeah. So it was good though. Like good hard game. Newcastle really tried to stick it to Sydney, but they just fought their A game, and their walls were really hard to break down and to get through. And if it did bust through, then they were recycling amazingly. So yeah, it was hard work.
Well, we noticed that you guys, there were a lot of jams that were only 2 points differential. 2 points either way, jam after jam after jam. It was really only the power jams that got them ahead. Why were they so tough to shut down on the power jams?
I don't really know. I guess their jammers are quite quick and buzzy, and once they're through, it's hard to regather, I think.
There was some fancy footwork going on too.
That's exactly what Lowdown just told us.
Yeah.
The reason they were capitalising was the jammer footwork.
Yeah, right around the outside.
Yeah, down the line they really exploited us on the line, which we spoke about mid-bout. They were pretty clever on the inside line, I think. Yeah.
Well, it sure was an exciting game to watch. Thank you guys for playing so hard, and we're going to see you in just a couple of weeks at SmackDown on the Central Coast.
Absolutely, yes you will.
We can't wait, training hard.
Yep.
Excellent, thank you ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm very pleased at this point in time to have one of our major sponsors, Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. Susie, what's that URL for your website?
Oh, it's www.sydneyderbyskates.com.
So I see you here at every game selling an awesome array of roller derby equipment. How did you come to get into selling the roller derby stuff?
Okay, probably about 8-9 years ago, I was with Sydney Roller Derby League, and as you can imagine, at that time there was 4 leagues Australia-wide, just 4. And we had nowhere to buy our stuff. We had to go to America pretty much. There was a place in Adelaide that sold some derby stuff, but mostly we all had to get our stuff from America. And I was like, hey, there's a bit of an opening here. So I imported about 30 pairs of skates from the States, and that was it. And that's how it started. So yeah, and now I have so much crazy stuff. It's unbelievable.
Indeed. So you're doing reasonable business now?
Yeah. It used to be part-time. I used to have a full-time job and just do this on the side, and now it's a full-time job for me. So.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And you've given up skating?
No, I'm having a break at the moment.
How long has the break been?
No, it has actually. Well, I don't bout anymore. Okay. But I do still go to training. But it has been 4 months since I haven't gone to training.
Oh, that's not very long.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about the amazing range of products you can buy in person here or on site.
Yeah.
You want to grab something for us?
Yeah. I just bought a bunch of little things like these are new. These are pretty cool. Green Monster morph wheels.
When I go over to your table over there, there's like a mountain of wheels.
I know, yeah.
How many types of wheels do you have?
Oh, gosh. I can't even begin to really know. There truly is an amazing amount of wheels. And I always get questions from people saying, what wheels should I get? It's like, okay, have you got a couple of hours? Yeah, it's a little crazy.
And I know most people have like a box of wheels they take with them, because every surface is different.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you need grippy wheels, hard wheels. I thought I said the same thing then. Yeah, extra soft wheels, blah blah blah. Thin, whatever. But these ones are good because they've got dual gyrometer. So I should explain gyrometer, shouldn't I?
No. People out there will know what that is.
Good.
I believe.
Yeah.
I'm trusting you.
So these ones are 84 and 88. So they've got softer on one side, not so soft on the other side. Which is kind of interesting. It's a new concept. A lot of wheels are doing that, and it's I've not tried it myself, but I like the idea.
I like the colours.
Yes, I like the colours too.
The colours are fantastic.
Yes.
Now there's lots of stuff there that I'm that I'm really unsure about. I saw this and I couldn't quite work out what that was.
Well, this is what it is. So it goes inside a bra so that you can to avoid getting hits in the boob, basically.
It's called the Cool Guard, so I guess
Cool
it's pretty
Guard.
cool.
Yes, it is pretty cool. All right, what else do I got?
You got lots of helmets over there as well.
Yes, but I particularly brought this one only because it's pretty. Look at it.
It's kind of pearlised.
I know, and it's like mint. How can you,
A pearlised mint helmet, that could be for you.
Yes,
Get online.
It's very pretty, very pretty.
Buy it now.
SydneyDerbySkates.com.
And what I noticed is there's also stuff that's not just roller derby stuff.
Yes.
I mean, these are probably my favourite socks of the day.
They're very cool.
Ray Gun
Ray
socks.
Gun, yes.
Ray Gun socks. If you don't have a pair of Ray Gun socks, well, you're not nerdy enough for me.
That's right.
Or perhaps you want glittery.
Speed Demon. Oh, and this is
Speed
Demon on the other
Demon.
side. Yes.
I did think that was something else, but Speed Demon, I understand now. But the glittery. So show me something else that's down there in your
these are nice and glittery. These swings.
I think I should wear them on my shoes.
You should, yes. So you attach them to your shoelaces. You can't. I suppose they're not really a thing to play derby with, but disco skating.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we do have a lot of disco skates, disco nights that go on.
Yes,
so
definitely.
Sydney Derby Skates, not just for derby.
Yes.
For your pleasure as well.
Yes, I have flashing wheels, all sorts of bling stuff for.
I see a large pair of knee pads down there. Obviously, essential equipment.
Yes.
For any skater.
Yes. And these are new. Deadbolt Grand Slams, they're called, and the cool thing about these is that you can take the cap off and you can put pretty pictures in there if you want to. Yes.
That is a pretty interesting team logo.
Yes.
Now, in the many years you've been doing this, have you seen the market change in regards to what's available for skaters?
Yeah, I have, And now there's a lot of derby specific stuff, whereas at the beginning we just had skateboarding stuff, BMX stuff, whatever. But now a lot of companies, like in fact Deadbolt, they're aiming that at specifically Derby people. So, you know, they're altering things that would work better for us now as a skater rather than a skateboarder or a BMXer or whatever.
Because I remember when I started, people were wearing like either one or two types of
Yeah,
pads
yeah,
because
yeah.
it was like
Yeah.
all anybody
Yeah,
could
yeah,
get.
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
now you're bringing
Yeah.
out all these
Yeah,
new
yeah,
types
yeah,
of
yeah.
pads for me.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
an array of helmets.
Yeah, yeah.
Because people
Yeah.
are wearing hockey style helmets
Yes,
now.
yes, they're quite
Derby
big
style
at the
helmet.
moment. Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's kind
And
of
bicycle certified style helmets as well, like
Yeah.
not instead of skateboarding helmets
Yeah.
and things like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
So there's something there in pink.
Oh yeah, these are kind of cool. These are sweat suckers. I'll show you what it looks like.
Sweat suckers
Yes,
sounds a bit.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
what
know,
you do is they're
fetish
like,
to me.
you put them in your derby bag and they absorb the sweat.
Have the referees seen this?
I don't know.
Because referees really need
yeah.
something to suck
yes,
up the sweat.
Yes.
Have you been in the referee room?
no. I
They
don't think I want to go in
They
there.
need industrial sized sweat suckers.
Well, these are awesome and they really do work. Like, I don't wash my pads as often as I should have because I have sweat suckers. No, seriously, they really work. They absorb this and they don't stink. They make your pads smell nice. They're very good. Oh, and there's only one other thing. Another sweat thing. I'm a bit of sweat obsessed, I think. These are really cool. They're a new thing. And like they're really, really thin, but they absorb massive amounts of sweat. So you put them on under your helmet, like a skull cap kind of thing.
Yep.
And it stops sweat getting in your eyes and stuff like that. So
As opposed to wearing one of those beautiful 70s headbands.
yes, but you could wear one of those as well. They are kind of cooler.
They are, but with the helmet on, I'm not sure the 70s terry toweling
yeah,
headband
that's true.
is really going to work.
But these work really, really well. So if you sweat a bunch, they're really good. Stop the sweat getting in your eyes.
So of all the stuff that you have, what's like your biggest selling item? What would you sell the most of in quantity?
That's a hard one. Probably still beginner stuff. Like I still sell a lot of fresh meat packs, like people starting out in the sport. And you would think by now it has tapered off to when I first started out because everyone was new then, and but it's probably fresh meat packs. So the basic kind of setup to start with is what I probably sell the most. Yeah.
Do you find that people, when they buy the fresh meat pack, they then come back and buy?
Yes, and upgrade later.
Upgrade?
Yeah, definitely.
Skates, helmet?
Yeah, all stuff.
Everything?
Yeah. Probably mostly skates and knee pads the most, because people usually get basic knee pads when they start and basic skates. So then, and I always advise them to do that too, because you don't want to spend $800 and then go, oh, Derby's not really for me. And
Surely people don't do that. I'm not going to believe that anybody comes and tries Derby and then goes away.
That's true,
it doesn't happen. So what would be the difference between a basic set and a more expensive set?
Of everything.
Everything.
I mean, of skates in particular. Or?
Yeah. Let's talk about skates.
All right. Okay. So a basic skate has usually a nylon plate at the bottom, as opposed to a metal plate, an aluminium plate, something like that. It's usually a vinyl boot as opposed to a leather boot. What else is there? Usually the bearings and the wheels are, you've heard of them say wheels of death?
Yeah.
A lot of people call the beginner wheels of death.
Oh, really?
So pretty much all of it on the skate is, it's just not as high a quality as a good quality skate.
Yeah. And certainly the one set of wheels is not going to do you for every surface you're going to go on.
Yes, definitely.
So you're going to need an arsenal of wheels.
Yes.
That's pretty fantastic. It's been great talking to you.
Yes, you
what
too.
What was that website again?
www.sydneyderbyskates.com.
So I'm expecting that we'll have massive hits
Yes.
after being online.
That's right.
Thank you for being our sponsor.
Oh, no problem.
That makes it possible for us to have all these cameras everywhere and these fancy microphones. And we'll cut back to the studio.
Right. Thank you.
Excellent. Sorry. I got to get set up for my next thing. Sorry.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has
Hello and welcome to the grand final of Battlegrounds in 5x5 Roller Derby 2015 edition. I'm Mike Mann.
I'm Melodrama.
And we are here to see Central Coast Roller Derby United, the Valkyries, take on Inner West Roller Derby League's Skate Crushers.
It is an exciting time, Mike Mann. This is the first time that the Skate Crushers have reached such heights. And after the blocking that we've seen over the last 4 games of this 5x5 tournament, you'd have to say that Inner West have improved out of sight and are absolute contenders for this cup.
I don't know, you're very excited. You were telling me earlier the Inner West is your home league. No bias of call during the call, Mel.
You should see what I'm wearing. I've got Inner West underpants on.
Borderline too much information, but thank you. But I know you're excited. You believe they're right in there with a chance. Central Coast have dominated this division since they've come down from the, since it's been created, really, and they were in the A division, but Central Coast, after a league split, came into the second division of 5x5 and have really dominated this division.
Absolutely. They're a very, very strong side. Some very, very talented skaters on there and a very high level of fitness. So we've got the first whistle, first jammer up for the Inner West in the blue. Hellcats, number 68.
And double one, Copper Floggin will be jamming first up for the Valkyries.
And before I forget, Mike Mann, I want to say a very special hello and thank you to Mama Kid Cat. Thank you for bringing your wonderful daughter to our game.
Well, it is the Valkyries who get out first through Copper Floggin, picks up lead jammer. Hellcat almost through on the inside.
Inner West going with the stylish panty covers there, rocking the velvet, not giving Hellcat any assistance there.
And Copper Floggin gets through, picks up a full 5 points on that pass. Hellcat now gets out on her initial pass.
In the pack right now for Inner West, Violet Van Slam, Lioness, Boss Whedon and Christy.
Hellcat almost took out Violet Van Slam in the first jam there.
She was going for the baseball stop. Seemed to work for her quite well. A great start for Central Coast.
And for the Central Coast now, we've got Hazy Demon jamming.
She's up against Cop Ophelia. Copperphilia trying to find a gap on the inside line. There are really no gaps when you're playing the Central Coast.
But she was wise there. She went for the hands, picked up the multiplayer block, and she's through for lead jammer.
Meantime, Ginger Roger picks up an out of direction block.
Hazy Demon now screaming around the track, and Copperphilia decides to call off the jam wisely there, picking up 4 points. But Hazy Demon also able to pick up 1 point.
And today playing for the Central Coast, we have Battle Smurf, Copper Floggin, Ratbag, Hannibal Dector, Rogue Bludger, Madam Mischief, Hazy Demon, Miss Wrecker's Bum Bum, Belter Goodrum, Captain Mini Mayhem, Medusa and Bamfidian.
And for Inner West, we've got Flying Duchess, Rocky Von Teese, Ginger Roger, Boxy Lady, Captain Kid Cat, Chevy Chase, Copperphilia, Boss Whedon, Hellcat, Crushy Amplet, Violet Van Slam, Lioness, and Penelope Pissed Off.
And breaking through the pack there, Chevy Chase jamming for Inner West in the blue. And shortly behind her, Rogue Bludger jamming for the Central Coast in white.
We said they got a chance, Mel, and so far 2 from 3 lead jams for the Inner West. And 3 points to 1 in that jam, so doing the right thing on the scoreboard right now.
Yep, and if you notice that jam getting called off, Chevy Chase hemmed in by the blockers, unable to use big arms to signal her calling the jam off. Referee didn't see it until after that point was scored by the Central Coast. Inner West short on blockers, 2 in the box. Ginger is standing. Hellcat trying to make her way through. Meanwhile, Boss Whedon and Lioness doing a fantastic job holding back.
It's Medusa there.
Medusa. But Hellcat out in front, lead jammer. Hellcat hits the pack, calls that jam off.
And picks up 4 points for her troubles too, and another 1 point there to the Central Coast. Managing to sneak through for that single point on a few occasions.
And it's only jam number 4, I think it is, Mike Mann. We've seen Rampage, bench manager for the Inner West, in the centre for the 3rd time. He's doing a hands off her back.
And not to be outdone, hands off her back is in there as well.
It's lonely out here on the sidelines. They want to be in the middle.
And it is a timeout for Inner West now. We'll see if this turns into an official review.
Thanks so much to our sponsors. They make it possible for us to bring you this stream. Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps, and Spank Alley. Thank you also to all of our referees and non-skating officials. They volunteer their time and they bring us their amazing set of skills, and that allows us to talk about the talky things to you.
And to our other volunteers who don't fall into those official categories as well. People like Googs out there on the track right now doing some maintenance.
He's the tape man. And those people who persistently sell you raffle tickets.
Yes, and make us draw raffles at half-time of games.
Commentators' favourite raffles. Right, both teams are back on track. Both teams, wall of three in the triangular shape.
And the two coppers on the jam line, Copper Floggin and Copperphilia, but it's Copperphilia for Inner West who comes through quickly for lead jammer.
Crushy Amplet trying to stop Copper Floggin, to no avail. But Copperphilia hits the back of the pack there. It scores 4, calls that jam off. Terrific awareness of Copperphilia. We've seen that all season.
Yeah, she's ready for this game today, fired up for the grand final, picking up the 4 points and managing to keep Central Coast to 0 on that occasion.
Of course, Inner West would remember the last time that they met the Central Coast. They led almost to half-time, only a couple of points behind into half-time, and then Central Coast put the pedal to the metal and absolutely took off to the end. They're not going to want to have that happen again.
Well, Chevy Chase with a beautiful move gets through on the outside. Hazy Demon hot on her heels though. Chevy Chase covering a fair bit of the track with that skating style.
Loses a footing, has to call that jam off. 9 points to the Inner West, but 1 to the Central Coast.
Well, 1 point against the lead there to the Central Coast. Chevy Chase probably should have called that one off. It was never going to be in her favour. Her opponents were at the front of the pack. Well, sorry, they were at the back, but they were well set, and they managed to block her out and not let her score. And that also allowed Hazy Demon to get through and pick up that point.
They didn't just not let her score, they didn't let her call the jam off. Excellent defence from Central Coast. They are certainly no strangers to hot defence.
And nice moves from Hellcat, weaving away through the inside line there. In the meantime, Copper Floggin also works through the middle of that pack and gets through for her initial pass.
Hellcat half a length to be able to do her stuff. She hits it, literally hits the pack. 2 points, calls that jam off.
Mini Mayhem causing havoc out there on that occasion, absolutely annihilating her opposition jammer.
$17 points to Inner West, 10 points to Central Coast.
And it is Mad Juicer up against Copperphilia on this occasion.
Copperphilia through first. Medusa trying to get a lift off Miss Racker's bum. Taken out of play by Boxy Lady. Medusa through for her initial pass. Copperphilia just nudging past. Lucky to avoid a track cut, I think.
Yeah, Mother Superior, the referee on the outside pack ref duties there, called it okay, but geez, it looked like a wheel or two may have crossed that tape.
Perhaps that's what hands off her back is asking.
Well, referee was right there and called it okay, so not much point going to the official review on that occasion. I don't think he'd get any luck.
Chevy Chase jamming for Inner West.
Oh, big collision on Chevy Chase. Number 38, Miss Racker's Bum Bum there. Miss Racker's Bum Bum coming off second best.
Clutching at the chest there. Hopefully she's okay. Rogue Bludger jamming for the Central Coast. Catching the back of Violet Van Slam. Wisely calling that jam off.
Picking up 3 points, Rogue Bludger, I think in her first jam for the afternoon. And doing a fine job. Hannibal Decter now on deck for the Valkyries. And we're going to see a timeout.
Chevy Chase sent to the penalty box, it seems.
Yeah, didn't quite catch that. Must have been after the whistle.
All right, referees just conferring no, Chevy Chase is out of the penalty box. So that means that Hellcat will be jamming for Inner West.
Well, good to see the referees were as confused as the commentators.
Didn't think it was possible.
Me either. It's a rare occasion. Mark it down for posterity. This jam will get underway shortly.
Hannibal Decter jamming for Central Coast. The Valkyries. Hellcat skipping through on the inside line there, staying in bounds. Great awareness of her feet and lead jammer status.
Well, she only had the 2 blockers to deal with. And gets through again. And gets through cleanly too. Don't know how she managed to get through there.
She gets to her feet, keeps skating, then calls that jam off, clutching at her face.
Well, she had to get hit somewhere, surely they're flying through there. But you'd have to also think that she engaged.
Relatively clean penalty board at this early stage. Jam number 10. 4 players for the Central Coast and 3 players for the Inner West with 1 penalty against their name.
And it's 4 plays 3 in the pack for this jam as Copperfilia picks up a track cut. Thought she was through for lead jammer, but she's off to the penalty box.
At the same time, Boxy Lady sent off for a multiplayer block. This new style of braced blocking, bringing about lots of penalties.
Hazy Demon, in the meantime, picks up lead jammer, and it is a power jam situation. Only 2 at the front to deal with. Gets through, gets past Lioness, and takes her down.
Hazy Demon with the sparkly pants there. I thought she would have stayed on board. Power jam with the sparkle-fueled laps.
You do wonder sometimes. It is a tactic some teams employ, calling off the jam to make it a power start in the next jam before the other jammer comes back on. But to me, you still have to make that initial pass once again, and it's a waste of time as far as I'm concerned. You may as well take the advantage while you've got it.
Arguably a waste of 4 points or 5 points, because that's what 1 pass would be worthwhile.
Absolutely, and we'll see if it pays off. It is only 3 to deal with in the pack, but Inner West doing a good job so far. Holding her up for a good 10 seconds there.
Those 3 blockers, though, 3 of the more experienced players for Inner West, Boss Weird and Ginger Roger, Captain Kit Kat. All 3 formidable blockers. Copper Floggin able to go through on toe stops. 5 points for her trouble.
And Copperfilia is out of the penalty box now and back on the track. Makes her initial pass relatively easily.
The absolute determination shown on Boss Weirden's face then when engaging with Copper Floggin. Ginger Roger, however, sent off for a penalty for that block. 7 points to the Central Coast, an excellent jam for them, and they nudge out in front. 26 points, plays 25.
18-20 left in the first half, and such a close game at the moment. This is exactly what you want from a grand final.
The teams are fairly evenly matched. Both teams playing as clean a game as they can today. Both teams focused on their fitness and their blocking skills through the off-season or the in-between games. Chevy Chase stuck behind a solid wall, having to give her a break to allow the bridge.
In the meantime, Medusa is also stuck behind a wall and can't escape. As I say that, she does. But it took a player going to the penalty box.
Chevy Chase sneaking around the outside, catching her 4 points.
And she's preparing to call off the jam, making sure Medusa can't score. And that will see Inner West take the lead back off the Central Coast.
And that, of course, means anytime there's a lead change that you do need to go to the Sydney Dogs and Cats website to have a look at sponsoring or fostering or even adopting a cat or dog.
Whew. For a second there, I thought you were going to say and drink a cat.
I wouldn't do that. I'm allergic.
We're going to see an official timeout called here. So just getting a skater out, Ratbag back out of the penalty box. Once again, some confusion from the referees, or perhaps from the skaters with guilty consciences sending themselves to the penalty box.
There's a lot of traffic, though, going from the benches to the middle. There's a lot of coach helping going on to the referees.
And there is, and perhaps some of the skaters are getting a bit confused with how close the penalty box is to the benches and going just to the wrong place.
Could be. No sense of direction. Hellcat, however, lots of sense of direction. She's through as lead jammer.
Rogue Bludger, about half a lap behind at this stage.
Rogue not given the opportunity to do her thing. Hellcat calling that jam off. 4 points added to Inner West. Inner West playing in the blue today. Central Coast playing in the white. With the pretty silver helmets.
Flash helmets. I'll give them that. I do. Probably one of my favourite uniforms, of course, apart from the Southside uniform, would be the Central Coast uniforms, I think. I think they're very professional looking.
I like the matching helmet. Inner West with their not matching helmets, still putting up a good effort. Blocking Hazy Demon. Boxy Lady throws herself to the ground to try to catch her. No luck. Copperfilia out in front. She tries to get past as many blockers and calls that jam off before Hazy Demon can put anything on the board. Scoreboard reads 37 to Inner West. 11 points in front of Central Coast on 26. And just over 15 minutes left in this first half. Both teams well supported by their fans today. And jamming for Inner West, Chevy Chase. And she is up against Rogue Bludger for the Central Coast. A pile-up of players, no one hurt fortunately, however, a low block called on Belter Goodrum. Rogue Bludger about to engage with the blockers. Chevy Chase a little slow in calling that jam off, I think.
Yeah, she only just turned around in time to see her, but it is 1 point picked up there by Rogue Bludger.
In a game that's going to be this close, I think those 1 points are going to be a difference for them.
Just as we say that, we see Inner West open up probably the biggest lead of the game so far, 14 points.
Don't jinx them. Hellcat jamming for Inner West. She's up against Hazy Demon for the Central Coast. Central Coast blockers reforming, holding Hellcat back a little. Meanwhile, Hazy Demon busts out and she's lead jammer.
Good work from Captain Kid Kat there.
Her mother raised her well.
Teaming up with Crushy Amplet at the back, taking on Hazy Demon and doing it well right now.
And Hellcat getting down low, rounding that corner.
And that's going to be advantage. Well, sorry, no. I thought that was that was initial pass for Inner West. Well, 0 points is the call, but I thought that was the second pass from the Inner West jammer.
It was 0 for that pass, but 4 for the previous one, I believe.
I was too busy watching the pack and watching Hazy Demon get annihilated at the back of that pack on that occasion by the Inner West defence.
There's certainly a lot of determination in that one. Copperfilia trying to swim her way through the pack, avoiding the track cut because her blocker fell. Copper Floggin throwing her body on the line, unable to take her out though.
Annabelle Decter gets through for her initial pass now and is lead jammer with no pass, no penalty called on Copperfilia.
And of course, you can only be lead jammer if you do so without any infractions.
Copperfilia gets through cleanly on that occasion, picks up 4 points. Annabelle Decter took the chance on this jam. She is lead jammer, and I'm not sure if she's picked up the 4 points. No, just picking up 1, so it's 4-1 against the lead.
Excellent blocking there.
Had the chance to call that off.
That pack very strong. Foxy Lady, one of the newer players to the Inner West, sticking with the more experienced players, and it paid off very well there. That pack did an excellent job to hold the blocker back.
Well, we have a timeout called by White. You may have heard that come through in the microphones. Hands off her back, screaming it across the stadium. And again, another thanks to our sponsors, Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps, and Spank Alley.
Spank Alley's not the type of business I thought it was.
I'm leaving that one well alone, Mel. I've known you for too long and too well to get baited by that one.
Madam Mischief sitting on 3 penalties. Miss Rackers Bum Bum 2 penalties. Inner West a little more evenly spread out. 2 penalties for Ginger, Boxy Lady and Captain Kid Kat. Of course, the temptation for players is to spell a word with the penalties that are available.
Have they named that yet? Is it penalty Scrabble, or is it?
It's still available. You can make an app. Chevy Chase out for the Inner West. She's lead jammer.
Rogue Bludger still stuck at the back of the pack. Once again, this defence of the Inner West. Crushy Amplet on that occasion, doing it all alone and doing a great job.
And they are sticking with her. Crushy Amplet, Lioness, Ginger Roger being held back by Boss Sweden. Chevy Chase skating out in front. Natural 5 points for the Grand Slam.
Rogue Bludger is now through, but that's her initial pass. There will be no points against the lead on this occasion as the jam is called off.
Mike Ban, you may have noticed that one of the Inner Westies, Lioness, the captain today, has been on quite a high rotation. She's just been sent to the penalty box. When you see your players on high rotation that get penalties, that's when I think you start to worry.
Absolutely. It's these late periods in each half that you start to get players getting tired and getting sent to the penalty box, and that can really determine the outcome of a game. Hellcat with nice moves, outside then inside, picks up lead jammer.
Hazy Demon trying to get past Bossweed and getting a bit of a lift from Battle Smurf. Battering ram from Battle Smurf to get Hellcat off her feet, putting the pressure on her, forcing her to call that jam off with only 2 points under her belt.
Yeah, good work from Hannibal Decter from Central Coast on the inside line that time, really holding Hellcat up as well.
25 points the difference. That is conceivably one jam. Inner West will probably not get complacent. As I said last time Inner West played Central Coast, they saw the victory snatched out from under them. So
well, you've got to learn. You've got to learn from those losses, and you've got to use it to your advantage in the next game. And let's see if Inner West can do that in this game. They've been strong so far, picking up the majority of the leads, and there they go again. Copperphilia rather, picks up lead jammer.
And she's been sped past by Medusa, who has just been sent off for a forearm block. That gives the Inner Westies a power jam.
Well, Copperphilia would have been just about to call that one off, and good thing she didn't, as there is that power jam situation now as she picks up 5 points.
Ginger Roger taking that wall off its feet.
Well, someone got Rogered there, but I don't think it was Ginger.
Copperphilia trying to weave past Copper Flogging, chest to chest with the two cops. There's not much to Copper Flogging, but my word, she's strong. Cop gets 5 points, looks over her shoulder, Medusa's right there. She calls that jam off.
Medusa running into his shoulder there.
But catching 2 points.
And a good example there of how penalties work in roller derby. It's the initiator of the contact that is responsible for the contact. So even though there was contact made with the head, it wasn't the fault of the blocker, it was the fault of the jammer.
It was like that when I was growing up as a kid. Chevy Chase sent off for a track cut. Rogue Bludger still an opportunity to get lead jammer, and she does. This is the control that Central Coast will want.
And this is what they need in the closing minutes of the first half. And this is exactly what we're talking about. You've got to keep your skaters on the track in these dying moments of each half. Nice work.
Captain Kit Kat trying to bust her way through the Central Coast, but Central Coast are keeping her as the bunny. She braces and almost looked like she was waiting for Rogue to come through. But now that wall of four close up around her. Chevy Chase back on the track, engaging with those Central Coast blockers. Both walls tight as.
Yeah, Central Coast really muscled up on that occasion. And that may just be a slight momentum shift in this half.
Well, they managed to stop Chevy from even completing her initial pass. That's the meaning of the referee signal when she put her hand underneath her chin. So it's a momentum and motivation that Central Coast are going to want to sweep into the half time.
And Hellcat right up the outside.
She had a cloak of invisibility on.
It's like they didn't even see her.
Medusa having some trouble getting around that reforming wall. Again, the solid walls of the Inner West taking those players out. Trying to get some help from other players. Belter Goodrum trying to give some assistance.
Well, the momentum that I thought might have shifted has shifted back because the Inner West have a 4-2 pack advantage right now as that jam's called off by Hellcat. Another 2 points to 0 on that pass, and that takes us to 80 for Inner West and 45 for the Central Coast. Well, we've got 5 minutes left in the first half. That lead is starting to look like something more serious and something you don't want to go into half time with a lead like that against you.
A pivot line start from both blocks. Chevy Chase trying to muscle her way through. Hazy Demon trying to muscle her way through. Chevy Chase is through, as is Hazy Demon. Quarter of a track in it. Chev's going to want to grab some quick points and call that jam off before Hazy can add anything.
And just look at the work again.
Hands poised.
The work again in the pack from Inner West. They're a tight four and they're separating the defenders and the pack of the Central Coast. It's a great game plan and it's working a treat for them so far.
Scoreboard in the favour of the Inner West, 83 points, playing 45 for the Central Coast. That is a gap of 38 points. I've been mathsing. Copper Flogging getting muscled out by Captain Kit Kat. Now Lioness doing the same thing, catching Hellcat from behind. Hellcat sneaks away through. She's lead jammer.
Belter Goodrum just got taken out by Mini Mayhem.
Pieces of skate and pad falling off. Meanwhile, Hellcat keeps on skating. She's done her scoring pass now. 4 points and calls that jam off.
Well, solid again. A slower start to the jam for Hellcat than on a previous occasion, but doing the job, picking up the 4 points, calling off the jam.
She's persistently wriggly. I find Hellcat just faking to the left, that doesn't work. Go to the right, inside, outside. She's just constantly in motion. And the quality of the crowd support this particular round. The bar's been lifted by both the Central Coasties and the Inner Westies.
Absolutely a great atmosphere here at the Whitlam Arena as Chevy Chase picks up lead jammer.
Rogue Bludger stuck behind the wall of blockers again, meeting chest on with Violet Van Slam.
Well, Chevy Chase weaves her way through and that'll be 5 points on the board.
Boss Whedon called for a penalty, having to yield, letting Rogue Bludger through.
Rogue Bludger, you saw a grimace on her face as she got through there. It's tough work for these jammers from the Central Coast right now.
5 more points added to the Westies' score. Just over a minute and a half left for this first half.
And Mel, while I said you don't want to go in with a big deficit, you also look forward to halftime during games like this because you need to break the momentum of the opposition. It's all Inner West so far in this half.
Cab Kit Kat bracing that wall in the front.
Medusa thought she found a way through the outside, but Captain Kit Kat closed it down on her as Hellcat sneaks around a couple of defenders there and picks up lead jammer.
Medusa hot on her heels. Hellcat's going to hit it and quit it real quick, I think. No, keeps jamming. Held off long enough to get Boss Whedon back on the track. They want a full pack for the next jam.
But also long enough to allow Medusa to pick up 4 points. So is a skater worth 4 points for a few seconds, or these are the questions you have to ask as a bench manager.
I'm really glad you weren't actually asking me. Because I don't know what to do with the answer. I'm not sure.
Do you know what rhetorical means?
Can I tell you about it later? Hazy Demon up against Chevy Chase. Hazy in the white. The spangly undies. Chevy Chase, the pirouette, tries to get through. Persistent blocking from Central Coast. Madam Mischief sent off for that block on Chevy. Hazy Demon, a good bit of speed on those skates. Closing the gap between her and Chev. Chev getting past, steps through, calls that jam off.
That will be half time, and Inner West dominating right now. 100 plays 50. This is the Battlegrounds Grand Final.
2 players from the Central Coast with 4 penalties. Madam Mischief and Miss Racker's Bum Bum. They will want to be watching their penalty count for the next half. Not so heavy on the penalties. The biggest one there, Captain Kid Cat, with 3 penalties. That will put a bit of pressure on the bench for the Central Coast. No one wants to get fouled out of the game, and it would be quite easy with high rotations. Both teams only, I think, 11 players.
Yeah, and Central Coast showing signs of wear and tear late in that first half, and that's only going to multiply as we head into late into the second half. So they want to keep those skaters on the track. We'll be back in just over 10 minutes' time with the second half of the Grand Final in Battlegrounds.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just 1, but 2 armbands. That's 1 for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Easy to clean. Our complete maintenance packages have everything you need to keep your bearings clean and keep you rolling. Better Bearings are reliable and long-lasting. Spend less time mucking around with your gear and more time on the track. betterbearings.com.au.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley!
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley!
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Welcome back after half time. We see Inner West Roller Derby League playing in the blue on 100 points, and the Central Coast Roller Derby United in the white on 50 points. We appreciate it when teams give us easy maths, don't we, Mike Mann?
Absolutely melodrama. And Big Kahuna next to me just reminded me of something you may not want to hear, that Inner West in round 1 gave up a similar scoreline.
Oh, I remember.
So, well, we'll see again if they've learnt from history and
I
can
do
hold it
remember
together.
that day very, very clearly, in fact.
Well, let's hope for the sake of Inner West history doesn't repeat, but of course Central Coast Valkyries will have plenty to say about that. They've had a chance to reset, regroup, and have their coach give them a bit of a serving, I imagine, during half-time.
Central Coast, of course, have come into this finals being undefeated. So they're no strangers to winning. Inner West lost one game, and that game was to the Central Coast. So you would think that the natural flow of events would be for the Central Coast to take this final out.
Well, if you need to start a second half with when you're down so many points, what you don't want to see is only one blocker on the track, and that is what Central Coast are dealing with now, and a Hellcat gets past that blocker easily.
Annabelle Decter. I saw a big foot on the outside line. I'm not sure whether you saw that, Mike, man, but she's jamming for the Central Coast.
Well, most importantly, the OPR did not see it, so Annabelle Decter is able to continue without going to the penalty box. And Hellcat calls off that jam, picking up 4 points. Bit of confusion with the hand signals there from our Wayna War in the middle.
Hazy Demon jamming for Central Coast. She is up against... I can't see who she's up against.
I think it's Copperphilia.
Oh, yes, it is. Copperphilia zigzagging her way to the front. She is out as lead jammer. We've seen Cop win lead on most of her jams so far.
Yeah, Copperphilia probably the strongest jammer out there at the moment, although Hellcat also performing very well for the Inner West.
Copperphilia, I think, is leading the 5x5 tournament for jammer points. She may well get a little trophy for that later on.
Well, zero-sum game there, 4 points apiece. Good work from Hazy Demon.
Lots of speed on Hazy Demon. She manages to close those gaps very, very quickly.
Will be Medusa this time for the Valkyries.
She's up against Chevy Chase for the Inner West Skate Crashers. Skate Crashers with Ginger Roger in the penalty box. They start with just 3 blockers.
Chevy Chase hit to the outside by Copper Floggen. Medusa comes up against that strong defense again, pushes her way through, picks up lead jammer. Chevy Chase still stuck in that strong wall of the Valkyries' defense.
Inner West blockers having to get in there and help Chevy through. She's only just completed her initial pass. Medusa scores 4 points and calls that jam off.
Big smile on her face too. She was happy with the work. Looks like she did what a coach asked of her at halftime, and she was very happy about it too.
Still 50 points the difference, but it would be foolish to be complacent against a team the caliber of the Central Coast. Hellcat jamming for the Inner West.
And up against Rogue Bludger, and it is Hellcat who gets through quickly once again.
Crushy Airflip forcing Rogue Bludger out of play.
Bit of friendly fire there for Hellcat from Crushy Amplet.
A little apex jump to get Rogue Bludger through on her initial pass. Hellcat having to call that jam off after her pad exploded. Pieces flying everywhere. Took the eye out of a small child. Not really.
Why do they call you Melodrama?
That's my mama's made that name up. As we said before, penalty board showing Central Coast 4 for Madam Mischief, 4 for Ms. Racker's Bum Bum. Inner West 3 and 3. 3 for Ginger Roger, 3 for Captain Kid Cat.
We see an official timeout. And just a quick one. Ready to get underway once again. Hazy Demon jamming up against Copperphilia.
Both teams using the braced wall defence.
And that will be a track cut against Copperphilia. OPR signalling there to the inside referees, and Copperphilia is off to the penalty box. Hazy Demon left as the only jammer on the track, still to make her initial pass up against Violet Van Slam. Gets through now, picks up lead jammer.
Hazy Demon rounding the corner. She is about to engage with the pack. Inner West trying to use the brace wall defence with the extra player on the outside. Doesn't stop or slow down Hazy Demon by very much at all. She's through for a 5-point pass.
No, Inner West didn't have the structure that they had in the first half on that occasion. Hazy Demon took full advantage. See Inner West regrouping now though, and holding up Hazy Demon beautifully. Captain Kid Cat off to the penalty box though for a multiplayer.
But enough pressure, plus Copperphilia coming back onto the track and Hazy Demon having to call that jam off, but not before adding 10 points to the score.
And this is exactly the start Central Coast were after.
This is similar to the start for that other game that you mentioned before.
History has a funny way of repeating itself, Mel.
Not this time, Mike Mann. Inner West will hold strong. Chevy Chase jamming backwards and forwards for Inner West. Meanwhile, ducking around the side. Medusa trying to get past those blockers. She is past Lioness. And she sneaks on between Boss Whedon and Ginger Roger. That's her initial pass done.
Chevy Chase now with an opportunity to hit it and quit it. Happy with just the 1 point there, making sure Central Coast don't score and just stopping that momentum ever so slightly.
And you saw her going into that pack with hands poised, ready to call that jam off absolutely quickly.
Yeah, she was only ever after that 1 point, making sure she just got the scoreboard going in the right direction for the Inner West. Hellcat now on the jam line up against Rogue Bludger.
Hellcat hoping for a gap on the inside. There is none. She needs to go looking on the outside. Boss Whedon using Crushing Airflip to slow down Rogue Bludger. Violet Van Slam managing to take her out of bounds. Hellcat through on the outside line. Rogue Bludger with a massive hit from Violet Van Slam.
Well, Hellcat is proving so hard to stop. She's picked up lead jammer on the first or second turn nearly every time, and she can go inside or outside, and so the defence is just not able to stop her because they're not sure which way she's going to go.
And she manages to add 4 more points to the Inner West score.
Hannibal Dector now jamming for the Valkyries. And she's up against Copperphilia for the Inner West. It's a dynamic duo at the moment for the Inner West on the jam line. Hellcat and Copperfilia. And Cop picks up lead jammer, easy as you like.
Hannibal Dector through very quickly as well. Half a lap in it. Cop rounds 1 blocker, 2 blockers, calls that jam off. Gets points for the blockers in the penalty box as well.
And similar to style to the first half, 4-1 on that occasion. Interesting start to the second half here. Bit of a tussle at the moment.
Is that 46 points, Mike Mann? No, 48.
Maybe pull the iPhone out. Bring up the calculator app, Mel.
At my abacus. Chevy Chase trying to get through the outside backwards, being braced by Violet Van Slam.
Miss Racker's bum bum.
Ground.
Well, we've got a skater down here. We're going to have to call this jam. 42 Belter Goodrum is on the deck and looks like she's in a bit of trouble. Could be a shoulder here. The medics, well, they were busy looking after Madam Mischief over in the sick bay over there and had to come out quickly.
Thank you so much to our stream sponsors, Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps and Spank Alley. All of those companies make it possible for us to bring you this stream. We are certainly very grateful for all of the support that the community brings to us.
Well, good signs. The helmet's off, but Belter Goodrum looks in good spirits. She's laughing. She's sitting up now.
Medic's just giving her a good once-over, making sure everything is where it needs to be. We're very grateful for the support and assistance we get from our medical assistants. We're also very grateful for all of the referees, non-skating officials and other volunteers. Belter Goodrum back up on her feet.
Well, as is custom now, Belter Goodrum will be taken off, I believe, to be assessed for concussion. Player safety is paramount in roller derby.
And alongside that, Mike Mann, she will have to sit out the next 3 jams just to make sure that she's completely okay. So back to the track. Scoreboard reads, Inner West Skate Crashers 117 up against the Central Coast Valkyries 69. There's just over 20 minutes left to go in this grand final.
Central Coast will be hoping Belter Goodrum is okay. 2 skaters at the moment getting medical attention from the Valkyries.
Inner West also hoping that Madam Mischief is okay. No one wants to win because of injury. Everyone wants to win because they were a better team on the day.
Absolutely, Mel.
I'm just letting you know who we've got playing here today. Battle Smurf for the Central Coast, Copper Floggin, Ratbag, Hannibal Dector, Rogue Bludger, Madam Mischief, Hazy Demon, Miss Racker's Bum Bum, Belter Goodrum, Mini Mayhem, Medusa and Bamphibian. And playing for the Inner West Skate Crashers, we've got the Flying Duchess, Roxy Von Tees, Ginger Rogered, Boxy Lady, Captain Kid Cat, Chevy Chase, Copperfilia, Boss Weirden, Hellcat, Crushy Amplet, Violet Van Slam, Lioness and Penelope Pistoff.
We see now Madam Mischief coming out of the medical area and back onto the bench for the Valkyries, so that's good news. Looks like she's okay to continue. We're going to see Hellcat jamming now for the Skate Crashers.
Up against Hazy Demon for the Central Coast Valkyries. Hellcat trying to find a gap on the inside line. Tries the centre, gets some assistance from Boxy Lady and Captain Kid Kat.
Hazy Demon taking some heavy hits. Coming out on top though, picking up Lee Jammer.
And it's a power jam for Hazy Demon. Hellcat sent off for a back block. Coincidentally, I think that was the longest it took Hellcat to even get near getting through the pack.
And I'm not certain, but it may be the first time she hasn't picked up Lee Jammer as a low block is called on Boss Whedon, taking down Hazy Demon.
She's looking pretty sorry about that though. Just accidentally caught the back of the skate on Hazy Demon's skate. Big hit there from Captain Kid Kat. Being
Captain
supported
Kid
by
Kat.
Boxy Lady.
Yeah, Captain Kid Kat and Boxy Lady forcing the call from Hazy Demon. But Hazy Demon able to pick up 4 points.
That gives them a bit of a creep forward. That was a 9-point jam. So Mad Mischief not ejected, not got any penalties. She just was injured back then and she needed to sit out 3 jams.
Copperphilia in the meantime picks up Lee Jammer on the outside.
Copper Floggin shortly behind her. That's not Copper Floggin. See how I just made that up?
That's Rogue Bludger. And Copperphilia calls off the jam as she hits the deck, picks up 3 points
I
for
think
the
she was
Inner
actually
West.
trying to do the worm. Do you remember the worm, Mike? Man, you're old enough.
I am old enough. I've never done the worm.
Oh, I never could either. I've fallen downstairs though. It looked very similar. Chevy Chase back on the jammer line. She hasn't jammed very much in this 5x5 tournament. She's mostly been used as a jam killer.
Doing a fine job out there today with the star on her helmet. She's up against Medusa. And Medusa fighting her way through the outside. Captain Kid Kat bracing that wall with Crushy Amplet. Chevy Chase in the meantime picks up Lee Jammer. Medusa also through now. Quarter lap behind, half a lap behind now as Chevy Chase puts on the speed.
Chevy Chase marches on through, calls that jam off. 4 points added to the Inner West. Chevy Chase and Captain Kid Kat, the last remaining founding members of the Inner West. It's only a relatively new league, 3 years old.
Doing some great things here in this grand final up against, well, a much longer established league in the Central Coast.
Hellcat faking to the right, faking to the inside, but in the meantime,
Rogue Bludger
manages to just burst on through. Hellcat now half a lap behind her. Walls need to reform. A little bit of mayhem in that pack.
Sorry, Mel, part of that halftime speech from Hans Offerback must have been stop Hellcat.
That seems to be good advice. Rogue Bludger having to call that jam off, knowing that Hellcat was bearing down on her. Fantastic blocking work there from Boss Weirded and Lioness and Violet Van Slam. Certainly with such amazing jamming, there is a lot of strength in the blocking as well.
A request has come through on Facebook for Mel and I to have a worm off at the after party. Trust me, you do not want to see that.
No one wants to see that. It's like a sausage. They want to see that. Copperphilia jamming for the Inner West. Copper's one to beat and she is through. Lead jammer.
Hannibal Dector unable to get through, has to reset to the back.
Manages to fake her way past all the blockers, and she's through now with a track cut. So this is a power jam for Copperphilia.
Inner West bringing that lead back to the halftime deficit and extending it now.
Boss Whedon assisting there, sweeping those Central Coast blockers out of the way. Cop gives a little wave and Boss does it again, but this time Cop goes an inside line. No gap to be found there.
Muscles a way through on that occasion, picks up 5 points and calls off the jam. This is an exhibition in jamming from Copperphilia. Well, big pack advantage here for Central Coast, 3-on-1. But Central Coast without a jammer on the track at the moment.
Chevy Chase tries to get a lift off Violet Van Slam. Violet loses her feet, Chevy keeps on going.
And Hannibal Dector comes out of the box and picks up lead jammer, utilising that pack advantage.
Quality of the blocking being a game changer as we've seen today. The pack is going fast. Three points added to the Central Coast. Excellent result there, considering they started off with a disadvantage of a power jam.
Shows you the importance of keeping those skaters on the track once again. It was a power start to the Inner West, but Central Coast with the pack advantage able to take it home and pick up the 3 points.
Just over 13 and a half minutes left in this final. Inner West 141 playing Central Coast 83. Hellcat skips her way past, just one to beat. Copperflogan giving her grief. Gives an opportunity for Bamphibian to help her out, but Hellcat is finally through. Hazy Demon gets past Violet Van Slam, and she's through now on her initial pass.
Hellcat gets round and looking to score points. Picks up 4 on that occasion. And, well, looks like it's time for Inner West to start running the clock as Hazy Demon's allowed to continue but gets hit out by Boss Whedon and Violet Van Slam. Hellcat picking up the jammer lap point there. 5 points on that pass. And a power jam now as Hazy Demon picks up the track cut.
Hellcat going in for a bit of a cuddle with Copperflogan. Boss Whedon messing her out. Copperflogging back to her feet. Boss Whedon off to the penalty box for that. Crushy Amplet, Lioness returning to the track. Inner West starting to subscribe more heavily to the penalty box. That will become an issue. There's only 12 minutes left on the clock, but these are the important times to have some penalties up your sleeve.
And you see there the importance of tactics in roller derby too, as Hellcat ran that jam to make sure her blockers got back out of the box.
So we'd see Madam Mischief with 6 penalties for the Central Coast, but it's the Inner Westies that is more interesting at this point. They've got 2 players in the red. Ginger Roger on 5, Captain Kid Cat on 6.
Well, 11:40 left on the clock. Still just enough time for the Central Coast to mount a comeback, but it's really going to be up to Inner West to take this one home now. It's going to be them winning it or them losing it. Melodrama, you look like you're about to have some conniptions over there.
I really like Central Coast, but I do like Inner West more.
It stands to reason when you are part of their league, I guess.
True story. Thank you so much to Tavish Designs. She has the skills to make us look good. Thank you also to Better Bearings. Their bearings are easy and better. Thank you to Sydney Derby Skates, a long-time supporter of the 5x5 stream. Flash ramps, they make the ramps that let you skate. Spank Alley. Spank Alley have the pretty clothes and the pretty jewellery and bra tops and all of the things. Why don't you tweet us? Hashtag 5x5. That's spelt 5x5 Derby.
Well, interesting start here, Copperphilia. The only jammer on the track gets through the floor wall easily on the inside.
Central Coast Jammer joining the track though. The wall is braced. The 3 formation. Violet Van Slam throwing herself at the feet.
Just avoiding the low block there too.
And Hazy Demon is through there. Lots of fancy footwork to get her there. Copperphilia though with a 4-point pass.
Interested to see how Inner West start playing this now. Skater comes back on the track, Boss Whedon, and Copperphilia calls it off. Inner West now in a position where they can run 2-minute jams.
Yes indeed, and that timing was actually quite precise. Copperphilia able to wait until Boss Whedon was back on the track before she called that jam off without giving away any points. So a full pack to start for the Inner West, other than the player in the box of course.
But showing great awareness between the jammer and the bench manager there. Great communication, and that's what's needed in this final 10 minutes.
Captain Kit Kat bracing that wall of Lioness and Boxy Lady.
Medusa fighting her way through, but unable to break the wall.
Fantastic blocking work there from Copper Flogan. Holding Chevy Chase back. Chevy Chase jamming for the Inner West. Medusa making her way past Lioness. But Lioness reforms around her. That Inner West wall of blockers keeps reforming. Very frustrating for jammers. And she gets a lift from her blocker. Medusa is through for her initial pass.
Chevy Chase hits the pack as Violet Van Slams gets in and messes them up. And Chevy Chase picks up the 4 and calls it off. And things are looking good for the Inner West right now. Well, Mel, we said penalties will play a big part in the final 10 minutes of the half, and it is the Central Coast who are down to 2 blockers right now with 2 in the penalty box. Inner West still with 1 in the penalty box, but the advantage with the Inner West.
Hellcat goes for a big run on the outside and gets bumped right out.
But then allowed to pass easily as Minnie Mayhem trips over her own skates and hits the deck.
Rogue Bludger though taking a line on the inside through for her initial pass. Lots of pressure put on Hellcat. She has to call that jam off, but not before she sneaks her hips past 4 points.
Well, Minnie Mayhem on that pass made sure she didn't miss, but it was too late to save the points.
Viewers at home may have just seen the worst high five attempt in the history of high fives there. Boswin very pleased with her blocking. Hellcat pleased with her blocking. Worst high five.
Copperphilia jamming again, looking to make it get through quickly, and does so before turn 1.
Great footwork kept to inbounds there. Big hits from Copper Flogan. Solid blocking from Copper Flogan today. Not so much jamming though.
Medusa thought she was through, but gets hit to the inside by Boxy Lady. Copperphilia picks up another 5.
And that'd be a natural grand slam, I believe. And we
I
can
believe
see
so.
a panty pass going on, a star pass. Copper Flogan streaking out with the star. We haven't seen her jam very much today, so this is an amazing opportunity for Central Coasties.
And I have to say, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more star passes with the Central Coast really struggling to get their jammer through on many occasions.
I think star passes are generally either underutilised or badly utilised. It's very easy to get a penalty for a star pass, and they don't seem to get practiced as often as I'd like to see.
No, but it is something that's come into the game. If you don't get lead jammer, you quite often see the star pass employed if you can't get through quickly.
And Central Coast with the first ejection for 7 penalties. Miss Racker's Bum sent off. She gets an early shower.
Well, Madam Mischief might not be too far behind her, also on 6 penalties.
And similarly in the Inner West camp, we've got Captain Kid Cat with 6 penalties. Sitting on 5 penalties, both Ginger Roger and Boss Whedon. 7 minutes to go though. 174 to the Inner West Skate Crashers, 85 to Central Coast Valkyries.
It is, Mel, what you would call a healthy lead at this point of the game.
Yes, indeed, and it would be foolish to call the game now, to make a prediction, because we've all seen games turn around, haven't we?
We don't want to put the commentator's curse on Inner West.
No one needs that.
By saying something like,
no, don't. There will be tears. Chevy Chase busting her way past. No Pack allows her to get through. Copper Floggin having to yield.
Yeah, Copper Floggin flirting with danger there, almost picking up an out-of-play penalty.
Hannibal Decter through for her initial pass.
And strong skating from Hannibal Decter sees her pick up 4 points. Well, we're not going to see the Central Coast give up in this game.
I don't think you'd see the Central Coast give up in any game. They are tough women. As you saw there, Hannibal Decter throwing her body on the line to get those hips past 4 more players. 0 point advantage to Inner West.
We're going to see an official review used here
Captain
by the
Kit
Inner
Kat
West.
On the penalty board, having fouled out. 7 fouls to her. She does have a message for her mum. She's sorry. She didn't mean it. Some disparity between the penalty board on the computer and the penalty board, the manual penalty board, the whiteboard in the centre of the track there. We can confirm that Captain Kid Kat is not on the bench for the Inner Westies, so you would assume that she's been fouled out. Probably there's just been some delay in actually recording that.
Yeah, definitely showing on the official board in the middle as being fouled out of the game.
Madam Mischief copping another injury there. Medics just having a look at her. Mike Man, there is one more game to be played today.
There is indeed the grand final of Armageddon.
The bigger cup.
The bigger cup.
More drinks in that
Yes.
bigger cup.
It's interesting, the bigger cup is silver, the smaller cup is gold.
Maybe it's yellow. Maybe it's not actually gold.
You take a bite.
I'm not sure I'm going to do that.
It may be chocolate. We see our computer now up to date, and Captain Kid Kat is in fact out of here. We are in the middle of an official review, having been called by the Inner West, possibly to confirm that those points should count from Hannibal Decter.
In the meantime, we would like to say thank you so much to Tavish Designs for making us look good. Better Bearings for easy bearings. Sydney Derby Skates for all of their support and all of their derby things. Flash Ramps for making ramps. Custom made ramps for skating. And Spank Alley for all of the merchandise that they have, clothes and things to wear. Please send us a tweet. Hashtag 5x5 Derby. That's 5x5 Derby. That stands, of course, for 5x5. You can also catch us on the Down Under Derby TV webpage, the Facebook page. You can watch this on the webpage, which is probably why you can see and hear us now.
If you're not watching and you can see and hear us now, please seek medical advice.
Hellcat back on the jammer line for Inner West. Up against Hazy Demon for the Central Coast Valkyries. Hazy Demon trying to get past the triangle formation. She's a bit stuck and she tries to get a bit of a hand from Ratbag. Boxy Lady bending over, trying to stop Hazy Demon, unable to do so. Hazy tries to find the outside line, but finds Violet Van Slam instead. Again, the bracing. Boxy Lady and Boss Weirden holding Hazy back.
Well, Hazy Demon starting to look tired out there now. She's done a lot of work and taken a lot of hits. It's been tough to get through these. Well, tough to get through these walls as we see two skaters engaging outside of the engagement zone there.
That was Lioness and Copper Flogging. There's every chance they were having a bit of a cuddle though. Hard to know what's part of the game and what's part of their personal lives.
Well, while we can't confirm the exact reason for the official review, we can confirm that it was not upheld, so Inner West have lost that review. Now, Mel, I can feel that the name is being etched onto the trophy as we speak. It's within the grasp of Inner West.
Is it possible to etch in pencil? Copperphilia. She's jamming for the Inner West. She tries for the outside line. She has trouble getting past Ratbag, but she's through now. She's lead jammer, but only by about 6 centimetres.
And she wasn't aware that Medusa was even there. She was looking at her bench, waiting for the call, and Medusa put a nice little hit on Copperphilia there. 0 points apiece in that jam, but plenty of action. And of course, in the grand final coming up at 7 p.m. for Armageddon, we're going to see Southside taking on Varsity, the Force, up against the Dishonor Rollers. And those two teams have had some incredibly close games so far.
Blocking now for the Inner Westies, we see the Flying Duchess. She hasn't had a lot of track time. She is new to the skating thing, round and round.
The wheels on the feet
smashy.
Go round and round.
She's one of the newer players for the Inner West. So it's great to see her here on these finals.
Also good for Inner West to have some fresh legs out there.
They're very, very long fresh legs. I think the stripes make them look a little bit shorter than they actually are.
That's why she doesn't wear vertical stripes.
Ooh, that'd just be off the charts. Copperfloggin, as we said before, not a lot of jam time today. We're used to seeing her jamming every other jam. And of course, Copperfloggin, last year's jammer of the year. This year, more than likely will go to Copperphilia, and I'm predicting next year will go to someone else called Cop.
There's a very good chance. Now we just need to find that other skater called Cop.
Copper Fine, Copper Coffee.
Perhaps you can send in your Cop names.
We want to know your Cop names. Tweet them to us at 5x5 Derby. Only do that because I'm not checking the tweets. Send what you like.
Best Cop name by the end of the night wins your name being read out. We can't offer you anything else. Well, crowd getting a little bit antsy now. They want this game back underway. Great spirits, though, and a great atmosphere at the Whitlam Leisure Centre.
Terrific support for both sides. Both sides very, very vocal, very, very present supporters. And it's been an entertaining game as well, so definitely no disappointment from either side. Both teams have played absolute A games through the whole competition. And we see Chevy Chase jamming now for the Inner West, and she's up against Copper Flogging for the Central Coast. And they go in opposite directions and they crisscross, but Chev is out through the inside line. Cop is mushed up against the Flying Duchess. Tremendous blocking work there.
And Chevy Chase does well, just keeping a toe stop out. No, picks up the track cut. Game over. Calls her on the whistle. I thought she might have just managed to keep that toe stop over the line and avoid the track cut.
And then she went down on her knees as well. So that question being asked by Rampage. 2 points added for the Inner West. Rampage calling an official review on just that.
Well, Rampage are calling an official review, but I don't think he's actually got an official review to call.
That's what I thought. But if you look out there, referees are indicating an official review. Maybe he's just being cheeky and gotten away with it.
Well, it looks that way, but I'm interested to see if the referees catch on to this and whether or not a penalty may be issued against the captain of Inner West.
For the bogus calling of the official review. I never understood the logic behind that. I think if you manage to convince the referee that you have an official review when you don't have an official review, maybe the referee should get the penalty. And then they have to referee with one less referee.
The thing about referees is they don't like being wrong.
Nobody likes being wrong, Mike. You just get used to it like I have.
As far as they're concerned, commentators are always wrong.
I'm okay with that.
Which is fine, and we've come to terms with that. But as far as they're concerned, they're also never wrong. So if something does go wrong in the game, it was someone else's fault. And someone needs to serve a penalty.
I think, frankly, Ginger Rogers should be serving a penalty for what she's doing out there on the track now.
I would agree with that, Mel.
She's just out of shot there, so unfortunately we will have to describe it to you. Mike Mann, describe it.
Well, there's a bit of a flourish with the arms up on one skate as she glides across the track in a ballet sort of Swan Lake way.
Yeah, I was thinking a swan. Definitely with the length of the arms, the length of the legs.
The only potential.
I'm doing it for you now.
The only thing really lacking was grace. Apologies, Ginger.
Thank you so much to all of you joining us here on the stream. We've really enjoyed bringing you this stream. It's kind of fun thing to do, isn't it?
It is. It's an enjoyable part of my life, and I have to say, getting to front row seats at roller derby.
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
It's basically the best seat in the house.
Only 2 blockers on the track holding Rogue Bludger. Didn't even hold Rogue Bludger back for that initial pass.
Chevy Chase, of course, starting in the penalty box.
Violet Van Slam pivoting on her feet, holding Rogue Bludger back, having to let her yield because no pack was called. Ginger not happy with that call.
Well, Ginger Rogers is off to the penalty box.
5 points added to the Central Coast score. Violet Lioness holding back Rogue Bludger. Chevy Chase paddling her way past, but sent back off. So Chevy Chase back off for a penalty for an illegal procedure. Probably came back on the track improperly. Rogue Bludger rounding the corner. She catches Boss Whedon. She's driven back behind the blockers. Violet Van Slam getting down low. Dr. Goodrum giving Rogue Bludger a hand. They're going to try to catch Ginger Roger as their bunny. 5 more points added to Central Coast. Chev indicates what she wants to have done.
Chevy Chase back on the track now as well. A full complement of skaters on the track as we are inside the final 2 minutes of this game.
Chevy Chase bouncing around there like a pinball amongst those blockers. The persistence and the fitness of the Central Coast never questioned. Five more points added to the Central Coast score. No mean feat considering Chev was back on the track there. Fantastic jam for Central Coast. 24 points.
A huge jam there, but probably just too little too late for the Central Coast. They needed that at the start of this half. But a great way to close out the game with just over a minute to go.
And
this may be the last jam.
That last penalty, sending Ginger Roger off, actually expelled her from the game. 7 penalties, her total. Hellcat jamming for the Inner West. Papa Floggen getting a lift.
Papa Floggen gets through for lead jammer. Hellcat being held up nicely.
Terrific blocking work there by Ratbag. Papa Floggen rounding those corners with grace and speed. She is through for another 4-point pass.
Well, you wonder, would it have been a different game if Papa Floggen had been jamming? Central Coast electing to use her skills as a blocker in this game predominantly. But right now we see why she was #1 jammer in the competition last year.
Hands off her back. Bench manager for the Central Coast calls an official review.
Well, he wants one more jam. See what he can make up here. He goes to the middle.
I think everyone here wants one more jam. Inner West on the scoreboard, 186. Playing Central Coast, 118.
Well, it's great to see the intensity in this game has been there from the first whistle, and it will be there until the last whistle. It's fantastic to see, and it shows the fitness and dedication of these skaters is second to none.
It certainly has been an entertaining game. I bet you wish you were all here.
Yeah, then they wouldn't have to listen to us.
Definite benefit. Bear that in mind next time you decide whether or not you come to the real game or listen online. And we've had here, playing for the Central Coast Roller Derby United Valkyries, Battle Smurf, Copper Flogging, Ratbag, Hannibal Dector, Rogue Bludger, Madam Mischief, Hazy Demon, Miss Rackers, Bum Bum, Belter Goodrum, Mini Mayhem, Medusa, and Bamphibian. And playing for the Inner West Roller Derby League's Gate Crashers, we had the Flying Duchess, Roxy Von Teese, Ginger Roger, Boxy Lady, Captain Kid Cat, Chevy Chase, Copperphilia, Boss Whedon, Hellcat, Crushy Amplet, Violet Van Slam, Lioness, and Penelope Pistoff. And bench managing for the Central Coast, we've had Hands Off Her Back together with Sir Gestive, and bench managing for the Inner West, we've had Rampage and Lee Rex. And in what will be the final jam,
we've got Copperphilia up against Hazy Demon, and these skaters still going for it. Copper Flogging on Copperphilia, but Copperphilia picks up lead jammer.
Copper Flogging looking fresh as the first minute. Copperphilia kills lead jam and then pulls that jam off. Inner West takes out the cup.
And Melodrama about to pull all the equipment off the desk, forgetting she had headphones on there. She is ecstatic, and these skaters from the Inner West will be ecstatic as well. 186 to 118, the unofficial final. Well, what a performance from Inner West Roller Derby. Absolutely dominated. Close for about 10-15 minutes in the first half, and then it's been all Inner West. And for the Central Coast, runners up here today, and their very first defeat in the battlegrounds. But a new era has begun. Inner West champions here today. Final score, there it is, 186 plays 118. I've been Mike Mann. Stick around. Melodrama's just gone. She's going to have some skater interviews coming up for you very soon. And you can hear the crowd going nuts. Well, actually, I think that's just Inner West absolutely loving it. They look ecstatic. They're going around, hugging all the Central Coast skaters. And starting their celebration right off the bat. They've worked hard for this, and they have come together as a team in the grand final. And there's the Derby Tunnel of Love, and a well-deserved ovation. You should be able to hear that through the microphone. Great stuff from Inner West Roller Derby. And you can see there what a great crowd we've got here today, and what a great atmosphere this has been for this grand final. And well, I'm sure that will continue into the next grand final of Armageddon, as we'll see Southside Derby Dolls, the Force, taking on Varsity Derby League's Dishonor Rollers. Central Coast Valkyries now doing their lap of honour. Gallant in defeat today. Great sportsmanship as always in roller derby. Central Coast, they'll be disappointed they lost today, but they're going to be very happy for these skaters from Inner West. Both teams coming together for a final huddle, and the end of a long season of 5x5, but not the end of their season as we head to Eastern Region in a month or so. And stand by, we've got some skater interviews coming up for you now. Melodrama, well, after she's done with her initial celebrations. As
that was. No, I don't think so. No.
And
is she? I think
Mel,
you want it over there, Mel.
Over to you, Mel.
Oh, I think you're on.
And here we are with both captains from the Inner West Skate Crashers, Chevy Chase, Lioness. How do you think that game went?
I can't even begin to describe how well we played today.
It really was, like, this whole year has just been leading up to that moment, and like we just pulled it off. We were like, we can't relax until we're at least 100 points ahead, and we almost got there, or we got there for momentarily, and it was we just couldn't let up. Like, it had to be total focus the whole time. It was amazing.
And all tournament, Chev, we haven't really seen you jam very much.
No.
What was the story today?
Oh my God. So all our jammers have been injured. And so literally 3 weeks ago, it was like, okay, Chev, you're jamming. And then I actually injured my shoulder 3 weeks ago, hence the bubble. So I haven't actually trained for jamming. So I was absolutely, I don't know if I can swear, but like, no. Oh my goodness. I have had the worst anxiety. So I'm just so glad. Like, our blockers were amazing. Like, I honestly felt like it was easy jamming with our blockers.
So what was the story? It was the season of blocking for Inner West. We hadn't seen that from you before. What has changed?
We have practiced and continually practiced our 3 walls. That's all we do at training. That's all we do every week for 5 hours. We reset, we reform, we get back together, you stay with your buddy. We have been just shutting our own jammers down every week in practice, and just really focusing on being a cohesive unit and working as a team and working together.
Yeah. So shutting your own jammers down, not something we saw a lot of today though. Both of your jammers plus yourself getting through quite, well, I wouldn't say quite easily, but making it look easy.
We trained so hard because we knew how good CCRG are, and so we just were like every session just up a notch because we knew that if we meet them, we need to be better.
So what do we see for next season?
More.
We have an amazing crowd of freshies who are coming up right now, and if we can impart even just a little bit of what we've learned this year onto our newer skaters, Inner West is still going to be a force to be reckoned with next year.
It was absolutely brilliant to watch. I am so proud to be an Inner Westie. Thank you so much. What a fantastic tournament. Go and have fun at the after party.
Thank you.
All right, and we will see if we can find a couple of Central Coasties to chat to.
Hey Mel, are you crying?
I'm not actually crying, Big Kahuna, but thank you for asking. I'm pretty excited.
Where do you want me?
Minnie and Hands, one on either side.
Oh, don't make me hold the mic.
Come here, Minnie. What am I doing? All right. Okay. We have the captain from the Valkyries and the bench manager, Hands Off Her Back and Minnie Mayhem. Commiserations today. You certainly didn't play badly. It was a fantastic effort.
It was a really good game. It was so hard fought, and I'm so happy for the girls. They played amazingly, and we love Inner West, and we're super happy. And I like silver, so you know.
And how do you think team cohesion, communication, that sort of stuff, Hands? How did that go for you?
It went as expected, I think. It was okay. It could have been better, obviously. But, you know, we came out, we got what we expected from Inner West, and like Minnie said, we wouldn't want to lose to anyone else. They deserved that win all night. They played bloody tough. There's me not swearing. Sensational game. Well done.
And a terrific effort in terms of your fitness and your persistence, something we've seen all year from Central Coast and actually all through last year as well. What sort of training regime do you think you'll hit for next season? Because I know you're not going to lie down with this loss.
No, since the amalgamation, we've actually gone up to 3 sessions a week. So we run Thursday, Friday and Sunday as well, with fortnightly scrimmages. So the Thursdays is generally endurance. I think that's definitely had a part in that. But we just train like we play.
That was completely obvious in terms of your fitness. Your endurance work has paid off. Your blockers were out there fresh as daisies right at the very end of the game. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, definitely. Our girls, we fight till the end, and I'm super proud of them.
Terrific effort. You've got everything to be proud of. Fantastic job from both of you. Fantastic job from all the others. We hope your injuries do clear up and you come back as a mighty strong force in time for the Eastern Regionals.
Definitely. We're very excited for it.
Terrific. Thank you so much for talking with me. Minnie Mayhem, Hands Off Her Back, the Central Coast Valkyries. Thank you so much for watching that game. It was fantastic, and we will cross now to... I don't know where we're crossing to.
The other people.
Yeah. Thank you.
Homie, what you munching on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you waiting on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you nibbling on? Snacks, buddy, homie, what you chewing on? Snacks, buddy, we eat snacks.
Alright everybody, welcome to Viva La Derby Snack Live here at the 5x5 Grand Final. We are live, I assume. Yes, we are. Excellent. We got lots of people here. There's a lot of stuff going on. There was the Battlegrounds Division Grand Final, Inner West victorious over Central Coast.
Congratulations to both teams, both really, really working hard out there, but Inner West were the victorious ones in the end. Congratulations, guys.
But what everyone is here for, of course, the most important thing, Snack Life.
Yep, snacks.
We didn't do it last round.
No, we didn't. We were both busy.
So we're going to make up for it here with a Grand Final Spectacular. We got lots of stuff here.
We pretty much got everything
I know
That's
Nose
left-
is looking forward to a bunch of this stuff.
Yeah. We got everything that's left over that people have given us. So again, thank you to all the viewers and all the skaters and all the volunteers and everybody who has come up and given us snacks. We're gonna eat it all today.
Let's get started. What do you want to get started with first? I know you're going to avoid some things.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna avoid some stuff. So let's go with snow pea crisps.
Well, you picked the shittest thing, like
It's in front of me, man.
Snow Pea Crisps is a snack for like lambs.
Oh, but they're actual snow peas from the looks of it that have been like crispied or deep fried or something.
So what we do a lot on Snack Life is like healthy vegetable stuff.
Yeah, really. We got a banana for later. Okay, 1, 2, 3. They're alright.
That's alright.
I like that. That's a good one. Thank you, whoever brought that in. Please,
Snow
please
Pea
pass
Crisps.
them around. Pass
it
them
around.
around.
We got lots to get through.
Alright, you pick.
Let's do this.
What's up?
This is cool. This is called Bean Boozled by Jelly Belly. Everyone loves Jelly Belly. They got some great flavors.
Yep.
They've made a game where they replicate the exact same color of a really good flavor with a really horrible magic food.
Magic. No, I
appears.
can't. Yeah, okay. Alright.
So what we have here
Sorry, there's some celebrations happening behind us.
is a little spinner, right? And based on that, we're gonna pick a jelly bean.
Yep.
And we pick the exact same one each, but one's gonna be good and one's gonna be bad.
Yes.
So for example, we might pick one that is either gonna be caramel corn
Yep.
or it's gonna be moldy cheese.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to it being moldy cheese only because I haven't had cheese in about 5 weeks.
All right, so how about this one then? It's either going to be chocolate pudding,
Okay.
which is good,
Yep, everybody likes pudding.
or canned dog food.
Don't want that.
Let's
not,
give it a
not,
shot.
not poor enough. Don't
All
live
right.
in an aged care home.
So do you want to do this, the spin?
Sure.
Aged care home. We can have a turpentine bath as well.
Some Epsom salts.
What's it
So
on?
we got buttered popcorn or rotten egg.
Is it? Which one is that?
It's like a yellow one with spots. That one.
This one?
No, it's that one.
Go for it.
No, wait, me first.
Where's my one?
That next to it, I think.
This one here?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
What is it? Buttered popcorn or?
Rotten egg. Popcorn.
I got the egg.
Yes. Yes. I'm like, sweet, popcorn. All right, you spin, you
All
spin,
right,
you
that's
spin.
enough of Snack Life for this year. I want to thank.
You spin, you spin, you spin.
All right.
One more. Oh, caramel corn and moldy cheese. So it's the one with the red specks. So it's this one and this one. 1, 2, 3. Moldy cheese.
Was that head twitch like
No,
voluntary?
it's actually not so bad. It tastes more like a Roquefort, which is really
we'll
nice.
do one more and then we'll give it to the people.
Yeah, one
All
more.
right.
Go. Oh, I just. Lime or lawn clippings?
Lawn clippings.
So that's
All
just
right.
that fluoro green one. Here you go.
Got it.
Lawn clippings.
Lime. It's delicious. I love this show.
So shit. People, go
some
forth.
Bamboozled.
Get into that. All right.
Next up, what do we got?
I don't know. You choose. I don't know. How are we looking? How are we going? Time?
we
Can
got
we get a
time
time?
stuff.
We got time check? All right. Okay. No, yes. We're not ready for peppers yet. Let's go. 5 minutes. Let's go ramen chips.
This scene.
Yep. All right.
You like picking things that have no English on it. I don't even know
Yeah,
what this
okay,
is.
so I'm pretty sure my niece brought this back from Japan for us, and it's ramen chips, or as Lenny kindly put it, it should turn you into a samurai.
I'm already a samurai,
That's
so. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant sumo.
These are delicious.
It's like mammy. When you like packets of mammy.
This is good. This is
Alright.
good.
Do this way.
Oh. No. All right. Can I get some water?
Now, one of the things. Yeah, can you grab some water from over there?
Water.
one of the things I said to Gnomes when he started, at one point we have to do something hot.
Yeah.
Because she is, of course, Mexican.
I am Mexican, but I'm a poor, very bad Mexican because I don't eat any spicy food. Like, pepper is sort of pushing the friendship a little bit for me.
I said if we do something chili,
yeah,
I'll have ice cream, so it's cool, right?
Yeah, there better be ice cream, mate.
I got ice cream. Look.
What's up?
We got mint chocolate chip ice cream, frozen astronaut style.
I don't want that.
I'm sure it's going to soothe any hot thing. We'll do it anyway, right? Take a bit of that, and then we'll go straight to the jalokia.
Nah.
What is this?
I don't know, but you brought it, right? What? This looks like it's too hard. Oh.
Freeze-dried ice cream.
That is fucking awful.
I think it's stale.
It's stale and it's rancid.
Who wants to try some stale astronaut ice cream? All right.
All right. Let's
go
get
to
this
this.
over and
We
done.
got
Let's
2
just get
minutes?
this over and done
2
with,
minutes?
man.
3 minutes.
Let's get this over and done with.
Roulette.
Vamos.
You might be all right. You might be bad.
Órale.
We're going to get everyone to come in and try this. Apparently, 1 in a handful is going to be hot. 1 in a handful.
Watch me get it. Watch me get it. It's going to happen. Wait, don't try me.
So you might get normal cheese.
Wait, don't eat it
might get
yet.
hot.
Don't eat it yet. Don't
You gotta all eat it on
yet.
camera.
Okay, 1. We'll get another one. Get another one, Jared. Get another one. 1, 1, 2, 3. Yes, thank God.
You all right?
Yeah, this is good. Oh my God, thank God. I was so scared.
Is it like Russian roulette? Did anyone go hot one? No.
No one.
Take it with you. We're done
Take it
with
with
that.
it. We're done with that. Oh my God. Dodge the
Now
bullet.
comes
Dodge
the
the
good
bullet,
one.
guys. Dodge the bullet.
I said we're going to do something chilly. This is Blair's Death
Apple?
Rain.
What? I meant to help you later.
Apple's going to try some as well. Blair's Death Rain, Jalokia pepper, which is a ghost pepper chili.
Oh my God.
They have a scale on here, right? And the scale goes up to what the fuck. So you're excited, Gnomes, I can tell.
Yeah, man. I'm really worried, actually. I'm really worried. Not made for this. Yeah, in a second. No, Nigel's all right. It's me. I'm freaking out, man. Oh, Nigel. I can't do this.
I think there's actually steam coming out of the packet.
I can't do.
Wait up. Everyone eats at the same time. Just wait.
There's a chili flake on it.
All right. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Give it a sec. I think you have to have more then.
It's really hot.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. I'm fucking dying. Oh. What? And what? Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for helping the Stack Live. Thanks to everybody who makes Derby TV happen. This is really awful. Let's never do this again. Love you all. Bye.
Thank you. It's been awesome.
Oh.
You like him? You can have him. Take him. No,
I've
take
been
it.
paleo for 5 weeks, man. All of this
That's
is
the
oh my God.
jelly beans.
Oh yeah, you need that.
Does anybody want?
Welcome back, everybody at home. We have the grand final of Armageddon Southside Derby Dolls, the Force, taking on Varsity Derby League's Dishonor Rollers. This is the culmination of several months for these teams in 5x5 2015 edition. For Southside Derby Doll skating today, we've got Bacardi Bruiser, Dom, Underbelly Morelli, Danny Hell, Winnie Bruise, Killer Bee, Lethal, Hart, Sparky, Minnie, Clusterfrack, Fairy Bled, Haterade, Impure Blonde, Apocalypse, and Tequila Shot. Maybe some late mail on that roster. I don't believe that Underbelly Morelli or Hart will be out there today. Alternates on that roster. For the Dishonor Rollers, we've got Laser Station, also known as Laceration, Blocktopusy, Joe Dirt, Diazaslam, Spanky, Mame Event, Cherry Bomb, Red Hot Chili Pepper, Ginger Ale, Cleaver, Terra Smackdal, Repercussions, and Maleficent Mara. And the Dishonor Rollers already out on the track as I'm now joined by the Big Kahuna.
Mike, man, it is good to be here. Grand final of the Armageddon Division, 5x5 2015. Southside Derby Dolls going for the rarefied air that is the three-peat in sports.
And hoping that history doesn't repeat from the last game. Southside undefeated this year, I believe, as were the Central Coast.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hope
Central
that's
Coast
not an
going
omen.
down in the Battlegrounds division.
Southside hoping that is not a bad omen for them. Well, we're ready to get on with some derby here. Armageddon Grand Final about to kick off. Jamming first up for Southside, it will be Dom. And Dom stuck in some heavy traffic there at the back of the pack as Joe Dirt jamming for the Dishonor Rollers. Also coming up to some heavy defense. Winnie Bruise holding her up, Bacardi Bruiser and Minnie Mousica, I think, there.
So lead jammer status awarded to Varsity, getting this game started right. Repercussion called for a low block earlier, taking Dom out of play. But Joe Dirt getting through. 4-point signal and Varsity take first blood.
And Tequila Shot picks up a penalty on the whistle. Always like it, BK, when a skater picks up a penalty on the whistle and still does the full lap of the track.
I think they're supposed to, actually. If they have passed the point of no return, they still have to do the full lap.
Even after a jam is finished.
Yep. Because
I'd
I've
like
seen
to read
them
the
try to
rules.
not do it, and they get called for it. They get told to go the long, take the scenic route.
Interesting. I'd like to see the rules on that.
So Danny Hill now with the jammer star for Southside. Top scorer this year in the Armageddon division with an average of 91 points per game. But lead jammer goes to Varsity once again, courtesy of Laser Station / Laceration.
Giving her a third name.
So Varsity 2 from 2 here early with lead jammer status going their way.
This time around, Haterade with the star for the Force.
So Haterade, not afraid to jam, but definitely utilised more in the pack this year.
And she's up against Cherry Bomb for the Dishonor Rollers. We'll have some tactics out there using Haterade as she gets a heavy hit from Tara Smackdale. Maybe trying to catch the Dishonor Rollers by surprise, but it hasn't worked so far. Haterade unable to breach the pack and once again gets hit to the inside this time. Tequila Shot doing some good work on Cherry Bomb.
Haterade getting a lot of attention at the front. A very spread out pack, and Haterade now out of the pack on a scoring pass. Cherry Bomb looks up and sees it coming, calls it off from the ground.
Cherry Bomb picking up 3 points there. Haterade unable to score. Advantage to the Dishonor Rollers at this point, 11-2.
So Varsity off to a strong start here. Dom on the line for Southside in purple, number 187, looking to reverse that in this jam. She's also had a hell of a year, coming in second place on the Armageddon Jammer leaderboard.
Joe Dirt skips up the inside, picks up lead jammer. Southside defense not holding these jammers at the moment.
Dom out as well. So at least limiting it to one scoring pass for now. But Joe Dirt making quick work of that pack. 4 more points to the tally. And Varsity definitely in control early.
These 4-point passes, well, it may only be one pass, but they add up quickly. And if this trend continues deep into this half, it's going to be a big scoreline. Southside need to regroup and get their walls working early in this first half. Danny Hell looking for a way through, jamming for Southside. Strong defense at the back as Repercussions skips around the outside, picks up lead jammer.
Varsity 100% lead jammer so far. 5 from 5. Danny Hell puts on the pace to close the gap, but Repercussions calling it off. However, it looks like she was called for a back block as that jam came to a close.
Yeah,
So
I think
a power
there's
jam to start the next one.
It just pushed Bacardi Bruiser out of position, forcing Bacardi to the inside of the track, and that was enough for the back block to be called.
So power jam here for Sparky, jamming for the first time today for Southside. Opportunity here for Southside to get lead jammer.
4
Considering
on
there's
4.
no other jammer on the pack. On the track, sorry.
But there is a jammer on the pack at the moment, and it is Sparky. Does well to hold herself with that hit from Tara Smackdale and picks up lead jammer.
Sparky showing some fancy footwork to get her through.
Main event being caught by Southside, but managing to get out and reform with her wall at the front. Tara Smackdale again. She has eyes for the jammer today.
Tara Smackdale's had a hell of a year, Mike Mann. A key component in the strong defense that's gotten Varsity to the grand final.
Sparky having to work hard on this scoring pass. Repercussions still on her initial pass. Makes that now. Well, scoreboard just added 4 points to Varsity incorrectly there. Yeah, they're coming back off now. 4 points to Southside. Good, strong defense again from the Dishonor Rollers. Laceration, thought she found a way through the inside, got hit to the out of bounds and had to reform. That allows Dom to skip through the middle, pick up lead jammer, as Minnie Mousica gets nothing but air on that attempted block.
So Winnie Brews was the last line of defense, did stop Laser Station in the tracks, but called for a penalty. Laser Station now out, and Dom getting some points and calling it off, and that's what Southside want to see only 3 in that one, but it's better than what they've had so far in this game.
Better than effectively -4.
Absolutely. So 9 plays 16, Varsity in front. We've said all along that this game is going to be close. These teams have played 6 times in the past. Southside have the wood over Varsity 5-1, but not one of the games has gone more than 45 points difference between them. The last time these two teams met, it was 6 points. In this building, in fact, in round 4, Southside with a come-from-behind win in the last few minutes.
Well, Cherry Bomb exploits a gap on the outside. Southside defence not paying attention there. Danny Hell now gets through for her initial pass. Southside down to 2 blockers in the penalty box. Well, down to 2 on the track and 2 in the penalty box as Cherry Bomb picks up 4 points there.
Danny Hill, as she made her way to the box, was holding her nose like she'd maybe copped some high attention there.
Haterade back on the jam line up against Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt quickly gets around the inside. Nice work up on the toe stops. And Haterade, though, picks up a track cut on her initial pass off to the penalty box. Big
Power
advantage
jams.
here.
Yeah, Joe Dirt, big chance here. She completes her scoring pass before Haterade even sits. So a full 30 seconds with 1 scoring pass done.
And 4-3 pack advantage as well. So as Lethal comes back onto the track now and cops some friendly fire from Bacardi Bruiser, who then gets taken out by Tara Smackdall. It will be a power start here for Dishonor Rollers. Repercussions with some strong jamming, and she's going to go to the penalty box for forearms.
So power jam reverse to Southside here. Haterade out of the box, a full 30 seconds up her sleeve here. Of course, she does have to complete her initial.
Yeah, she can still pick up lead jammer as well if she gets through cleanly, and does so now. She is lead jammer coming out of the penalty box. Hits that front wall with her rear. Gets some good help here now from her pack, but still that defense from Varsity reforms and doesn't allow her to score easily. This should still be Repercussions' initial pass. Completes it now. Haterade will look to get through and call off the jam, picking up 4 points there.
So strong and stellar defense from Varsity, basically killing that power jam. 4-point pass only with a full 30 seconds.
Dom now crouching low on the jam line up against Laser Station. Dom can't find a way through the inside up against Tara Smackdall. Guys, a Laser Station gets taken down by Minnie Mousica. Dom, though, shoots through on the outside, picks up lead jammer.
Laser Station hits the outside and the long way back. Quarter of a lap recycled. Tequila Shot trying to pull the cut on Laser Station, getting no success, but quickly reforms with a wall.
And Dom is going to go for a low block after, well, it looked like accidentally taking out Tara Smackdall with the skate there. So power jam now and a full 2-minute jam as well.
So Laser Station racks up 5 for Varsity. No points to Dom before she picked up that penalty. Varsity doing a real good job of breaking up these walls and making sure Southside aren't able to set.
Good work. Tequila Shot and Minnie Mousica teaming up on Laser Station, but still Laser Station recovers, picks up the 5. Dom now gets back on the track. Still 30 seconds left in this jam. Nice moves from Laser Station. Another 5 points on the board. Tara Smackdale off for a high block and Dom down. Medics being called for here.
Skaters return to their benches.
Looks like Dom's okay. Just clutching at the mouth there. May have just copped an accidental one to the teeth. Neither team at this stage in too much penalty trouble, although repercussions already picking up 3 a quarter of the way through the game.
Colonel Panic signalling the official review there. Looks like this might be egregious. We could have an ejection here for that hit, because Axiomatic head referee is going over to the penalty box. And Tara Smackdale.
Tara Smackdale looks like she is going to be out of here. And that is going to be a huge loss.
It's a big, big loss for Varsity. I was just singing her praises not 3 minutes ago. And it is early stages, only a quarter of the way through this game, and Tara Smackdale will play no more.
Well, Tara Smackdale went out there with the role of the enforcer, you could see it, but obviously just crossed that line, and she has been ejected from this game.
It's always a thin line, isn't it, between aggression and, like, going past that point, I guess.
Yeah, it's knowing when to stop, when to just pull back from that hit. If you see yourself going for it and you know it's going to be bad, it's time to pull out. But obviously, well, we know skaters don't do these things on purpose, but Tara Smackdale unable to stop herself.
And she will pay the consequences. She's watching the grand final for her team from the sidelines, from the locker room.
She may go back and watch this stream. Well, big thank you to our sponsors here. Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps, and Spank Alley. If you want to tweet us, we're hashtag 5x5 Derby.
So official review is in play. Colonel Panic, I don't know what he was questioning, but officials talking it over. Now remember, you only get one official review per half, so for Colonel Panic to use it this early, he must be fairly confident in that decision.
And by the looks of things, the official review, I believe, has been turned down.
So that last jam was called off with the hit on Dom from Tara Smackdale. Tara Smackdale won't play anymore, but Dom will sit out 3 consecutive mandatory jams.
And I believe she'll also be assessed for concussion with a hit to the head.
She is over with the paramedics at the moment. Everyone, I'm sure, has their fingers crossed that all is A-OK. But Danny Hell pulling on the star right now for Southside. Cherry Bomb jamming for Varsity.
And Danny Hell gets through for Lee Jammer as Impure Blonde heads to the penalty box. And thought the Jammer then had been called for a track cut, but I think it was Cleaver who was called for the track cut.
So Cherry Bomb still on her initial, and Southside finally putting up the defence that we're used to. Danny Hill already with a 5-point pass. Cherry Bomb now out. She's on a scoring, but Danny Hill with a chance to pick up more points here.
Danny Hill gets through. She should call this one off before Cherry Bomb can score. Decides to play it out.
So they're going pass for pass here now. Colonel Panic not afraid of the long jam.
Big shout out to everyone at home and abroad watching 5x5 Derby in Australia and in overseas. We've got people watching all around the place, including London. As we see a bit of track repair going on here. Well, a stop-start game at the moment. Lots of timeouts, official reviews, and, well, track repairs, ejections, all sorts of things happening. We're only 15 minutes into this game. This should keep the skaters fresh, but also means the momentum that Varsity had at the start of this game may well be lost, and we saw that in the last jam with Danny Hell managing to pick up lead and a 12-4 jam.
So still 19 points in it, but Southside getting the momentum of the last couple anyway. And we see that in roller derby all the time, Mike, is that roller derby is swings and roundabouts, it's ups and downs, it's momentum shifts, and it's about timing when you have the momentum.
Absolutely, and when you have the momentum with you, the last thing you want is a long break in the game. Back underway, Sparky picks up lead jammer for Southside. Ginger Ale, unable to get through, gets annihilated by Bacardi Bruiser.
Hell of a hit, Bacardi. The surname there, Bruiser, definitely living up to it.
And Sparky, beautiful work, skating backwards to pick up those points. Winnie Bruise gets out after Ginger Ale that time. Picks up a penalty for her trouble, though. Out of play. And once again, Southside electing to run it, risking the points here.
Putting some faith in their block as they held her for one pass. They might as well hold her for another, is what they're saying.
Nice work again from Sparky, pirouetting her way through, using those toe stops well.
So going 5-4 there.
Well, the pass was worth it. One extra point to Southside. And look at that, a 15-4 jam. And suddenly it's 53, plays 44.
Lead slashed to only 9 points now.
Haterade this time up against Joe Dirt. Lethal, Fairy Bled and Killer Bee combining beautifully on Joe Dirt, but Lethal off for the multiplayer. But Fairy Bled and Killer Bee still doing the work. Joe Dirt now gets through for Lee Jammer. J Peps and Spanky holding back Haterade, forcing her the long way back. And that was a beautiful work from the defense there, forcing the track cut on Joe Dirt. Nothing Joe Dirt could do about that one. She's off to serve 30 seconds in the penalty box.
So star pass, Haterade to Fairy Bled, and Fairy Bled bolts, pulls on the star. Points already scored by Haterade in that pass. So, of course, giving up a lead, no lead jamming. This will go the full 2 minutes. 1 minute left on the clock, so Joe Dirt will have a chance to claw some points back when she comes back on. About 5 points to Fairy Bled already.
Yeah, we see that was a valuable star pass already from Haterade. 5 on the board. That defense resets now, though, and Fairy Bled unable to breach the pack on this pass. Fairy Bled working hard at the front of this pack.
Joe Dirt is back on the track, but Southside Walls just as strong at the back as they were before. Joe Dirt now back on and picks up 5 points. She lapped Fairy Bled on her first pass back on.
Apparently so.
There's another 4 for Joe Dirt, so a strong jam in the end for both teams.
$10-9 in that jam, a single point advantage to Southside. 54 plays 62, 11 minutes, 12 seconds left in the first half.
Dom back on the track after serving a 3 jam mandatory sit. Concussion clearly not an issue because she's lead jammer for Southside. Laser Station held up in this pack. Some good defense from Southside. Now, if you cast your mind back to round 4, Laser Station absolutely tore up the Southside defense. Was a clear standout on the day. And so far, Southside able to handle her a little bit. Maybe have figured it out from last time, but Laser Station out looking for points. Dom not calling it off, hunting for more.
And does well, picks up 4-2 on that pass. Was getting told to call it from the bench, but backed herself back to pack and comes out with 2 extra points.
You love a confident jammer.
You do, and that jam has got Southside back within 2 points. So momentum right now with the Southside Derby Dolls. Cherry Bomb up against Danny Hell on this occasion. And Danny Hell picks up lead jammer, continuing that momentum.
Cherry Bomb hit out. Was she get the track cut? She's on her way to the box. Power jam to Southside.
Cherry Bomb thought she was clear to come back on there because the skater that had hit her out was also out of play, but there was another skater that she needed to yield to who retreated to the back of the pack.
That was Killer Bee. Clever play from Killer Bee. Always happy to run back.
And in the first half, with 10 minutes to go, we see repercussions on 5 penalties. That is massive so soon in the game. Varsity already down a skater and no such trouble for the Southside Derby Dolls. Only a maximum of 3 penalties for any skater.
Sparky straight through lead jammer for Southside. They do have the power jam, of course. Cherry Bomb still in the box. Not yet standing, so big chance here for Sparky.
Well, Maleficent did a beautiful job there on Sparky. Sparky tried to put that skip on her again,
Just
but got taken out.
her to the inside.
Sparky puts the moves on again. I think she's gone through backwards more than forwards.
So 5-point pass to Sparky. And if you're playing along at home, that of course means it's a lead change. Take a shot, have a drink. Southside now in the front.
And good work from Sparky, calling it off before Cherry Bomb can score. A 9-point jam. 75 plays 64 with 8 minutes left in the first half. Big change from the first 10 minutes of this game.
It's very easy in a game like this, Mike, man, where the stakes are so high. This is the grand final, what they've been working towards for 6 months. When you are down, for the pressure to get to you. How a team rebounds and reacts is always what determines the outcome, and Southside showing so far that they've been here before. It's the 3rd time in a row that they're coming to the grand final.
Oh, Joe Dirt. Sorry, BK. Joe Dirt skips through on the inside. All too easy on that occasion. Dom does well just to go down on one knee. Gets back up and is through for her initial. Oh, no defense there. Good work from Dishonor Rollers. Really squeezing the Southside pack there and opening up that inside line.
There was nothing Apocalypse could do there but watch as Joe Dirt slid along the inside.
And a big shout out to Anaphylactic watching along at home. We appreciate all of our viewers at home, and if you want to give a shout out to anyone, just send us a tweet at hashtag 5x5Derby.
And when we say 5x5, it's always 5x5. Not 5BY5. It's 5x5.
5BYE5.
Not that either.
BUY.
BI.
BI. Maybe it should be 5.
We are very tolerant. Accepting of all kinds.
That's a discussion for the committee next year, BK. Danny Hell getting ready to take on Laser Station. We are in an official timeout. Did see some track repair going on there. I think that may have been the only reason for the official timeout. Danny Hell gives Laser Station a bit of a bump off the line, but it doesn't come off as Laser Station picks up lead jammer and Danny Hell is stuck in that 4-wall.
Now out, but caught for a back block. So power jam here for Varsity. Danny Hell on the way to the box. Chance here for Varsity to take the lead back. There's 5 points already for Varsity via Laser Station. One more pass means it's a lead change once again.
And once again, you see those little breaks in the game cause changes in momentum.
Laser Station one to beat in Lethal, gets through. Another 5 points and lead back to Varsity.
Laser Station hits that back wall again. Impure Blonde, last line of defense, can't hold her back. Another 5 points.
15-point jam already. Laser Station on the hunt for more. Star pass from Danny Hell to Lethal. Goes to the back, pulls the star on, even though I think it's still the initial.
I believe it is the initial. She could have skated through with that star in her hand. Picks up that initial pass now, but this is a massive jam. 19 so far. Possibly about to be 24. Just 2 points on that pass. That makes it a 21-point jam.
Laser Station. Absolute beast at times with the Southside packs. So 14-point swing, or 14-point lead now for Varsity, sorry.
We see an official review right now from Varsity. The Sheriff looking very animated out there. We can't quite hear what he's saying, but looks like he means it.
Definitely passionate.
Now, BK, for everyone who played along at home with Snack Life, how did you find some of those snacks today?
It wasn't our best as far as tastiness goes. And those you tried the Jalokia chips, the Blair's Death Rain chili chips.
Look, there was a big build-up to those chips and before this weekend, and I was expecting my head to be blown off, to be honest.
You're just hardcore, aren't you?
But
I think it builds. I think if you have more than a couple,
I did have several. I mean,
okay.
I generally
I can still feel it.
It's long since dissipated.
You're just much more of a man than I am.
Oh, I don't know about that. You're a much bigger man than I am, BK.
I do admit, though, they did taste good.
They were very tasty, and I enjoyed the level of heat, I have to say. So I would gladly eat a pack of those.
As far as chips go, though, like, you're not going to sell something that is completely inedible. Like, Blair's do make a sauce, like they're famous for the death sauce.
Yeah, I've tried the death sauce, and
they're
is
crazy.
That is hot. One drop of that, and you know about it.
But the game is back on. Joe Dirt, lead jammer. Haterade held up in this pack. Strong defense from Varsity.
Nice move from Haterade. Takes the whip off Bacardi Bruiser and gets through for her initial.
Joe Dirt swinging those hips.
And Joe Dirt picks up the track cut, just not getting those toe stops back outside the track in time.
So Haterade now with the power jam. She's in a scoring pass.
Haterade working hard, trying to push this pack up out of play, but only succeeds in getting herself taken out.
That triangle defense of Varsity really paying dividends. So much so that you see Haterade pulling the star off, stashing it for a potential star pass here. Look for Bacardi Bruiser to receive that when she's back on her feet. Obviously been taken out there. Haterade's still holding it, I believe.
Joe Dirt back on the track. That defense of the Dishonor Rollers really working beautifully there.
It'll be interesting to see if Colonel Panic makes any changes to these rotations at half-time.
I think he needs to. I don't think he can continue with Haterade as a jammer right now. I think he needs her strength in the pack as we see the star pass now completed. She's not being effective out there as a jammer, so he needs to go to plan B in the second half.
And with this rotation as exclusively a jammer, she's only playing one every 6 jams. Because if you notice, it goes Danny Hill, Dom, Hater, Danny Hill, Dom, Sparky, and then back again. So Haterade's only out there one every 6, which is, sure, she might not be effective while she's out there as a jammer, but she's also being not used as a blocker in those other 5 jams.
And that's the point, isn't it? She needs to be out there as a blocker right now because her jammers need that strength in the pack up against this formidable Dishonor Rollers pack.
There is a lot of knowledge and experience in that bench. Colonel Panic calling the shots from the front. Aprilla the Hun is managing the lines at the back. So it'll be interesting to see if she has any suggestions.
Cherry Bomb gets up the inside all too easily on that occasion, and that is a perfect example of where you need that experience in the pack. And it is, in fact, a power jam at the moment. Haterade in the penalty box with the star.
So Minnie Mouska doing the run back there and getting absolutely flattened by the cleaver. Cherry Bomb stylishly calling that off. And while she was doing a bit of showboating there, nearly took out Tequila Shot.
Yeah, needed to be careful there. That could have ended up in an injection.
I wonder what would have happened there. Very interesting. If she did catch her properly, that would have been negligence, right?
It would have been, and if Tequila Shot had been injured as a result of that, I believe Cherry Bomb would have been ejected from the game.
Very lucky there. And showboating goes wrong.
Well, we've seen instances in other games down in Adelaide at Great Southern Slam where showboating has led to some adverse results for the skater.
The dawn and the origin of the phrase that Spotter hates fun. Speaking of which, Harry Spotter, of course, Australian representative, is the tournament head referee over in the WFTDA D2 tournament this weekend in Detroit.
Yeah, congratulations to Harry Spotter. Well deserved. He's been very dedicated for such a long time now. See Laser Station up against Dom. And Dom comes out on top. Laser Station just getting her way through now. And Dom absolutely screaming around the track. Lots happening in that pack as well. And I think, yeah, just called it off in time. Picks up 2 points there, Dom. A good little momentum shifter maybe again, though. And picking up the lead, picking up some points, and stopping Varsity from scoring. Most importantly.
When every point and every lead jammer status is so hard to come by and they have to work for it, it can be a momentum shift. It can be a momentum shift, sorry. It can be a mental sort of...
The confidence boost.
Absolutely.
This time around it is Joe Dirt up against Danny Hell. Tequila Shot with some nice moves on Joe Dirt there, getting her out, taking it all the way back as Danny Hell with one to beat does so, picks up lead jammer. Clusterfrack this time, giving Joe Dirt the ride to the outside of the track.
Danny Hell comes to the inside, 5 quick points.
And that will be a track cut
on Joe Dirt.
On Joe Dirt, but she's completed it. Well,
She's
no,
given
not
the star. So So now Diaza Slam's being signaled for out of play.
Joe
because
Dirt
she's not the jammer.
Picks up the penalty. And now Diaza Slam, I believe, has just been given 2 penalties.
Out of play.
Out of play
and then
twice.
Insubordination.
Well, I think
for not going?
I just saw the signal for 2 penalties. I didn't see the signal of what the second penalty was for. It may be for insubordination, but it may be for being out of play. Oh, you can't be out of play twice, can you?
No.
So it's insubordination.
Yeah, out of play called and then not going to the box, getting an insub. So we go into half time. A little bit confusion out on the track, but 10 points in it. No confusion there. Varsity 10 points ahead. 101 plays 91. A hell of a game in this first half so far.
Absolutely, and Southside will start in a power jam for the second half and with a 10-point deficit, but with a slight bit of momentum shift in those last couple of jams, and they'll take heart from that.
Well, Diaza Slam will also serve 1 minute in the box to start off, so they'll have the pack advantage as well.
Absolutely, so interesting derby in the first half, topsy-turvy all over the shop. Couple of lead changes, but it is 101 to Varsity, plays 91 to Southside.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
We happen to be joined by a huge panel tonight, so it's very exciting. My name's Apple Yahair and I'm joined by the lovely Spank Sinatra. We're brought to you tonight by OK Derby Butts that makes the no camel toe hot pants. Fantastic stuff. Yes, no one likes a camel toe on the track.
Give everyone a spread, no camel toe.
That's it. Okie doke. So, to explain the game, would you like to go ahead?
I will.
Thanks.
This is the game no one wants to win. Basically, the more right answers you have, the wronger you are. So we should start with our victims, contestants.
Miss Rackers Bum Bum from Central Coast Derby Roller Unite.
Denominator from Southside Derby Dolls. Woo! I'm Polly from Sydney. I'm Icy Red from Sydney.
And I'm Janice Jobham from Nowhere at the moment.
Yeah.
She's a gigolo. Gets around. Okay, so you notice you're all holding some lovely fluffy appendages here, and basically all you have to do is, if you have done what the question says, then you hold up the I have. There you go. And if you haven't done it, then you hold up the boring I have never. That's it. Okay, so we've got random questions from the BK hat.
Random questions from the very glamorous hat courtesy of Kahuna.
Okay, never have I ever done something at Derby that I wouldn't do in public.
Show of paddles here.
So if you haven't done something in public, then you haven't.
Done something so bad that you wouldn't do it in public. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
No. So then you want to be I have. There you go.
Ask the question again. Janice needs another go.
Have you ever done anything at Derby that you wouldn't do in public?
So never have I ever done something at Derby
Tell us all about it. I think we'll start with you.
that I wouldn't do in public. So have you done something at Derby that you wouldn't do in public? Then you hold up I have never.
Oh, then sorry, I'm holding up
she's
I have
special.
never because I am special.
She does everything all the time.
Okay.
There you go.
She doesn't even have to be at Derby.
Because you have. Yeah.
Grammar's confusing.
Do you guys not play drinking games? What the fuck? Okay,
Find another
Rackers.
Okay.
Rackers. Elaborate. Who's got the mic?
I'm a bit of a titty. Oh, so I'm a titty flasher. We all know. I don't do
Demo,
it.
please.
Oh God, no!
The camera version. I usually don't wear bras, FYI. So yeah, I just flash my tits anyway.
Yay! Good for you. Okay. Never have I ever hooked up at a Derby after party.
Are you looking at anyone in particular, Apple? Any serial offenders here?
You've never? Rackers? Really? You've never? Wow.
I'm that guy.
That's all right. I won't ask for elaboration on this one.
Well, I don't know. There's an I have there.
Shh, Polly. Never have I ever had a teammate repulse me. All right, come on. Elaborate, Gnomes.
Oh, it's not even that bad, but when I used to skate with Glam Torino, who now skates at Sydney, we were, new mum, we were, I think we were like bracing each other or something, and she salmon burped right in my face. And I dry reached. I was like, I went pale, and I was like, what is happening? She's
behind
like,
the
I
teeth.
just had salmon. I was like, oh my God. So that was pretty gross. Thanks, Glam.
There you go. Okay. Never have I ever publicly skinny dipped.
Yeah, I'm a bit lame.
Come on, Janice. Where did this happen?
Well, I grew up down the beach at like Wollongong, so I've spent many nights drunken beach parties, skinny dipping. It's something that we did regularly, so.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Never have I ever had a derby crush. You've never had a derby crush?
It's like she's going, I crush on myself.
Oh, jeez. Does anyone want to dub it in?
At Rollercon, I touched Stephanie Maney's ass.
And this
I'm
one
proud of
time
that.
at Rollercon?
No. You went there. You don't know how good it
It
was.
is not that good. She used to teach me
touched
stuff.
it. That's not my problem.
Oh, really? What kind
She's
of
a babe, though, man. Stephanie Maney.
Okay.
London.
All right, next one. Never have I ever had or tried to have sex on roller skates.
Whoa! Whoa!
All right.
Janice!
Yes!
Damn, girl.
All right.
Oh,
Just
shit.
like respect
Later.
you.
We'll talk later.
Can I change my derby crush?
I know, right? New hero, right?
Jesus. Should write a book.
It's a really intense question.
Okay.
I feel like this is
Oh,
going
get
to be
worse.
you sign me up for
Never have I ever cancelled work for derby. Yeah.
All of us. Lamos.
Okay, well that's no surprise.
Okay. Never have I ever done a revenge hit.
And you have to be really honest about this.
Not proud. Not proud. Done it. Not proud.
You want to elaborate?
Did you get ejected for it?
Yeah. Nah.
No.
Have you ever done a revenge hit?
I didn't apologize. I feel terrible.
I feel that you would.
All right.
I do preemptive revenge.
Okay.
I know what you're going to do.
Never have I ever been asked if everything is okay because of all my derby bruises. Yeah. All right.
Especially since we started doing like bracing and stuff.
Yeah.
and, like,
Lots of grabby,
No,
finger
Or
marks.
when you get them around here and you're like,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Totally concerned HR manager. Is
Yeah.
everything okay at home?
You get the cancer face.
Oh,
what face?
cancer face.
When someone's got cancer, you're like, yeah.
I've never had
You'll
cancer
notice it now.
face.
Well,
Here you go. Here you go. Ready?
Poor thing.
okay. What else?
Speaking smoke.
Never have I ever had a ritual for derby that would be considered disgusting to others.
Where's Kaz when you need her?
I know. Kaz from Northern Beaches used to pee on her feet. Okay, come on. I want to hear about this. What's this ritual?
Oh, I'm gross in general, so.
You wear the same panties from the last game, right?
I don't wash my mouth guard. It sits in the bottom of my handbag, and if I do, then I don't like wearing it. It just doesn't feel the same without the grit, you know.
It tastes like pond water.
Okay. Yeah, no, and there's other
one.
I've had the same mouth guard since I started.
Never have
5 years.
I ever mistakenly introduced myself by my derby name at work.
I don't have another name.
That's awesome.
My
name. Well, then technically you have. By default, yeah, there you go. Well, I work at Telstra, so it's really awkward if I go to say my name's Apple. You're like, what?
I did it before, Chris Martin.
That's weird. Yeah, that's it. That's awesome. All right. Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much for being part of the final.
Thank you for having us.
The final Confessions of a Derby Girl. So again, we're brought to you tonight by OK Derby Butts. And if you don't want a camel toe, go see Kerry. She's over there. Kerry.
Thank
there
you.
Go.
Thanks, guys.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality, and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get not just one, but 2 armbands. That's one for each of your arms.
Thanks, Spank Alley.
Spank Alley armbands. Get spanked.
Well, back here with second half action in the grand final of Armageddon. 101 plays 91. Dishonor Rollers with the advantage. A topsy-turvy first half. And BK just revisiting snack life and struggling a little bit. He'll be back with us in a moment. Now, BK, I think there was a big few momentum shifts in that first half, but none bigger than Terrace Macdell being ejected.
Absolutely. You could see that it did have a visible effect on the game. It allowed Southside to come back in, take the lead. They were able to recover and take the lead back again off the back of a huge jam from Laser Station. But you could see that it did have an immediate response from Varsity.
Yeah, she had been a force out there. She wasn't on the track long, but certainly made an impact. And that may prove a big loss for Varsity in this game. And as we discussed, first up, Haterade out there with the pivot helmet rather than the star.
What we're much more used to this year from Haterade. Let's see if it pays dividends for the force.
And Danny Hell looks for that gap on the outside. It is a power jam to start off with. Runs into that strong wall once again from Varsity though. She manages to get through on the outside. Good work from Danny Hell. Looks for that outside line again. It closes on her this time. Winnie Bruce tries to open up the inside.
And Haterade already showing experience in the pack, stopping the run back from Varsity.
Danny Hell looking for this scoring pass as Joe Dirt comes onto the track for the second half. 5-point pass for Danny Hell. Danny Hell with a slight advantage on this lap, looking to hit it and quit it here. Doesn't do it in time though, and she's going to have to run the points in this jam. Decides to call it off. Limits the damage on that pass. 4-3 on that pass. It'll be, I believe, an 8-4 jam.
So Southside chipping away to start this second half. 99 plays 105, and Varsity still down one blocker. That 1 minute penalty still being served from the first half. Laser Station on the line for Varsity.
And it's Dom for Southside.
Now Dom was the recipient of the Terrace Smackdale hit that sent it to the locker rooms. Doesn't seem to be affected too much. She's come out and got a few lead jammers. Not this time, however. That privilege belongs to Laser Station.
And Laser Station already round, looking to score points as Dom just emerges from her initial pass. And Laser Station calls off the jam after picking up the 4 points. And changing up that jammer rotation with Haterade, it is Bacardi Bruiser wearing the star now. Up against Cherry Bomb.
Now, one thing that'll be interesting to see, we saw Haterade back in the pack, Bacardi Bruiser jamming. I wonder if it's going to be exclusive jamming for the second half, because Bacardi Bruiser was very effective in the pack also.
And we're going to see Bacardi Bruiser sent off for a track cut here, and a power jam for Cherry Bomb.
So Cherry Bomb hits to the inside, recycle to the back. Again, last line of defense, chipping away, cluster frack, preventing her progress to lead jammer status.
Well, Cherry Bomb almost came back onto the track. The crowd called her back on, but thought better of it and recycled herself to the back of the pack. Now picks up lead jammer. That was her initial.
Melissa Mara going to the box for a huge hit on Haterade. So Cardi back on now. Star in hand. Completes her initial, then pulls the star back on. And Cherry Bomb calling it off.
But Cherry Bomb unable to score. Great defense there from Southside.
Destroying that power jam. 0 points apiece. Strong defense from the Force. Now here's Sparky stepping up to the line. Now, in the last game they played against each other here at the Whitlam Centre, she had a very difficult time with these walls of Varsity. One of the lighter jammers, I guess, if you will, had a real tough time with the strength and the walls of Varsity just on the rollers. But so far today, having a lot of success.
Yeah, got some new moves in her, I think, going through backwards a lot, and that's really helped her, developing her game. But also, interestingly, Haterade was on the same rotation as Sparky as jammer in the first half of this game. The 3-3 that they were using.
Yep.
And so that rotation has changed up. So I think you'll see Bacardi in the pack at some point.
That's always an interesting thing to see as well, how a bench coach will adapt, how flexible they are, how well they can mold to their opposition. And there's Sparky once again, lead jammer status. I didn't jinx her, Mike Man.
You didn't, and what we can see straight away is strong jamming from Sparky. And beautiful work, 5-point natural grand slam there for Sparky. No, in fact, it is a power jam. Joe Dirt in the penalty box. Completely missed that penalty.
So Sparky skating by herself, another 5-point pass. Sparky taking the lead, or tying it up rather, So Joe Dirt on her initial. Making quick work of that south side pack. So chance here if Sparky doesn't do the call the jam.
And she does so now, though, Sparky, and picks up another 5. She got past the last hips, calls off the jam.
So a 15-point jam awarded to Sparky there, and the lead back to Southside, 114 to 109.
Dom this time up against Laser Station.
Now, I know you can't hear it at home, folks, through the wonders of the internet, but trust me, this Southside crowd is getting very boisterous with the lead change back to Southside.
Laser Station does brilliantly well there, managing not to pick up the track cut.
Did have lead, though. So she knew she had lead. Dom got out, and Laser Station called it off. Some clever play there from Laser Station. Good track awareness, knowing exactly where she is in the situation.
And good defence as well from Southside. Even though Laser Station had got out for lead, they still managed to get up off the track and force her to the back. And it is a power jam as well. Dom sent to the penalty box after the whistle. Cherry Bomb, the only jammer on the track, and now with a 4-2 pack advantage, Impure Blonde and Fairy Bled doing the work on Cherry Bomb, but Cherry Bomb picks up lead jammer.
Fairy Blade and Impure Blonde get some reinforcements in the form of Lethal and Jilly Pepper. Big offensive hit there.
Dom now comes back onto the track, as we see so often, with the star in her hand to make that initial pass.
So very short-lived lead change because Varsity has now tied it up. And any points here will shoot them back into the lead.
That's 2 points on the board for Varsity on that pass. 116 plays 114.
Seesaw battle here, back and forth. Varsity edging out in front.
Danny Hell now taking on Joe Dirt.
Joe Dirt wide open outside lane. She's got lead jammer for Varsity.
Danny Hell tries to use the same line, but Repercussions closes it down. Danny Hell gets around her now, but Joe Dirt coming up on the back of the pack. Well, this is interesting. Tequila Shot there goes down. I think she got a direction of gameplay penalty, but then the jam was called off for her, what looked like an injury.
Yeah, she definitely went down grimacing. As everyone stopped, she got up quickly and returned to the bench. I don't know if a penalty was called on her. You can see the referees now heading over to the box, making sure.
It looked, there was definitely a direction of gameplay called on someone. I thought it was Tequila Shot. Now, will Tequila Shot have to serve 3 off the track? Because I believe that was called for her.
Well, the jam was called because of injury, so I assume yes. Colonel Panic had his hands in the air. Confusion reigning. Bacardi Bruiser, however, with an apex jump and 4 points, calls it off. We haven't seen many clean 4-point, just quick jams so far. These two teams really grinding it out. The defense has been strong.
And just looking at the penalty board now, and for Varsity, it looks like we've got Repercussions already on 6 penalties. And we've also got Joe Dirt on 5 penalties. So penalty trouble for Varsity here.
Repercussions and Joe Dirt, 2 of their point scorers here today. So Sparky towing the line there. Referees looking at each other. Did she cut? I don't know. Did she? Nope. Okay. So lead jammer for Sparky once again, continuing a stellar effort in this game so far from number 64.
And Sparky doing well not to pick up the track cut there though, but Ginger Ale able to get through for 5 points against the lead there. Sparky not aware of where Ginger Ale is on the track. She's going to have to run another pass here. This is a 9-4 advantage so far to Varsity.
Sparky letting that one get away from a 7-9. 8-9, sorry.
Yeah, confirmed now. Back to 7.
So
2
125 plays 129. This is great roller derby.
Dom now taking on Joe Dirt. The referee's in a huddle, an official timeout. Referees, I'm not sure what the huddle is about, but it could be about penalties here. As I said, Varsity with some players in penalty trouble. In the meantime, Colonel Panic in the middle, pleading his case for something as well. Ready to get back underway, Dom and Joe Dirt with the Stars. And Dom skips around the outside. Picks up lead. Fairy Bled takes down Joe Dirt, forces her to be recycled into the pack. And also picks up a track cut on her, so power jam here for Southside. Dom comes back onto the track. Oh, thinking she may have picked up a track cut, but it was just no pass, no penalty situation.
So there's 5 points for Dom and lead change back to Southside.
Lethal being sent for a multiplayer block and not too happy about it. Another multiplayer block, this time called on MAME event.
So Southside now getting out to an 8-point lead. 12 points so far in this jam for Dom.
Maleficent Mara putting a good hit on Dom that time. And Dom calls it off as Joe Dirt gets through for her initial pass.
So Colonel Panic having a chat to the jam ref, wanting to confirm the score. And a big shout out to Helen Sunday, watching from home, sending some love to me, so I'll give it right back to you, Sunday. You know I love you.
And Joe Dirt has also picked up her 6th penalty. Diaza Slam also now on 5 penalties. Lots of penalty trouble coming for the Dishonor Rollers.
Oh, great play by Jilly Pepper. Last line of defense. And that's a clockwise for sure. No clockwise called.
Danny Hell doing well, being recycled all the way back, but recovering. She was already lead jammer. That was still her initial pass, though. This is now a scoring pass. There's more penalty trouble coming for Varsity.
Cluster frack, some awesome defense on Cherry Bomb.
Well, Cherry Bomb having all sorts of trouble. Haterade and Mini Mousica teaming up on her there.
So Haterade, obviously that move to the pack paying off so far in the second half.
Yeah, it's important as a coach to recognise when something's not working and fix it. And fix it they have. Haterade. Well, as I speak, Haterade. Absolutely annihilated there by Red Hot Chili Pepper.
5 more points to Danny Hell. 15 points in the jam so far. And Cherry Bomb only now, with 30 seconds left, completing her initial.
And that takes it out of you as well as a jammer.
So 2 more points added by Danny Hell. 17-point jam, bringing the score to 158 to 129, the biggest lead of the game for Southside.
And Diaz Slam managing to pick up her 6th penalty as well.
So they got a couple now on 6.
3 players now on 6 penalties.
And key players as well. Joe Dirt having a lot of success early as a jammer. Repercussions is the captain, has also pulled on the star a few times. So trouble signs ahead for Varsity.
There is the penalty board up on screen. Lethal also on 6 for Southside. The only one in any sort of penalty trouble though for Southside is Lethal. But there you see it. 6 penalties. Well, Repercussions, yeah, still on 6. Joe Dirt and Diaz Slam also on 6.
No one else really in any danger.
But as you say, BK, they are key players.
And penalties do breed more penalties. They kind of come in bunches because the less players you have on the track, the more room you have to cover, the more wild hits that they'll try to make to compensate.
And the more you have to go on the track as well, there's less skaters are out there.
Absolutely.
So the more tired you get and the more likely you are to make mistakes.
Funnily enough, one of the players was 6. That means Repercussions. Will she see the repercussions of these penalties later in the game? Laser Station busting through for lead jammer. Bacardi Bruiser recycled to the back. Strong defense from Maleficent Mara. One of the most difficult names in Derby. Liz receiving the star pass. Apocalypse, sorry. Number 99 with the pivot star. She stashed the star in her hand. I like that Southside's being adapted. As soon as that lead jammer wasn't available, they threw the star to try to get through. Laser Station now playing one-on-one. Apocalypse happy to let it go. Laser Station looking to draw a penalty or something. Wants to play jammer and jammer.
And Laser Station now calls it off before Southside can score any points there.
So good jam for Varsity there. They needed one to break the momentum that Southside were riding.
And it was a timely timeout too, called by Sheriff. And that really broke the momentum after that big jam, the previous jam.
And they came out of that timeout with a lead jammer, 5 points, call it off. Successful jam for Varsity. Sparky on the line now for Southside.
Hits that back wall strongly again. That's been a feature of her jamming today. Ginger Ale having some trouble at the back with Winnie Brews and Tequila Shot.
See, one of the consequences as well, Mike, man, we've seen Ginger Ale. She jammed once in the first, having to jam here because, Sparky does have lead jammer status. When you are high on penalties, a good bench coach will not risk putting a jammer out there with 6.
Absolutely.
So people like Joe Dirt, Repercussions, probably won't jam for the rest of the game because if they get called for the 7th with the star, it's a 2-minute power jam the other way.
And once again, Sparky does the job for Southside, picking up 4 points there and calling it off. Ginger Ale unable to score. Yeah, there'll come
a hell of a game.
There'll come a point in the game though, BK, where Sheriff has to make a call and put his number 1 jammers like Joe Dirt back out there, regardless of whether they're on 6. If they keep going the way they are now and that deficit blows out. Just as I speak, Joe Dirt is out of here. She's picked up her 7th, so she definitely won't be back in the jammer rotation. Dom picks up lead jammer. Cherry Bomb having to deal with Impure Blonde and Fairy Bled. Gets through for her initial now. But no pass, no penalty there from Dom.
Just showing his strength, able to absorb so much punishment and keep going.
She comes in so hard and fast and can really take those hits, spins
It's
out
so
of them.
scary. You think there's a back block at every second, every time she approaches the pack. But a lot of control, and that's something she's built up over time she's played with Southside. If you saw the way she played last year, that control wasn't there. She's really developed that as the year has gone on into one of the primary jammers for the Force.
Danny Hell now up against Laser Station. Laser Station held on the back line there beautifully. Spins out of it now, but gets hit out by Tequila Shot. Haterade and Minnie Mousica also in there. Danny Hell looking for a scoring pass here. Winnie Bruce getting in on the action now.
So Laser Station now out of the pack. Danny Hell calling it off. Another jam going Southside's way.
Yeah, getting hit out by repercussions there and decides to call it off after already having picked up the 4.
Big shout out also to Wickedly Wild, giving some mention on the YouTube comments. She's watching at home, I'm sure, biting her nails. Long-time varsity member, and played in this game last year for the Dishonor Rollers. Much love, Wickedly Wild.
Bacardi Bruiser up to jam again, and I think she is just on the jammer rotation now. I haven't noticed her out in the pack.
So a straight swap, Haterade for Bacardi. And you have to say it's worked because they've gotten the lead, and Bacardi Bruiser again, lead jammer for the Force.
And Ginger Ale is out for her initial. She knows she picks up the track cut. Thought she was clear to go, but hadn't come back in time. And it's going to be a reversal. Bacardi Bruiser also picking up a track cut. So neither jammer will sit long for this one.
Just gives it time for the pack to set up. Ginger Ale back on track.
And I think this will work to the advantage of Southside. Long jams, I think, will now, because varsity are down skaters, they're going to get tired with these long jams. So I don't think Southside will mind this all that much.
So Ginger Ale now out of the pack, and you can see someone like Ginger Ale, who was a second sort of tier jammer for them as far as the rotation goes, now getting a lot of time. Star pass to Lethal here. Now Lethal is on 6, remember, receiving the star here. So this is what we said, you don't send a jammer out with 6, but you can't help it sometimes when it's a star pass.
The Lethal won't be thinking about that penalty at the moment. She's just thinking about getting through for these points, maintaining this lead for Southside.
No lead jammer, of course. It will go the full 2 minutes, but we've only got 19 seconds left in this one. Chance here for Lethal to put some points on the board, but stifling defense from varsity. Very, very stingy in giving out points, but both jammers, 4 points apiece, pass for pass, 2 seconds left, and they won't make it for more.
Well, full 2 minutes, a very taxing 2 minutes, 50 minutes into the game, and only a 1 point advantage for varsity in that jam.
So we come into the last 10-minute portion of this game, of this season, really, for these two teams. It's all on the line now here, and Southside holding on to a 34-point lead. Now, normally, us commentators like to say, it's nothing when it comes to Derby. Like, that's the go-to. It's the cliche.
That's right.
Because we're supposed to keep the crowd interested, right? Anything could happen in Derby, Mike Man.
Absolutely, BK, but in the context of this game, that is a big lead.
Absolutely.
And as we see now, Laser Station off to the penalty box for a track cut. This could be the one where Sparky really drives home the advantage.
Sparky lead jammer once again. Just a phenomenal performance today from Sparky. If she doesn't get MVP, Mike Man, from varsity, I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, she's been a force out there, all right. She's, compared to the last time she played this team, this is just two different skaters.
swinging those hips and getting crab walking around the side. 5 more points for Sparky and Southside.
This time,
Southside.
Varsity form a nice, strong 4 wall at the front. Sparky can't find a way around, can't find a way through. Ginger, although coming in some friendly fire. Sorry, laser station.
Yeah, she kind of broke up the wall and gave Sparky a bit of room to breathe.
That's a 10-point jam for Southside. 186 plays 142 with 7:35 on the clock. And a timeout called by Varsity, trying to break this momentum once again. Well, a big thank you to our sponsors, Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps, and Spank Alley. Still a few minutes if you want to tweet us. Hashtag 5 lowercase x 5 Derby.
And 5 is numerical. It's not FIVE.
Thanks again for the clarification. It's been helpful.
Gotcha. I always got your back, Mike Man. You know that. I wonder how many tweets are just going out to like these random hashtags that we don't check and have no idea about. But like, how come no one's talking to us? It's because they're talking to 1,000 different hashtags.
Getting ready to get underway again, and we're going to see Cherry Bomb up against Dom.
So Dom barreling away through this pack and getting through for the lead jammer once again. So strong. Cherry Bomb having to use agile feet. She gets through her scoring initial pass, sorry.
And Dom checks the position of Cherry Bomb, calls off the jam, and picks up 4 points to 0. $190 to 142. Still time for Varsity. Seeing an official review used now. Official review being called by the Southside Derby Dolls. You are, of course, watching at home on Down Under Derby TV. A big thank you again to our sponsors, Tavish Designs, Better Bearings, Sydney Derby Skates, Flash Ramps, and Spank Alley. Great crowd in attendance at the Whitlam Leisure Centre. Of course, coming up after the game, we'll have skater interviews, and there'll also be a presentation of the cup, the one they're all playing for. Ready to get underway again as Axiomatic, our head referee, explains his decision to the captains and bench managers. And it will be Laceration up against Minnie Mousica.
So Minnie Mousica, one of the captains of the force, jamming for the first time today. she's hoping for a good captain's knock here, I'm sure, as well. And Laceration getting through for lead jammer. Minnie still stuck in this pack, looking for gaps and finding nothing but Varsity defense all up in a grill.
And Repercussions putting a good hit there on Minnie Mousiker. Minnie Mousiker goes for the star pass to Bacardi Bruiser, who's back in that pack now.
So Colonel Panic happened to mix it up in the second half.
Good timing for the staff pass too, because it avoided the jammer lap point.
So 4 points. Had to be more than 4. There was more than one pass there.
Yeah, I believe there was a second pass. I think just confirming the points on that second pass. Staying at 4 though for the moment. Varsity with only one timeout left, choosing not to use an official review there. Points will stay at 4.
Ginger Ale lead jammer for Varsity.
Nice work from Danny Hill, pirouetting her way through the pack. So limit it to just 1 as Ginger Ale hits the back of the pack hard.
Yeah, coming in full pace into that pack and Lethal absorbing it all.
And there's a massive pile up on the far side of the track from us. Penalty board's in the way. Couldn't see exactly what happened there. 4-2 on that pass.
So 42 points in it, under 5 minutes left. We have seen Laser Station throw up a 23-point jam today. It's the only one that high for either team. Defense has been strong enough to limit the multiple passes per jam, even in a power jam. We've seen several power jams with no points scored at all. So official timeout is in play.
Well, Southside was scrambling to get on the track in time for that jam.
That was Lethal's 7th penalty, which was what the fuss there was before that jam started. So Lethal having an early shower today. Last 5 minutes, though, made it 55 minutes out.
She was
of the
on
game.
6 penalties for a long time in that second half, so she did well to make it that far through the game.
And it was that pile up on the far side that brought it about.
As we see Repercussions and Diazer Slam also doing well to stay on 6. Cleaver now also on 5. Dom jamming, does well to stay on the track. So strong again, gets through for lead jammer. Laceration trying to get past that last line, does so now.
Laser Station just as strong, really. Hits from Winnie Brews and Haterade waterfalling on you, and she barely budged. That doesn't happen often.
And Dom comes in hard again. She's going to run this jam by the look of it. Laser Station this time takes the hit from Bacardi Bruiser and comes out on top. So strength again from Laser Station. And Dom picks up the 4 this time, calls off the jam as Sheriff calls a timeout. 3:36 left on the clock. 197 plays 154. The last timeout called for Varsity. They still have an official review left if they need to use it to stop the clock and get that last jam. I always find it interesting as well when one team calls a timeout, the other team doesn't go into a huddle necessarily. Sometimes they just stay on the track. I always feel like maybe there'd be an advantage to the team that hasn't called the timeout just to get in a huddle and regroup and refocus as an entire team. Timeout is over. Skaters are back on the track. It'll be Cherry Bomb up against Sparky.
Cherry Bomb, lead jammer for Varsity. Sparky, one of the rare occasions today, not lead jammer awarded.
Nice work from Maleficent Mara to open up that inside line for Cherry Bomb, picking up 4 points, calling off the jam. Nice little settler there for Varsity. Time running out though, only 3 minutes left. A couple of big jams needed here. And the right person on the jam line for the job. Laceration up against Danny Hell.
So I said before, Mike, man, that every game these two teams have played, it's never gone more than 45 points. Right now it's 43.
It's going to be interesting next 3 minutes. Good strong walls from both teams.
Bacardi Bruiser in the pack. Strong last line of defense for Southside. Danny Hell smothered at the back by the Varsity pack. Laceration is out. She is lead jammer. Star pass to Bacardi Bruiser.
And a track cut as well to Bacardi Bruiser. And she leaves a pivot helm pandy behind as well.
So they obviously did complete the star pass legally. She is the jammer when she goes to the box. So Laser Station, 5 points.
And just as I said, big jams are needed. This is an opportunity for Laser Station.
Big chance here to chip away at the score, but is it too little too late for Varsity?
A good defense from Southside. They've held Laser Station up in this jam so far. And double team by Minnie Mousica and Haterade. Minnie Mousica now out of play, off to the penalty box.
Bacardi Bruiser comes back on, star in hand.
And a track cut picked up. Haterade, Danny Hell, brilliant work on Laser Station.
So Bacardi Bruiser now with the power jam. 20 seconds left and a chance here for more points. She got 5 for that pass. 16 seconds left. She'll be able to get in one more. Southside Swarm to provide some offense.
All about clock management now for Southside. Potentially only one jam left in this game.
Yeah, with 35 seconds left, this will be the last jam of the game. And with 42 points in it. 41 points. 41 points is unlikely going to be the results of this jam for Varsity. So Southside have secured another championship in the 5x5.
Well, Dom, the only jammer on the track at the moment. Laser Station in the penalty box. Looking for a clean jam here.
And Dom calls it off after the initial. No need for points, no need for risk. Southside have won 3 consecutive 5x5 championships.
Unofficial final score, 209 to Southside, 168 to Varsity.
They never fail to put on a show, these two teams, Mike, man.
Absolutely, what a fantastic game again. So many lead changes and still within that 45 points.
Some of the key points, real difference makers here was Terrace Maxwell going out early obviously did impact on Varsity, but also the penalty trouble that they found themselves in with key players. Not only the fact that they didn't necessarily leave the game, Joe Dirt did, but it also meant that they weren't able to use them as willingly as they would have liked.
Absolutely, and that's been a big feature of varsity throughout the 5x5 tournaments. They do get penalty heavy, and it does cost them in the later parts of the game.
But a hell of a game anyway. 209-168. Southside are again the champions, and 3 years in a row is an achievement that cannot be understated. We're going to have interviews coming up. We're going to have the award ceremony with all the trophies and the All-Star 5, Jammer of the Year, Blocker of the Year. But it has been a hell of a year in the 5x5, and I, for one, Big Kahuna, am very proud of what we've done as a championship here. All the leagues, all the volunteers, everyone that makes this happen down under Derby TV, we are grateful and we are thankful. And for all you people watching at home, I wish you could have been here because this was great, but I'm glad you're watching. Thank you for an awesome 2015, and we'll see you next year.
Right, I'm Mike Mann. I'm here with captains and coaches of the victorious Southside Derby Dolls. Congratulations on a great win.
That was tough, like every game when we play varsity.
Yeah, it certainly looked tough out there. They hit hard, that varsity team, don't they?
They sure do, and they really smash up our defense every time in the first period, and it takes a real adjustment. It's different to how we train.
Absolutely, but I think you train a lot of endurance, I believe, and I think that really helped you towards the back end of the game.
We're in it for the long haul, so we just take those hits as they come because they make everyone count. So yeah, it's a long game playing them.
And I think varsity got themselves in some penalty trouble towards the end of the game, and I think your endurance probably played a part in that, and they just had to keep coming at you hard and picked up the penalties, and I think that was a big difference in the game.
Yeah, they unfortunately had a couple of bad penalties, and we just stuck it out.
Yeah, it's a numbers game, and you really have to play it. Yeah, definitely.
And that's exactly what we spoke about at halftime, was pressuring them into mistakes and then using our endurance to get those long jams and point advantage.
Something else that BK and I discussed on the stream was the need for you to change something up at halftime with Haterade jamming in the first half, and that clearly wasn't working, but you changed that around, and I guess that was a team decision, a captain and coach decision, and that putting Bacardi into jam and changing Hayter back into the pack really seemed to work for you.
We noticed in the first period that their blockers had so much strength that we could not push through those walls. So we switched out for a more agile jammer that could toe stop around them, and it worked.
Yeah, Cardi was happy to step up and jam, which she hasn't jammed much this season, so it was really great to see her just put the star on and nail it.
And one of the highlights for me was watching Sparky jam today. Now, last time Sparky played against varsity, she was basically their bunny and got annihilated. Today, she absolutely took them to the cleaners.
Yeah, Sparky's been working hard. She's our little firecracker.
Yeah, you can either let that get to you or you can bring it again, and she really turned it up today, so yeah, we're really happy.
Well, congratulations again, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see you at the after party, but it's been a great season and you've deserved it, and still undefeated in 5x5.
Thanks to all the volunteers and everyone who put this together and just let us turn up and skate. It's really an amazing day. So there's so many hands that go into putting this together, having the stream, getting it all going. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you as well for a great and entertaining game, and now go and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. We'll see you at the after party.
Hi, and welcome to the stream on 5x5. And commiserations, but a great game, and you played hard out there, and it was very entertaining for us to watch. How did you feel about the game out there? It was you left nothing on the track.
It was tough. It was really, really tough. Their teamwork is just fantastic, and it's always a tough match to play.
And your hits are always hard. The hardest, I think, were just the interview I just did with the Southside team. So they don't play anyone else like you. You hit harder and are stronger than any other team they play. And is that something you work on in training specifically, the physical game?
Say
It's just something that comes naturally to you.
just naturally physical, I think. No, it's not something that we work on deliberately. I think we are a co-ed league, and I think that does add to the way in which we handle situations. When we're practicing against much larger male jammers, the weight differential means that you have to be quite solid in your defence, and you have to not necessarily hit hard, but you have to have quite a really strong core on to lock them down. And I think that works in our favour when we play in these sort of competitions.
Yep. A lot to take away from today, and so close again. Lots of lead changes today. You must have lots of momentum shifts. You'd get the momentum, Southside would get the momentum. There seemed to be a break in the game and it'd change again. I saw you call a couple of timely timeouts where that you changed that momentum again, and must have been almost confusing out there to say who has the momentum right now.
Yeah, it felt close all the way to the end, and it always does with those guys. Doesn't matter what the score is or what's happening on the scoreboard. Every jam feels tough. It bounces back and forth. You feel like you just got a little bit of room to move, and then they come back into it again. they're always fantastic to play against because of that, because they work so hard.
Yeah, always a good spirit out there on the track between you two. A great rivalry brewing it's going to go on for a long time, I think. Yeah. Well, I'll let you get back to your team, and we'll see you at the after party. But well done again, great game. Congratulations on a great season, and best of luck for Eastern Region.
Thank you
Fantastic.
very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Hi, I'm Susie from Sydney Derby Skates. We stock a wide range of products from all the best brands. Did you know that the Sydney Derby Skates website is up to date with stock levels and will only let you buy something if it's actually in stock? We pride ourselves on having awesome customer service and very quick delivery. Usually items are sent the very same day you place your order.
Easy to maintain. Our high-end bearings are self-healing, and all of our bearings are easy to maintain.
The Sydney Dogs and Cats Home takes in over 4,000 homeless animals every year. The job of finding new owners can take up to several months, and upgrades to the pet enclosures are urgently needed. You can help by making a tax-deductible donation or adopting a pet yourself. Go to sydneydogsandcatshome.org to find out more and help give these animals what they need most, a loving home. This ad is sponsored in part by IAMS Pet Food.
Better Bearings is value for money. All our bearings have an ABEX 7 rating or over, so you buy quality and you don't have to pay a fortune for it. At Better Bearings, we're all about better service. We know what we're talking about. If you've got problems, give us a call.
Has this ever happened to you? Fumbling your marker. Your marker's not working. Trying to scrub off those pesky markers in the shower.
I have a severe sweating problem. Before I got my Spank Alley armbands, the refs were always telling me to reapply my numbers. But now, I can stay in the game.
My Spank Alley armband's second as a rope. Now I can lock up the competition. Thanks, Spank Alley.
But wait!
And the next award is to Copper Floggin. The final member on our All-Star 5 in Battlegrounds is Victoria Hitter. Two more awards in Battlegrounds. We've got Blocker of the Year, and that goes to Get Shirty. Last but not least, Jammer of the Year to Battlegrounds, Copperphilia. captains from Inner West up here to accept the cup for victory in the battlegrounds. And of course the medals as well for the victors and all the runners-up. The runners-up medals as well, if I can get the captains up here from the Central Coast to accept these medals. Great effort. Big hand again to all the award winners in the battlegrounds. Alright, moving on to our All-Star 5 for Armageddon. First award goes to Feisty Cuffs. Next in our All-Star 5, we've got Booger. And next, Red Hot Chili Pepper. Dom. And rounding out the 5, we've got Laser Station. Blocker of the year for Armageddon goes to Viciousness. And Jammer of the year goes to Daddy Hell. Can I please get the Southside Derby Dolls captains up here to accept the trophy as winners of Armageddon 2015. Varsity Derby League. Captains, please come up and collect your medals. Thank you everyone. That concludes our award ceremony. Huge thank you to all our volunteers who made this tournament possible, to the organising committee, Big Kahuna over there. Here today, not 100%, not in full self, but still so committed here, always. Don't forget the after party is starting right now. And just a bit of an announcement, if you could please leave the track not tear it up as you go, that would be very helpful. Southside has a crew that will clean up the track.